Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko and others who were guarding the nine-tailed beasts and Jinchuriki in the village stood at the commanding heights and saw the battle between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Shisui in the distance. When they saw that Uchiha Shisui, the top master of Uchiha, was killed by Uchiha Madara with one move, everyone's expressions instantly became very solemn. Nagato, you'd better avoid it. Konan reminded Uzumaki Nagato worriedly. Uchiha Madara is too strong. I'm afraid those three strong Uchiha men can't stop him at all. Uzumaki Nagato was certainly aware of this ominous situation, but he ignored Konan's suggestion. If I leave now, Uchiha Madara will definitely take away the nine-tailed beasts. Before Master Dali comes back, we must stick here and we must not let Uchiha Madara succeed. Uzumaki Nagato responded seriously. Konan frowned and stopped talking, while Yahiko walked up and stood side by side with Uzumaki Nagato. Don't worry, no matter what happens, we will be together. But is there no way to find the whereabouts of Mr. Fourth Generation? He asked. Uzumaki Nagato shook his head. I tried, but I didn't find any chakra breath from him within the range of my perception. At this time, a ninja from the Konoha Barriers class jumped over, landed next to them and said, The barriers have been set up, everyone. Leave it to me to defend this place, and you can go support them. Uzumaki Nagato said to the other Konoha Anbu, Lord Fugaku's order is for us to assist you here. Captain Anbu, the leader of Konoha, was unmoved. Yahiko said, It is difficult for us to intervene in a battle of that level. If they go, they won't be able to provide much help. Hearing this, everyone stopped talking. Everyone's eyes were looking at the distance, where several figures were fighting on the top of the distant mountains outside Konoha village. Uchiha Fugaku summoned Susanoo again and tried his best to contain Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito relied on Kamui's invincible ability to constantly harass Uchiha Madara, trying to find opportunities to attack. The two people joined forces and could barely contain Uchiha Madara. This was because Uchiha Madara wanted to test more of their abilities. After a while, Uchiha Madara finally figured out the abilities of the two enemies. He snorted and struck back decisively. Both the speed and strength were different from before. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo was exploded on the spot again. Using Susanoo twice in a row put a huge burden on Uchiha Fugaku. More than half of his chakra had been consumed, but it still failed to have the slightest impact on Uchiha Madara. It seems I can only use sealing techniques. Uchiha Obito glanced in the distance, where the seriously injured Namikaze Minato was being taken away by Konoha Anbu, who came to support him. At this time, he noticed that Kakashi and others were also coming. But facing Uchiha Madara, who was flying in the sky and launching an attack in the sky, these Konoha ninjas could only look away and sigh, unable to intervene at all. We must find a way to find the whereabouts of Mr. Fourth Generation and inform him of the situation here. There is no way we can stop this guy with our power alone. After Uchiha Fugaku's continuous attempts to attack Uchiha Madara failed, he came to a conclusion. The enemy in front of them was far stronger than them. Only Uchiha Dali can deal with a strong man of this level, and they themselves can only die as cannon fodder. The communications class is already thinking of a solution. Kakashi rushed over and responded loudly. At the same time, he also looked up at Uchiha Obito. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was kicked by Uchiha Madara again and his body flew away like a cannonball. Don't get in the way, ants. Otherwise you'll die. Uchiha Madara glanced at the Konoha ninjas on the ground who had just arrived on the battlefield. Kakashi, Metkai, Hyuga Hayashi, Akamichi Dingzo, etc. These Konoha Jonin are all insignificant in his eyes and can be killed easily. Kakashi, seal him with barriers. Uchiha Obito shouted at Kakashi. However, his words hurt Kakashi, because at this moment Uchiha Madara had noticed Kakashi's eyes in a glance. His left eye was the Sharingan given to him by Uchiha Obito. After Uchiha Obito awakened Mangekyō, Kakashi's left eye also awakened. And for such a long time, Uchiha Obito never thought about getting this eye back from Kakashi's body. Even if I return to Konoha now, even if I have reconciled with everyone, it is still the same. This is his gift to Kakashi. However, this also resulted in his own Mangekyō being incomplete and his strength greatly weakened. But that's not the point. Uchiha Madara's eyes are vicious and she can see right through Kakashi's left eye that Mangekyō and Uchiha Obito's are the same pair. I see. Your left eye is on that boy. Just right. Uchiha Madara is worried about how to crack Uchiha Obaido's Kamui. Her virtual ability is invincible and she can't do anything to the opponent, but now he has an idea. At the same time as the voice sounded, Uchiha Madara had already ducked towards Kakashi. Seeing his move, Uchiha Obaido immediately got a look in his eyes and hurriedly shouted a reminder. Be careful, Kakashi. Of course Kakashi knew something was wrong, but facing such a terrifying opponent, he had no chance to dodge, let alone resist. Just a moment before Kakashi could see Uchiha Madara clearly, he felt that he suddenly lost the vision in his left eye. At this time, Uchiha Madara had already stepped back. At this time, Kakashi felt some pain in his left eye. He subconsciously covered his left eye, looked up at Uchiha Madara, and saw that Uchiha Madara had put Uchiha Obaido's left eyeball into his eye socket. After obtaining Uchiha Obaido's left eye, Uchiha Madara apparently immediately obtained all information about this eye's abilities. The corners of his mouth turned up contemptuously. I see, this ability is a bit interesting. Suddenly, he directly activated Kamui to absorb himself, and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Are you okay, Kakashi? Uchiha Obaido was still concerned about Kakashi's life and death, not realizing that he himself was going to be unlucky. Kakashi is a genius after all, and his awareness and IQ are very high in on-the-spot battles. At this moment, he had realized that Uchiha Madara would use that eye to deal with his companions, and quickly raised his head to remind. Obaido, be careful with that guy. Your eye is in his hand. However, Kakashi's reminder was still a step too late. After seizing the Mangekyō Sharingan from Kakashi, Uchiha Madara immediately mastered the ability of Kamui and directly activated Kamui in reverse, instantly involving himself in a different space. As soon as he entered here, he immediately saw part of Uchiha Obaido's body hidden in this alien space. And this is the truth that Uchiha Obaido can make himself virtual in the real world. As expected. Now you won't be able to jump anymore. Uchiha Madara walked directly towards Uchiha Obaido's torso in front. At this time, Uchiha Obaido still didn't know that his body hiding in Kamui's different space was about to be in danger. In the real world, he is still talking to Kakashi. Hearing Kakashi yelling to be careful, Uchiha Obaido was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly woke up and his face changed drastically. But at this moment, Uchiha Obaido suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Obaido. Seeing Uchiha Obaido vomiting blood on the spot, Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply. At this time, Uchiha Obaido spit out a mouthful of blood again and began to fall down. My body. That guy is attacking my body. Uchiha Obaido said vaguely, hurriedly untied his Kamui, and summoned his body from another space back to the real world. Recovering his entity, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood again. At this moment, Kakashi and others also noticed that his clothes began to be stained red and soaked with blood. Let's get out of here quickly. Seeing that Uchiha Obaido was seriously injured, Kakashi made a quick decision and immediately jumped over, intending to take him away and retreat first. But just at this moment, a space vortex fluctuated and Uchiha Madara appeared in front of the two of them. Can you run away? He looked at Kakashi and Uchiha Obaido in front of him indifferently, then raised his hand to create a black chakra rod and stabbed it at Kakashi without saying a word. Kakashi, whose left eye was taken away and was already injured, was caught off guard and was stabbed by Uchiha Madara's chakra black stick. He was injured on the spot and unable to move. But Uchiha Madara did not stop there, and immediately created several more chakra black rods and used them to nail Kakashi firmly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, this genius ninja of Konoha, like Uchiha Shisui, was easily subdued by Uchiha Madara using the chakra black stick. Then it was Uchiha Obaido's turn. Originally in Kamui's different space, his body had been stabbed several times in succession by Uchiha Madara using this chakra black rod. This is also an important reason why Uchiha Obaido was seriously injured and could not even escape. At this moment, Uchiha Madara created a new chakra black stick and gave Uchiha Obaido a stick without saying a word. Immediately, Uchiha Obaido, who was already injured, completely lost his ability to resist. But Uchiha Madara still didn't give up. The name of Shura in the ninja world is not in vain. He once again created more chakra black rods and nailed Uchiha Obaido's hands and feet firmly to the ground. This time, after ensuring that Uchiha Obaido would not escape, Uchiha Madara turned around. He glanced around and saw that there were no enemies in sight. Uchiha Fugaku, who was knocked away by him before, was also seriously injured and has not been able to come back to continue participating in the battle. Judging from the perceived chakra aura, the guy has basically lost his combat effectiveness. If he didn't die, he would be lucky. As for the young man who planned to use genjutsu on himself earlier, Uchiha Shisui. At this time, Uchiha Madara glanced at the other party. Uchiha Shisui is still nailed to the ground by his own chakra black rod, completely unable to break free and no longer poses any threat. 8 trigrams palms returned to heaven. In an instant, Uchiha Madara was caught off guard and was deflected by this move. However, Hyuga Hayashi knew that if he could not intercept Uchiha Madara here and let this Shura run to the village to say hello, I am afraid that the entire Konoha would be completely destroyed. Judging from the other party's iconic clothes and the pure white eyes, it is not difficult to tell that the other party is a member of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed, and he turned his head slightly, avoiding the attack with ease. Do you also want to die? Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan is open, so he can easily see through Uchiha Madara's true identity. This move is similar to the 8 trigrams air palm, but it is not exactly the 8 trigrams air palm. It was learned by Uchiha Madara after seeing Hyuga Hayashi use that move just now. The chakra-splitting air palm just now was issued by him. Uchiha Madara said contemptuously to all the opponents around him, turned around and walked towards Konoha. Facing the powerful enemy Uchiha Madara, Hyuga Hayashi looked solemn. This opponent was too powerful and he could not compete with it. This man's chakra is pretty good. He looked at the other person indifferently. He would never allow such a thing to happen. The 360-degree defense with no blind spots can deflect any attack or opponent. However, Uchiha Madara did not recognize the Hyuga man in his 20s before him. The remnants of the old era should call it quits with the end of the era and go back to where you belong, Madara. The one who took action was Hyuga Hayashi, the current leader of the Hyuga clan. Do the brats in future generations also dare to teach me a lesson? Uchiha Madara said, suddenly gathered chakra in the palm of his hand, and hit Hyuga Hayashi's absolute defense directly in front of him. You don't belong to this world. Under the powerful insight of the Byakugan, Hyuga Hayashi clearly saw Uchiha Madara moving towards him at super high speed that ordinary people could not see clearly with the naked eye. In front of Uchiha Madara, only a huge chakra and a dispensable body are left. This is the absolute defense of the Hyuga clan. Your level is good, but you can't stop me. Just stay here and watch the destruction of that village. Uchiha Madara snorted, and suddenly he disappeared in front of Hyuga Hayashi. He looked up and saw an additional figure in front of him. Suddenly, the moment he turned around, a strong wind of chakra hit his face. You worthless fellow. Moreover, Hyuga Hayashi is the head of the clan. The power of the Byakugan itself is not limited. His blind-angle Byakugan can clearly see every move of the opponent. At the same time, the chitin used is also a blind-angle defense. In other words, Hyuga Hayashi knew that the Uchiha Madara in front of him was not a living person. He was slightly stunned. Return to heaven? Huh, I really haven't seen this move in many years. I didn't kill you not because I was too kind, but because you were simply not worthy of me. His expression changed drastically and he reacted immediately, not daring to let Uchiha Madara get close to him. Uchiha Madara didn't really learn the 8 trigrams palms of the Hyuga clan. He just followed the example and took advantage of his huge chakra to bring out the power of chakra in the simplest and crudest way. And his seemingly ordinary palm also well explained what power can produce miracles. The seemingly perfect Hyuga clan is absolutely defensive, but it is nothing in front of Uchiha Madara's domineering chakra. Just at the moment of contact, Chitin's defense was broken and shattered, and Hyuga Hayashi vomited blood on the spot and flew backwards. Uchiha Madara, who had dealt with the opponent blocking the road, did not even look back at Hyuga Hayashi and continued walking in the direction of Konoha village. After getting rid of several members of the Uchiha security force who tried to intercept him along the way, as well as Konoha's Anbu, Uchiha Madara finally arrived at the gate of Konoha village. He did not break into the village immediately, but stood at the gate and looked up at the gate of Konoha. Not much has changed from when I left. You really haven't made any progress in these years. Uchiha Madara muttered. As he spoke, he walked towards the village, but at this moment several figures appeared blocking his way. You're not welcome up front, so let's stop here. At the same time as the sound sounded, an afterimage also appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. He felt a strong wind blowing against his face, but this attack showed no trace of chakra surge, taijutsu. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised. It is not easy for someone to be able to launch an attack of this intensity simply by using physical skills. But not yet worthy of his taking seriously, he easily avoided the attack by taking half a step back. At the same time, Uchiha Madara also saw clearly the person who attacked him. He was a watermelon-headed boy about 10 years old. They are almost the same age as Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, and others who were defeated by him before. Uchiha Madara was just surprised that this man at such a young age could actually use such powerful taijutsu, but he didn't pay much attention to him. After dodging the opponent's attack, he continued walking towards Konoha village as if nothing had happened, and Metka immediately attacked him from behind. Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Metkai rushed towards Uchiha Madara and used a sweeping attack again, but Uchiha Madara did not coddle him this time. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already appeared on the right side of Metkai, with an extra chakra black stick in his hand. Metkai just witnessed Uchiha Madara using this move to attack Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. At that time, both Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were subdued in an instant. He was well aware of the power of this move, and of course he did not dare to touch the edge of the chakra black stick at this time. I saw him struggling to change his moves, kicking hard on the side of the chakra black stick that was stabbing him and using the force to fly back. Snort. Seeing Metkai dodge, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sneer contemptuously. Then he ran forward and quickly pursued the target. Metkai was very fast, but Uchiha Madara was even faster. In a matter of seconds, he had caught up with Metkai and waved the chakra black stick in his hand, constantly trying to attack Metkai. Fortunately, Metkai has been practicing taijutsu like crazy over the years, working hard day and night and forgetting to eat and sleep. In addition, he has been well-tempered after experiencing the Third Ninja War, and his strength is no longer that of ordinary ninjas. Compared to, now he has been able to open 8 gates Dunjia to the 5th gate level. Facing the physical attacks launched by Uchiha Madara on him, Metkai relied on his extraordinary physical skills and flexible positioning to avoid them every time. And he is not far away from becoming an eternal god. This opponent is quite special. Therefore, Uchiha Madara was too lazy to continue the last hit, but gradually, after a few rounds, he still felt a little tired. Uchiha Madara was walking step by step in the direction of his goal, and at this moment he suddenly noticed something unusual. At this moment, all the unlocked chakra in his body were blocked, and he could no longer use any strength. In an instant, his speed and strength were greatly increased. Although his body was suffering from the backlash after the release of this powerful power every second, it also gave him the confidence to face Uchiha Madara more calmly. But after a battle, he found that Metkai's 8 gates Dunjia was far from dashing. For example, open it to at least the 6th or 7th gate. He has sensed Uzumaki Nagato's chakra aura and the locations of other tailed beasts. With just one face-to-face meeting, he caught Metkai and grabbed the other person's neck and lifted him up like a little chicken. Immediately afterwards, with Uchiha Madara as the center, a lavender light barrier suddenly appeared in front, back, left, and right of him. You are nothing more than that. Now you have to accomplish your goals. Metkai's expression changed drastically as he was choked by Uchiha Madara. It's obvious this is an opponent who isn't good at ninjutsu. Here it comes. Take action. From the beginning to the end, he only used taijutsu to fight against him. And during this process, Uchiha Madara also felt that the opponent had no intention of using ninjutsu. Seeing that he couldn't handle this kid, Uchiha Madara completely lost interest. The game is over. Take back your own eyes and then take away all the 9-tailed beasts here. This barrier spread quickly after it appeared and soon formed a boxy barriers, completely surrounding Uchiha Madara. At this moment, it seems that the legendary chakra fruit is within easy reach. Just as Metkai tried to struggle, a black chakra rod pierced his body. Metkai had to take it seriously and directly opened the 8 gates Dunjia to the 4th gate state in one breath. He just used a chakra black rod to pin Metkai to the ground like a mosquito, and then continued walking towards the depths of Konoha village. Suddenly, there were shouts from both sides of the surrounding roads. This is not the first time Uchiha Madara has seen the 8 gates Dunka Taijutsu, nor does she understand the power of this taijutsu. At the same time, the Konoha ninjas who were ambushing all around also appeared at this moment after their success. He had long recognized that Metkai was using 8 gates armor. No longer interested in testing, Uchiha Madara became serious. Seeing that this kid's physical skills and talents were both good, he thought his opponent could bring some surprises to him. As long as this step can be completed, then with the Samsara Eye and the 9-tailed beasts, I will be able to channel the Jito statue and complete the seal and resurrection of 10 tails. And it's one-handed. Suddenly surrounded by purple flame barriers, Uchiha Madara seemed to have become a caged bird, unable to escape anymore. However, he had a calm expression on his face, and he didn't seem to take these Konoha ninjas into consideration at all. He folded his arms leisurely and sneered contemptuously, "Do you also want to learn my power?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a Konoha ninja shouting to his companions outside the barriers. "Be careful, this guy must be insured a lot more. Use that move." Another Konoha ninja responded. At the same time, other Konoha ninjas began to join forces again, and at the same time used the powerful seal ninjutsu. 4 of the Konoha ninjas were seen occupying the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest respectively, and they formed the same seals at the same time, shouting in unison. Lightning-style 4-pillar binding technique. As their voices sounded, in an instant, 4 huge stone pillars appeared in front, back, left, and right of Uchiha Madara, surrounding Uchiha Madara. Immediately afterwards, as if a powerful electric current was connected, a large number of lightning flashes quickly appeared on the 4 stone pillars. At this time, it seems that Uchiha Madara is completely trapped in the barriers, and there are 4 pillars that release powerful thunder to trap him. Escape is nearly impossible. After these Konoha Anbu used this move, they breathed a sigh of relief. He can't escape now. A Konoha Anbu said comfortingly. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara, who was trapped in barriers, sneered contemptuously. "Oh, really?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake. Feeling this earth-shattering movement, the expressions of Anbu surrounding Konoha changed drastically in an instant. And it was at this time that Uchiha Madara suddenly released a super terrifying chakra aura. There was a loud boom. In just the blink of an eye, the 4 stone pillars surrounding him and emitting powerful thunder were shattered on the spot by the impact of his terrifying and violent chakra. The lightning-style 4-pillar restraint technique that seemed to have imprisoned him could no longer work at all. After taking care of these 4 thunder pillars, Uchiha Madara walked directly in front of barriers as if nothing had happened. He broke through the powerful lightning-style restraint technique so violently that the Konoha Anbu around him were dumbfounded on the spot. Everyone was too shocked to act rashly. At this time, Uchiha Madara has walked up to barriers. He completely ignored the threat of the power of the 4 purple flame formations and planned to pass directly through the barrier of barriers burning with purple flames. Seeing how crazy he was, a Konoha Anbu couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. "Is this guy planning to go directly through the barriers? Isn't it better those flames will devour him?" Another Anbu said expectantly. While they were talking, they had seen that the surface of Uchiha Madara's body was in contact with the barriers of the 4 purple flame formation. Sure enough, in an instant, Uchiha Madara's body was ignited by the seemingly harmless but actually extremely powerful purple flame. His body burned like a paper man. In just a few seconds, half of his body was burned away. However, Uchiha Madara remained calm and continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. Soon his body had completely passed through the barrier of the 4 purple flame formation. Although most of his body was burned due to this, the remaining remnants of his body were still standing and were still walking towards the depths of Konoha village. The angry Uchiha Madara began to kill all the enemies in front of him with a single blow. Boom! Although it has little impact on his own strength, who are he? The majestic Uchiha Madara is actually blocked by a few rotten fish and shrimps here, unable to move forward. So at this moment they completed the cooperation almost instantly. Seeing their captain take action, several other Anbu members immediately followed suit. Uchiha Madara began to become serious, and a large amount of chakra was released from his body, quickly forming the form of a huge chakra giant. Uzumaki Nagato turned his head worriedly and glanced at the several tailed beasts behind him, as well as the other Jinchuriki. This is simply a disgrace. However, Uchiha Madara gradually became a little angry. Because his body was shattered by this attack again. For a moment, they didn't know what to do, or they were too scared to do anything. He looked indifferently at the Konoha Anbu who were still in a state of shock and had not recovered. Under the crushing force of his mountain-like super chakra armored titan, the 16-pillar binding technique, which was powerful enough to subdue tailed beasts and 6-path psychic beasts, seemed so vulnerable at this moment. It was at this time that Uchiha Madara's body began to recover rapidly. Moreover, it is obvious that this is not the first time these Konoha Anbu have used this trick. Although the body cannot feel pain, physical strength and chakra will not be consumed in this situation. And this time, he suffered a sustained lightning strike that was much more powerful than before. When used, 16 solid lightning-style light pillars will be created. These light pillars will continuously release ultra-high voltage lightning. Any target trying to break through the blockade will be continuously struck by lightning. Stop him! And at the moment when the body was completely restored to its original state, Uchiha Madara suddenly released violent murderous intent. Without any surprise, Uchiha Madara was once again restrained in the lightning-style light beam and unable to move. Countless flying fragments gathered towards him from all around his body, and soon his body returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Anbu's squad leader shouted and took the lead. Uzumaki Nagato and others in the distance clearly saw Uchiha Madara, who was approaching here. Using Suzunu's Uchiha Madara, it only took a moment to break free from the seal of the 16-pillar binding jutsu. He made a snap decision. Just when he was about to take action and kill these Konoha Anbu, finally under the strong threat, several Konoha Anbu came to their senses completely. The 16-pillar binding technique. This is a super powerful binding technique that is dozens of times more powerful than the 4 pillars of binding technique just now. Wearing a white cloak, he quickly completed the seals and shouted to Uchiha Madara. Lightning-style 16-pillar binding technique. Moreover, the surrounding houses, streets, and everything else were all reduced to ashes and completely destroyed under his attack. It was obvious that this move was a combined technique prepared to deal with enemies that were stronger than them. Conan, take them and move them away now, don't hesitate. Although we are just a few ants, keeping you here will always be a trouble. The Anbu who saw this scene were dumbfounded on the spot. Hearing Uzumaki Nagato's words, Conan instantly frowned and said worriedly, "But Nagato, won't you retreat with us? I'll stay here to find a way to stop that guy from Madara Yahiko. You also need to retreat quickly. We must protect these tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, and we must not let them fall into Madara's hands." Uzumaki Nagato seriously warned his 2 best friends. Hearing what he said, Yahiko looked at several huge-tailed beasts in the distance behind him, as well as Killer Bee, Uzumaki Kushina, Yu Wooden Golem, Yugao, Fenfuku, and other Jinchuriki. After a slight hesitation, he turned to look at Conan. "Conan, take them away. It shouldn't be difficult to move all the targets away at once with your magic. I'll stay and fight with Nagato." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "You are the ones who should retreat, right? Didn't you say that one of Madara's targets is your samsara eyes?" When everyone heard this, they turned around and saw that the person speaking was a beautiful woman with red hair, and she was holding a little baby in her arms. Everyone naturally recognizes this woman, the wife of Namikaze Minato, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, a female ninja of the Uzumaki clan named Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina looked at Uzumaki Nagato and the others seriously. Her husband Minato Namikaze fought against Uchiha Madara before and was seriously injured by the opponent. As a sentient ninja, Uzumaki Kushina knew this very well. She didn't run away on the spot just because she had to take care of the baby in her arms. Little Naruto is just a month old and needs care now. If he leaves to deal with Uchiha Madara, who will take care of him, however, these were all concerns just now. At this moment, Uzumaki Kushina changed her mind. She decided to entrust her son to Master Jiraiya's disciples, the 3 ninjas in front of her who were similar in age to her. Although they were once core members of the Akatsuki organization, they have clearly changed their ways. Thinking about Uzumaki in her heart, Kushina immediately took action. Before Uzumaki Nagato and others could respond to her words, she had already walked over with little Naruto in her arms. "Listen to me, this is my precious son. Please live well and help me take good care of Naruto. Tell him that his parents are the heroes of the village. They are great Konoha ninjas." Speaking of Uzumaki, Kushina pushed little Naruto to Uzumaki Nagato, and then ignored the astonished looks of several people. She turned around and strode towards Uchiha Madara in the distance. "Kushina-sama." Several Konoha Anbu immediately followed. They not only have to protect the other tailed beasts and Jinchuriki here, but more importantly, they must protect the mother and son of the Whirlpool Kushina. Whirlpool Kushina did not stop the Anbu who followed. She also knew very well that she could never stop Uchiha Madara on her own, so it would be best to have someone help her. "Uzumaki Nagato and the 3 of you look at me," Conan said. "She is right, Nagato. Uchiha Madara is already very powerful now. If he takes back those eyes from you and gets the samsara eye again, then his strength will be, I'm afraid it will become even more terrifying, and no one will be able to stop his ambition by then." Yahiko also said, "We will try our best to contact Master Fourth Hawkage. If we can find him, there will be hope for everything." Originally, Uzumaki Nagato had planned to stay and fight to the end. After hearing the reminders and persuasion from his 2 friends, Uzumaki Nagato felt that it made sense. He nodded and agreed to the 2 people's suggestions. The tailed beast in your body is the key to his resurrection of 10 tails. As long as he is not allowed to obtain the power of the tailed beast, 10 tails cannot be resurrected by Uchiha Madara. These Jinchuriki are either too young and unable to control the power of the tailed beasts, or they are too old and unable to exert their due fighting power. How can anyone send someone up there knowing that the enemy's target is themselves? Then she quickly used the God's paper user's technique to create a huge flying bird and controlled the dance of paper to wrap up all the Jinchuriki and take the bird with her. As he spoke, he walked towards the powerful enemy in the distance. Yahiko tries to stop them. At this moment, Conan finally felt his unswerving determination, gritted his teeth, and took a deep look at Yahiko and Uzumaki Nagato. Thanks to everyone in Konoha for taking care of me. Although I have not known you for a long time, I can feel the friendship behind you all. Conan, what are you waiting for? Uzumaki Nagato reminded again. So you have to get out of here. Suddenly, an irresistible and powerful attraction came from behind, pulling all four Jinchuriki back. But Lao Zai and Han ignored his words. Uzumaki Kushina was shocked and angry, looking at Uzumaki Nagato in surprise. Leave it to me to deal with Uchiha Madara, and I will try my best to buy time for you. Looking down at the little Naruto in his arms, Uzumaki Nagato looked at Uzumaki Kushina, who had gone away. Don't die. At the same time, he slowly pulled out the ninja sword on his back. Conan controlled the bird to take off from the ground and warned his two friends. You are Jinchuriki. You are the target of that guy from Madara. Obviously, they were not fit to go up and fight. My eyes belong to Uchiha Madara. If he wants to take them back, just come here. But you are different. After saying that, he didn't hesitate at all, and directly used the power of the Samsara Eye on the Whirlpool Kushina, Killer Bee, Lao Zai, and Han Jinchuriki in front of him. Uzumaki Nagato finally decided to stay and delay Uchiha Madara. At this time, Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee suddenly stood up. With Killer Bee personally taking action, 4 Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zai and 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han soon followed suit. And with the 4 Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki Kushina, Killer Bee, Lao Zai, and Han taking the initiative to stand up. There are also 2 Tail Jinchuriki, 1 Tail Jinchuriki, 6 Tails Zaiōugao, and 7 Tails Jinchuriki here. Of course, we are not vegetarians, but we will never let him catch us like this. All things are attracted by heaven. Conan, get them out of here quickly. You too must live well. We are not people who back down from battles. If Uchiha Madara wants to arrest us, he will have to rely on his own ability. As they talked, the two followed Killer Bee's pace and walked forward. As he spoke, he prepared to activate the power of the Rinnegan, leading all the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki to retreat out of this dangerous area. Uchiha Madara, who was trapped in the 16-pillar binding jutsu and was being bombarded by continuous thunder, saw Conan at the first sight at this moment, who was about to escape with all the Jinchuriki. He couldn't help laughing contemptuously. You want to escape under my nose? Is it that easy? As soon as he finished speaking, the Susanoo sword in Susanoo's hand began to change, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a chakra longbow. Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo's bow and arrow, aiming at Conan, who was flying away with Jinchuriki in the distance. With a swish sound, he shot the arrow decisively. The huge chakra arrow quickly caught up with the target with a deafening sound of breaking through the air, and Conan and the Jinchuriki were about to be hit. Suddenly at this moment, the huge chakra arrow seemed to be affected by some force. Not only did the speed slow down, but the arrow also became distorted. Uchiha Madara immediately looked to the far right, and he saw Uzumaki Nagato at a glance. At this moment, it was Uzumaki Nagato who used the power of the Rinnegan to prevent him from attacking Conan and others. You seem to have developed my eyes a step further, not bad. Uchiha Madara praised Uzumaki Nagato. But he showed no mercy at all. The bow and arrow in Susanoo's hand turned into a huge chakra sword again, and he slashed at Uzumaki Nagato and Yahiko in the distance. Shinra Tenjang. Yahiko took the first step and directly used his ultimate move, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a violent and overbearing repulsive force crushed the incoming slash. The two forces collided in midair. Although no substantial attack trajectory could be seen, the whole world began to shake. The muffled sound of rumbling is endless. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to crack, and then a violent explosion occurred in the air. In the end, Yahiko's Shinra Tensei barely managed to withstand Uchiha Madara's casual blow. The two forces dissipated invisible in midair. Yahiko turned around and shouted to Uzumaki Nagato. Let me consume him first, Nagato, keep your chakra first. Wait until I have exhausted him, then you can seal him. This was a strategy he had thought about for a long time. Only in this way maybe they can defeat this terrible enemy. But his body is immortal, theoretically, he is invincible. Uzumaki Nagato frowned and looked into the distance, the huge chakra giant that seemed to be as high as heaven and earth. Not to mention anything else, just the armored giant, which is hundreds of meters high and looks like a mountain, made purely of chakra and condensed, has already shown that Uchiha Midoriya's chakra power far exceeds that of ordinary ninjas. Before they really started taking action, they had already lost half the battle. You have those eyes, so you should be able to perceive things easier than me, right, Nagato? Yahiko stared at Uchiha Madara and began to analyze. Although he is in the state of reincarnation, theoretically he does have unparalleled recovery capabilities and infinite chakra. But this is just a theory. Since the amount of chakra and recovery ability of ordinary people are very limited, even when facing Uchiha Madara in life, the gap is as huge as heaven and earth. It can also be understood as the general situation when Genin faces you. Can you understand what I say? After Yahiko finished speaking, he looked towards Uzumaki Nagato. The latter nodded immediately. The former continued, so ordinary ninjas in front of you are like mortals facing gods. In their perception and judging from their perspective, you are synonymous with invincibility and unlimited chakra. Exist. Although Yahiko, who was vigorously resurrected by Uchiha, does not have the Samsara Eye, he retains all the abilities he once had as Pain Tendo. As he spoke, he stood ready and turned to look at Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Nagato added. He waved the chakra sword casually and destroyed all the buildings in front of him with one blow, and everything in front of him was swept away and razed to the ground. But if we first assume that even if Uchiha Madara is in the state of reincarnation, the actual recovery ability and chakra are not absolutely infinite, but relatively infinite. But actually, you and I both know that our amount of chakra is not unlimited. Uzumaki Nagato suddenly raised his hand and released a dozen chakra black rods, a product of yin-yang style that Uchiha Madara is all too familiar with. But before Yahiko could take action, suddenly a huge ball of fire struck first and swallowed Susanoo up. Uzumaki Nagato nodded solemnly. He asked, staring at Uzumaki Nagato. Uchiha Madara looked down indifferently at Yahiko and Uzumaki Nagato on the ground below. So, are you going to hand over those eyes yourself, or should I go down and get them myself? Hearing what he said, Yahiko hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then I'll be there to help you. Although it is just a guess, even he himself is not sure whether it is true. At this time, Uzumaki Nagato had already taken advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack, quickly rushing in from the left and planning to climb onto Susanoo's body. It's just that the cost of defeating Uchiha Madara in such a state is very high. Uchiha Madara didn't even look at him anymore, and controlled Susanoo to fly up and kick the rushing Uzumaki Nagato on the spot. Here you go. Planetary devastation, both you and I can activate it. No matter how strong you are, you can successfully use that move. Soon he came to the two of them. After all, the amount of chakra consumed is very huge and the preparation time is very long. So Uchiha Madara's combat power must be weakened first, otherwise it will be impossible to succeed. He already knew what Yahiko wanted to express. He swung the knife casually and instantly shattered a dozen incoming chakra black rods. At this time, the two of them were in agreement, and both planned to use planetary devastation to seal Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara controlled the huge Susanoo and walked towards this side, causing the ground to shake. His eyes flashed, and he took this opportunity to form seals and prepare to seal Uchiha Madara. Let me consume him first. I see what you mean. But that move has a fatal flaw. The forward swing is too long. Save your strength for that move. But I have more chakra than you, and I also have the real Samsara Eye, so it is most appropriate for me to consume Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Nagato took the initiative to make the decision. He can even use the full power of 6 paths. Well, in fact, he can be defeated. From the perspective of Yahiko, a bystander at this moment, it was like Uzumaki Nagato rushed up and was kicked by his opponent. Faced with Nagato Uzumaki's unappreciative attack, Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully. Then end your life here. The range of the flames was so huge that it could instantly engulf the mountain-like Susanoo. Yahiko was surprised and turned his head to look. He had already seen the person who took action, and that person was none other than Kakuzu. Kakuzu continued to output chakra at the target to enhance the power of his fire style while complaining. What a damn B************. I was obviously working hard, but suddenly my house and shop were destroyed, and even the boss who was willing to pay me was killed. This B**********. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Yahiko's eyes twitched slightly. If the co-author hadn't been disturbed by his part-time job, his boss had been killed, and his shop had been destroyed, you really wouldn't be willing to come out to help, right? He's not that easy to deal with. Yahiko came to his senses and reminded in a deep voice. As soon as they finished speaking, they saw a huge figure appear in front of them again in the flames. It was none other than Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. He was indeed unscathed and still stood tall above Suzunu's head. But at this moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes were extremely cold, and there was even a hint of sullenness in his expression. He was glancing at the Kakuzu on the ground who had just attacked him sneakily. Your fire style is mediocre, but you dare to try your best in front of me. Uchiha Madara seemed like a lion whose majesty was offended. He suddenly turned around and faced Kakuzu on the ground, and then he clapped his hands. Fire style great fire extinguishment. As Uchiha Madara's voice sounded, a fire style that was much larger than the fire style released by Kakuzu just now formed instantly. A firestorm that covered the sky and brought terrifying high temperatures was formed instantly. This firestorm directly bombarded Kakuzu, Yahiko, and Uzumaki Nagato on the ground. The speed and power were unprecedented. Kakuzu's pupils shrank sharply. He couldn't dodge such a large-scale fire-style attack even if he grew 2 more legs. He quickly formed seals and prepared to use water-style to deal with it. But at this moment, he suddenly found that the large flames in front of him were beginning to dissipate. No, to be precise, it was not dissipating but disappearing. Kakuzu immediately realized something and subconsciously turned his head to look at Yahiko aside. Sure enough, he saw Yahiko opening his hands towards the flames in front of him, and those flames just disappeared in his palm. Apparently, the fire-style ninjutsu released by Uchiha Madara was absorbed by Yahiko. Seeing such a magical scene, Kakuzu's pupils shrank slightly. Yahiko quickly absorbed Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu completely. Uchiha Madara was condescending and naturally saw the whole process clearly, and his eyes couldn't help but darken. The sealing technique absorbs the seal, huh? He was furious. This was originally one of the abilities of his reincarnation eye, but now it was used by 2 thieves against him. So what? They're just ants. After snorting contemptuously, Uchiha Madara immediately took action again. The 2 chakra black rods were as fast as thunder and shot towards Kakuzu and Yahiko respectively. Since it was shot from a high altitude when you look up, there will be a vacuum zone in your field of vision due to the direct sunlight. Moreover, Uchiha Madara deliberately chose an angle so that no one on the ground could see his attack clearly. As a result, Kakuzu on the ground was unable to dodge and was instantly hit by the incoming chakra black rod. Although this kick was extremely powerful, it did not have a fatal impact on him. He used the power of the all-seeing sky and the Shinra sky in midair to form a force field to wrap himself in it. Soon Yahiko regained his balance and made his body suspended in the air. The power of this ability is that it can directly swallow the target's chakra. At this moment, he saw through Uchiha Madara's intention and immediately stopped Yahiko. With a poof sound, his body was pierced, the chakra in his body became disordered, and he lost his combat effectiveness on the spot. Since you want my chakra so much, I'll swallow it for you. Good opportunities. Although he does not have the Samsara Eye, he still retains the ability to share vision with Uzumaki Nagato. Yahiko easily blocked Uchiha Madara's attack. When the 2 were fighting, Uzumaki Nagato was also not idle. Yahiko saw the flaw and immediately learned the trick that Uzumaki Nagato did just now, jumped over and used Shadow Clone to hold Uchiha Madara Suzunu's thigh, directly activated the chakra-devouring ability, and began to plunder Uchiha Madara's chakra crazily. Yahiko's situation was much better. He was not polite and slashed at Uzumaki Nagato's Shadow Clone with his sword. The Samsara Eye is his own eye, and he is very aware of the functions and shortcomings of each ability of this eye. Fortunately, he is different from ordinary ninjas, and his combat power has surpassed that of a shadow-level warrior. Uchiha Madara didn't even take a second look, turned around and controlled Suzunu to slash with the sword again towards the Uzumaki Nagato's body. Without saying a word, Uzumaki Nagato's Shadow Clone hugged the huge Suzunu's heel and began to activate another ability of the Rinnegan, Chakra Devour. There was a loud boom, and Uzumaki Nagato's Shadow Clone was split into 2 on the spot. After adjusting his posture, he immediately flew back and launched a counterattack against Uchiha Madara. Yahiko stopped absorbing Uchiha Madara's chakra and was instantly kicked out by Uchiha Madara. So he saw the incoming black rod of chakra in advance. After the excess chakra in the body loses control, those guys will self-destruct without even having to take action. This time, Uchiha Madara simply didn't bother to fight back. He just slowly crossed his arms and looked at Yahiko and Uzumaki Nagato on the ground with a calm expression. He created a shadow clone, which quickly rushed to the feet of Uchiha Madara's Suzunu. Bangs! His shadow clone turned into white smoke and disappeared. Sensing that his chakra began to disappear rapidly and was devoured by his opponent, even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but show a solemn expression. Uchiha Madara said disdainfully, For example, chakra swallowing, this ability seems to be invincible, but in fact it has an upper limit to the chakra swallowed. Let me see if your chakra is infinite. Although it withstood 2 such attacks in a row, Uchiha Madara's hundreds of meters tall chakra giant, which was completely condensed from chakra, still did not reduce in size or momentum. As a user of the Rinnegan, Uzumaki Nagato has certainly studied the advantages and disadvantages of these abilities over the years. As long as the caster cannot sustain more chakra, this seemingly easy-to-use ability will become their undoing. That's enough, Yahiko. Whether it is sealing, or chakra swallowing, no matter which ability it is, there are shortcomings. Court death. Shinra Tanjang. Uchiha Madara took advantage of Uchiha Dali's absence in the village to invade Konoha village with the intention of taking away the 9-tailed beasts and the reincarnation eye of Uzumaki Nagato. At this moment, he was fighting with Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko, and others in the village. At the same time, outside Konoha village, a tall figure came from a distance, and the originally relaxed and carefree face now had a somewhat solemn expression. There are several powerful chakra auras. There seems to be a battle in the village. Because the view is blocked by the lush towering trees on both sides of the road, and in front of it is the wall of the gate of the Konoha ninja village. So at this moment, this tall man wearing a red vest and a brown lining coat, with long snow-white hair that looked like pine needles, could not see the specific situation inside the village. But the continuous rumbling sound, the trembling of the earth, and the constant bursts of chakra impact still made him feel that something was wrong. The man who was feeling doubtful suddenly turned his head and looked behind him on his right side, his eyes showing a sharp look. "Your chakra aura is still so uncomfortable, Orochimaru," the man said to the woods behind him. He seemed to be talking to himself, but as soon as he finished speaking, the direction where his eyes were staring suddenly let out an evil laugh. "Haha, long time no see. Juravia." Orochimaru smiled evilly and turned around and walked out from behind the trees. This tall man with silver hair was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha village. A teammate of the same generation as Orochimaru, he is also a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi of the Third Hokage. "What happened in the village? It's not you who caused the trouble, is it?" Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and stared at Orochimaru, who appeared and asked in a deep voice. He knew that his former best friend had some evil intentions. In short, Orochimaru's personality had changed since the end of the Second Ninja War. That's why Jiraiya asked like this. He had been wandering around the ninja world, or traveling, looking for inspiration and materials to write a book. "However, I recently heard about the end of the Third Ninja War, and a young man named Uchiha became the 4th Hokage in the village. He even unified the entire ninja world with one person, integrating the Kingdom of Thunder, the Kingdom of Earth, the Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Water, and countless other large and small countries." Jiraiya was very curious about this matter and thought of what the great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku told him about the Son of Prophecy. Therefore, he ran back to Konoha specifically to meet this Uchiha Dali. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came back, I noticed that something had happened in the village. Upon hearing Jiraiya's question, Orochimaru did not answer him, but put away the evil smile on his face and turned to look in the direction of Konoha village with solemn eyes. Then he crossed his arms and walked slowly forward. "You haven't been back for a long time, so it's normal for you to not understand the current situation, Jiraiya. If you are really worried about the village, come and see for yourself." Hearing this, Jiraiya did not completely let down his guard and doubts. After staring at Orochimaru's back for 2 seconds, he decisively followed him. Just walking forward less than 100 meters, the sight suddenly became much wider without the obstruction of the wall. Jiraiya immediately saw the chakra giant towering into the clouds in the distance, like a mountain. At the same time, he also saw Uchiha Madara standing on the head of the chakra giant. "This is..." He even recognized Uchiha Madara instantly. In short, 4th Hokage Uchiha vigorously unified the ninja world and gathered all 9-tailed beasts here, and one of Uchiha Madara's goals is them. Therefore, of course, Jiraiya has also seen Susanoo. Orochimaru crossed his arms and stared up at the chakra giant in the distance, which exuded a terrifying aura of power. After a moment, he responded, "A lot of things happened while you were away from the village, and it's hard to explain clearly in just a few words." Just by looking at them, Jiraiya immediately recognized these 2 people. Of course, Jiraiya would never forget that time and those 3 children. Why are they here? As a ninja who was born in the early days of Konoha, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had not completely broken up at that time. Even if they later parted ways, at least Uchiha Madara, as one of the ninjas of Konoha, had a relationship with other people in the village. Some communication. During the Second Ninja War, Aimgakure village launched an invasion of Konoha, and later Konoha counterattacked into Aimgakure village. Not in a living state, what does that mean? His pupils shrank slightly and his expression became very surprised. They are Yahiko and Nagato. The first thing that came to mind at this time was the legendary art of reincarnation from dirty soil. Orochimaru looked over with a sneer. Now that something like this has happened, even though the opponent is Uchiha Madara, I can't sit idly by. Orochimaru, if you want to watch the fun, you'd better not hinder my fight. As for those children, they have now joined Konoha. Knowing that Uchiha Madara was really here to cause trouble, he was immediately eager to join the fight. This is one of the 3 children he adopted in Yuyan village. However, his guess was soon confirmed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned back to look at him and said, "It seems that you still remember that guy." Jiraiya came to his senses and looked at Orochimaru in confusion. Jiraiya asked again, "Uchiha Madara is not currently alive. Then you must also remember those brats who are fighting Madara. Also, why does Uchiha Madara appear here?" Orochimaru sneered playfully. He had naturally heard of the forbidden techniques developed by Second Hokage Senju Tabarama. Orochimaru explained briefly, letting Jiraiya understand the preliminary situation. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he suddenly came to his senses. Could it be that? Snored. Orochimaru just snorted with a half-smile, which was equivalent to responding to Jiraiya's guess. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Madara in the distance again, and his expression instantly became more solemn. "Haha, Jiraiya, haven't you noticed the problem yet?" Jiraiya said, having completed the seals and prepared to enter Sage Mode. He knew very well that it was impossible to defeat Uchiha Madara with his normal state. Only Sage Mode might be able to fight that guy. Hearing what Orochimaru said, Jiraiya remembered something and quickly turned his attention to Yahiko and Uzumaki Nagato, who were fighting Uchiha Madara. "That guy is he Madara?" Jiraiya couldn't believe his eyes. Although he realized that Uchiha Madara was in a state of reincarnation, Jiraiya felt even more pressure. But at this moment, Jiraiya did not choose to back down. He decisively entered Sage Mode and summoned all 2 great Toad Sage from Mount Myaboku. Toad Fukasaku and Toad Shima appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. Seeing the Konoha village in front of them and the huge Susanoo in the distance, the faces of the 2 Toad Sages instantly became very serious. "Little Jiraiya, long time no see." Fukasaku greeted in a deep voice. At the same time, his eyes quickly surveyed the entire battlefield. "I'm sorry to summon you here at this time, but Konoha village is in big trouble. 2 immortals plays fight with me." Jiraiya said apologetically, "This chakra aura is really special. It seems that Konoha is indeed in big trouble." "Little Jiraiya, don't worry, we will help you." Although Toad Shima sensed that Uchiha Madara's aura was very powerful, it even made them feel deeply fearful. However, since they were summoned by Jiraiya, neither Toad Sage chose to back down. "Then I'll leave it to you two." Jiraiya clasped his fists and palms together, his eyes firm. "It's about time, little Jiraiya." Toad Fukasaku said hello, and in an instant Jiraiya rushed towards the target quickly. While rushing towards Uchiha Madara, he also quickly formed the seal, Ninpo technique. Toad Oil Bomb. Seeing Jiraiya decisively rushing to support Uzumaki Nagato and Yahiko, Orochimaru's eyes became extremely deep. He stared at the figures moving crazily on the battlefield. Although he was deeply afraid of Uchiha Madara's strength at this moment, he also felt a touch of fire in his heart. This man is as famous as First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Although he is in the state of reincarnation, if I can get his cells, it may have a very different effect on my research. It's interesting, haha. Orochimaru thought greedily in his heart and couldn't help but lick his tongue. At the same time, he also thought of another more interesting thing. This is something he has always wanted to do, but didn't dare to do it, but now he no longer has that worry. The people in the village are busy dealing with the threat of Uchiha Madara. Even the old man from third generation was busy protecting the villagers and taking everyone to the shelter. No one cared about what strange things happened in the village. The guards in that place were also more empty than ever. So this is a great opportunity. Thinking in his mind, Orochimaru was too lazy to pay attention to the battle between Jiraiya and Uchiha Madara. He turned around and walked towards the cemetery outside Konoha village. Soon, Orochimaru arrived at Konoha Cemetery. Here are buried all the ninjas who have contributed to the village since the establishment of Konoha village, whether they are famous ninjas or unknown ninjas. There is no difference from your own judgment. Orochimaru came here and found that the guards had already rushed over to join the battle. Hee. That guy Madara will definitely be surprised if he sees that adult. Orochimaru thought to himself and quickly came to a mausoleum. Looking at the mausoleum in front of him, his face became much more serious, and his eyes were full of awe. Because the ninja buried here is none other than the famous ninja god in the ninja world, Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama. As someone who has peeked at the sealed book, Orochimaru has already learned the art of reincarnation from dirty soil, and he has worked tirelessly to perfect this ninjutsu over the years. I never had a clue. After all, this is a forbidden technique developed by second Hokage Senju Tabarama himself, and the difficulty of practicing it is far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. It is even more difficult to perfect it. However, after seeing Uchiha Madara today, Orochimaru suddenly had an epiphany. The difficult and complicated diseases that troubled me in the past are no longer a problem now. That's why he had this idea, and planned to dig out the body of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, so that he could use the art of reincarnation to summon Senju Hashirama to fight. Sorry, Shadai. If the opponent is Uchiha Madara, I'm afraid only you can compete with it. I have no choice but to do this. After some self-consolation and justification, the last trace of awe and guilt in Orochimaru's heart no longer remained. With one decisive blow, he shattered the tomb of Senju Hashirama and took away the body inside. But Orochimaru was not satisfied. He soon came to another tomb. Buried here is another legendary strongman of Konoha, Senju Hashirama's biological brother, Konoha's second Hokage Senju Tabarama. Although Senju Tabarama is far inferior to his elder brother Senju Hashirama in terms of ninja achievements, he is still one of the top strongmen who can make countless ninjas fearful. Orochimaru decisively stole Senju Tabarama's body. Originally, he planned to take away the remains of other powerful men from all ages of Konoha. However, it happened that at this moment he sensed someone approaching. Now his identity is very special, and he has returned to Konoha under Uchiha's strong restraint. If someone discovers that he has done such a rebellious thing, it will be very troublesome. Orochimaru had to quickly escape to the ground and disappear. At this time in Konoha village, Jiraiya succeeded in a sneak attack with a toad oil bomb. Catalyzed by the toad oil, the raging fire became extremely powerful and completely surrounded Uchiha Madara's huge Susanoo. However, the burning high-temperature flames did not cause any harm to Uchiha Madara. He stood on the head of Susanoo, who was several hundred meters high, looking down at Jiraiya who was attacking him, his eyes showing contempt but also a hint of interest. Sage mode. Looking at the special lines on Jiraiya's face and the two toad sages carried on his shoulders, Uchiha Madara recognized this pattern at just a glance. At the same time, an old rival also came to mind. The same name as Sage Mode. Compared with Hashirama, you are not even 1/10,000th as good as him. You're just an ant not worthy of me using all my strength. Speaking, Uchiha Madara slightly raised her fingers. In an instant, a chakra black rod shot down from the air towards Jiraiya. It is still a very tricky angle, and the field of vision of people standing on the ground will be affected by looking up, resulting in a blind spot in the field of vision. However, Jiraiya is completely different from Kakuzu. With two great toad sages helping to condense natural energy, Jiraiya can easily sense changes in the surrounding environment. He immediately spotted the chakra black rod coming from the blind spot and avoided the fatal blow with just an easy dodge. Seeing Jiraiya's reaction, Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, a little surprised. At this time, Uzumaki Nagato's attack struck. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Uchiha Madara's attention was attracted by Jiraiya, Uzumaki Nagato took decisive action. He had already been planning to use planetary devastation to seal Uchiha Madara. Now finding an opportunity, under the power of Uzumaki Nagato, the earth began to tremble violently. Uchiha Madara was distracted again and looked at the ground solemnly. From his condescending perspective, he could clearly see the rapidly crumbling earth. This also means that the move has been launched. As the first Esper to awaken the Rinnegan Eye, he was well aware of the power of planetary devastation. At this time, Uchiha Madara ignored Jiraiya who was in Sage mode and began to turn around and concentrate on dealing with Uzumaki Nagato. At this time, his huge Susanoo had begun to be wrapped in a large amount of sand, soil, debris, etc. And his body also felt the tearing force that was so powerful that it was almost impossible to resist. This is one of the effects of planetary devastation when activated. On the other side, Yahiko noticed Jiraiya who came to support. Although Jiraiya in Sage mode had some slight changes in appearance, Yahiko still recognized Jiraiya at a glance. Jiraiya-sensei. He called out to Jiraiya, "Now is not the time for small talk, let's get rid of this guy first." Of course, Jiraiya also saw the process of Uzumaki Nagato taking action against Uchiha Madara. He is well informed, and he can recognize Uzumaki Nagato's eyes just at a glance. which is most likely the samsara eye of the legendary sage of 6 paths. While feeling shocked, he quickly jumped to the side to avoid being affected and to give Nagato Uzumaki enough fighting space. Yahiko followed. Both men looked nervously at Uchiha Madara, who was constantly restrained by the wrap. At this moment, in just a short moment, Uchiha Madara has truly turned into a mountain. This is a visual effect caused by the huge Susanoo that is hundreds of meters high and covered with a large amount of soil, sand, gravel, vegetation, etc. And this process is still going on. Soon, Susanoo's original human form turned into an oval shape. Moreover, Uchiha Madara and the huge Susanoo began to be pulled into the sky by the tyrannical attraction. More debris flew over from all directions, and the huge body was sealed and gradually changed from an oval to a huge sphere. Is that your disciple? What an amazing power, little Jiraiya. Toad Sage Fukasaku couldn't help but admired when he saw this scene. Toad Shima also nodded. The child's father, do you remember these eyes? Ah, how could I forget that? Toad Fukasaku immediately replied solemnly. At the same time, its mind thought of the legendary being that the great Toad Sage had spoken of and the prophetic dream it had shown them. Nagato's Rinnegan belongs to Uchiha Madara. He is here to attack Konoha now, not only to capture the 9-tailed beasts, but also to retrieve those eyes. After Yahiko heard the conversation between the two weird toads on Jiraiya's shoulder, he couldn't help but take the initiative to explain. His explanation, combined with Orochimaru's brief introduction to Jiraiya before, allowed Jiraiya to further understand the ins and outs of what happened here. Jiraiya was naturally surprised when he heard that the Samsara Eye was owned by Uchiha Madara. The two Toad Sages also expressed their disbelief. Uchiha Madara actually has the Samsara Eye. Could it be that? Jiraiya had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't have time to delve into it at the moment. Uchiha Madara, who was about to be sealed, suddenly sneered contemptuously at this moment. He is not a member of our Uchiha clan, but he can easily control the power of these eyes and even develop them to such an extent. Your talent and potential are indeed very good, Nagato. I recognize you. If you are willing to work under me and grow up with me, I can leave these eyes to you. Uchiha Madara still stands on Susanoo's head, which is hundreds of meters high. At this moment, he looked calm and relaxed, not looking at Uzumaki Nagato's planetary devastation at all. He even leisurely extended an invitation to Uzumaki Nagato. And he didn't lie, he really had this idea, and planned to give Uzumaki Nagato the Samsara Eye as long as he agreed to come and help him. For Uchiha Madara, who understands the power of the chakra fruit, the mere Samsara Eye is nothing. As long as you can successfully resurrect 10 tails and obtain the chakra fruit, you will be able to evolve again. By then, Uchiha Madara is almost 100% certain that he will definitely gain stronger eye power and abilities through evolution. An ordinary pair of reincarnation eyes really wasn't that important to him at that time. Of course, the premise is that he must be able to ensure the resurrection of 10 tails. I won't be with you. It's unexpected that you didn't wake up after being deceived. We have different paths and don't work together. Madara, it's my kindness to you that I didn't hold you accountable for using me in the first place. Uzumaki Nagato sternly rejected the other party. This made Uchiha Madara a little annoyed. However, he was not hysterical. Instead, he sneered contemptuously, extremely stupid. It seems that you are not a very smart guy. I take back my previous evaluation of you. These eyes are mine originally, and all the abilities were developed by me first. You don't think that such a trick can work on me, do you? Uchiha Madara, who was rejected, began to prepare a counterattack after sarcastically mocking Uzumaki Nagato. He just casually injected chakra drive, and the huge Susanoo on his body immediately easily broke away the large amount of sand and gravel covering his right leg. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Madara gently raised his hand, and Susanoo's right arm immediately cracked open the thick layer of soil and gravel wrapped around it, smashing it into pieces and falling to the ground. Then there's the left foot and the left hand. Finally, there is the body. In the face of Uchiha Madara's terrifying power, Uzumaki Nagato's confident move of planetary devastation seal was like a child's playhouse, with no actual binding force at all. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Nagato's expression immediately changed. He didn't dare to neglect and quickly clasped his hands tightly and began to output more chakra. He is still trying to save it, trying to use planetary devastation to seal Uchiha Madara. But at this moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly snorted impatiently, and then an even more terrifying chakra erupted from his body. This chakra formed a substantial shockwave that was completely visible to the naked eye, instantly shattering all the soil, sand, and gravel on Susanoo's body. After shattering all the restraints on his body, Uchiha Madara slashed at Uzumaki Nagato with one knife. However, the blow, which was powerful enough to split the mountain, failed to have the slightest impact on Uzumaki Nagato at this moment, because he suddenly used the Shinra Tensei to rebound the attack. Immediately afterwards, Uzumaki Nagato directly used the Shura Cannon to counterattack Uchiha Madara. A large number of rockets summoned by him from another world were fired towards Uchiha Madara. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya and Yahiko immediately rushed forward to join the battle, besieging Uchiha Madara without saying a word. At the same time, Yahiko also used the same ability as Uzumaki Nagato, and also summoned the Shura Cannon to launch a rocket attack on Uchiha Madara from a distance. Jiraiya, who was taking action with him next to him, saw this move and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He specifically confirmed that Yahiko did not have the Samsara Eye. Yahiko, what is your ability? Jiraiya-sensei, this matter is a long story, and now is not the time. My friend's life is in danger. Although Uzumaki Nagato had used Shinra Tensei to deflect Uchiha Madara's slash, Yahiko knew that Nagato alone could not beat Uchiha Madara. He started to increase his output. Seeing this situation, Jiraiya naturally stopped asking questions and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the battle against Uchiha Madara. Facing the Shura cannons attacking from both front and rear directions, Uchiha Madara remained calm. Little tricks. He hummed softly, then suddenly took a deep breath and took a big breath through his mouth. Immediately afterwards, he spurted out the breath he inhaled along with the chakra. In an instant, the Shura cannons coming from both ends were blown away, failing to threaten him at all. But another attack aroused Uchiha Madara's vigilance. He looked back at the two-toed sages on Jiraiya's shoulders. He is immortal, and his physical strength and chakra are close to infinite. If you want to defeat him, you can only use that move, Fukasaku-sama Shima-sama. The trouble, Jiraiya reminded the two-toed sages on his shoulders. This is not the first time these two have fought side by side with him. They already know his inner thoughts and they coincide with each other. At this time, Toad Fukasaku replied, "Don't worry, little Jiraiya, we have prepared enough Sage Jutsu Chakra. There is only one chance left. Let those two boys cover their ears." Toad Shima also said. After hearing their words, Uchiha Madara's eyes immediately froze. He knew that his judgment was not wrong and that the situation he perceived was not false. The Sage Jutsu Chakra accumulated in the bodies of the two-toed sages was very large. This was obviously to prepare some kind of technique powerful enough to deal with them. Even if Uchiha Madara, who has experienced many battles, could not guess what Jiraiya planned to do to him, he would not let Jiraiya use that move when he felt threatened at this moment. Seeing that Jiraiya had begun to form seals, Uchiha Madara instantly swooped down from Suzunu's head, directly gave up controlling the relatively slow-moving Suzunu, and turned to fighting with his own body. This shows how much he values Jiraiya in Sage mode. Seeing Uchiha Madara swooping down towards him like a meteor with lightning speed, Jiraiya's expression instantly became solemn. He immediately took action. Sage Art Toad Duel. This move is none other than Sage Jutsu Genjutsu, Jiraiya-sensei. Fortunately, it was stopped in time. It would have been troublesome if you had successfully used that move. Seeing his disciples Jiraiya, Yahiko, and others all fall to the ground, his pupils shrank slightly. The leader was an elderly ninja, wearing a tight-fitting combat uniform with two ribbons tied around his head and holding a Vajra-Ruyi stick in his hand. Obviously, if they don't get timely treatment, they will definitely die. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was about to take back his Samsara Eye, at this moment, suddenly a large group of ninjas rushed over. The two-toed sages suffered this fatal blow at the same time. Not only did they lose their combat effectiveness on the spot, they were also seriously injured and fell unconscious. "Madara, before I defeat you, I will not die so easily." Yahiko shouted at Jiraiya, who was pinned to the ground and unable to move. As soon as he was distracted, Uchiha Madara immediately seized the opportunity to attack. Uchiha Madara also happened to look at him and snorted contemptuously. "Disciple of Senju Tabarama, are you not dead yet?" After asking this question, it was obvious that the two people knew each other. If it can be used successfully, not to mention Uchiha Madara, Sage of Six Paths will be hit, and is the most difficult to defend Sonic Genjutsu. Although they can use Sage Jutsu Chakra to fight and look very powerful, their physical defense is far from comparable to humans. However, because he had been seen through long ago and attracted Uchiha Madara to take action personally, Jiraiya was still a little bit behind and failed to use this move at the last moment. It's just that the chakra in the body is instantly disrupted, and it can no longer use any power. This outfit is none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi of the Third Hokage, who has long since retired. "I'm sorry I'm late." As soon as his voice rang out, a puff was heard. Even though he looked flawless and extremely relaxed at this moment, facing Uchiha Madara, who was looking up to the sky and laughing wildly, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did not dare to attack rashly. Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared in front of Yahiko and gave him a chakra black stick while the other party was not prepared. As a human, Jiraiya was in better condition. Although his body suffered a penetrating injury from the chakra black rod, it was not fatal. Feeling the natural energy gradually dissipating in nature, which was so huge that even he felt deeply afraid, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded seriously. Then his eyes naturally turned to Uchiha Madara. However, the two-toed sages were unlucky. Yahiko, who was caught off guard for a moment, was also pierced through his body. Chakra became disordered and unable to be used, and he immediately lost his combat effectiveness. He seemed to have heard some great joke. The game of house is over. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. After staring at the three targets he had eliminated to ensure that they were no longer a threat, Uchiha Madara muttered to himself and then turned to look at Uzumaki Nagato and Yahiko. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who came to support with the Anbu members and other elite jonin from Konoha village, glanced around. Up to this moment, only Uzumaki Nagato was left with fighting power on the battlefield. The bodies of Jiraiya, Toad Fukasaku, and Toad Shima were hit and pierced by the chakra black rod created by Uchiha Madara at the same time. Uchiha Madara looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. After laughing, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team with contempt. Do you want to defeat me? Okay, I'd like to see what the level of the disciples taught by that guy who only knows how to play sneak attacks is like. With that said, Uchiha Madara instantly returned to the Susanoo, and then controlled the huge Susanoo and began to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen and his party. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemn, not daring to relax in the slightest and underestimate the enemy. While he responded calmly, he gave orders to his subordinates. You guys go rescue people and leave him to me to deal with. The main purpose of doing this is to prevent your Anbu from participating in the war, because this is no longer a level they can participate in. Those Anbu also understood very well. After receiving the order from Sarutobi Hiruzen, they immediately spread out to rescue other injured ninjas. Uzumaki Nagato reminded. Those black chakra rods, they will affect the flow of people's chakra and restrict people's movements, even with a light touch. Hearing his reminder, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him. Nagato, you come and use sealing techniques, I will restrain him. Clear. Uzumaki Nagato was worried that no one could attract Uchiha Madara's firepower, so he could not use planetary devastation again. After being greeted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he immediately felt strong fighting spirit once again. This time he planned to use a true planetary devastation that was at least 2 levels stronger. The planetary devastation he used before was broken free by Uchiha Madara, which made him realize the root cause. It was not because his chakra output was not enough, but because Uchiha Madara easily destroyed the core of that move. Although the sealing techniques of planetary devastation are powerful, its shortcomings are also obvious. As long as enough force is applied to destroy the core that generates strong attraction, it can lose its sealing effect. Uchiha Madara, as the original owner of the Samsara Eye, is naturally very aware of this shortcoming. So he just took advantage of this shortcoming and broke the core to escape. However, true planetary devastation and conventional planetary devastation are not the same thing. Not only does it have a larger sealing range, but its sealing ability is also more powerful. The only drawback is that using this move will seriously reduce Uzumaki Nagato's own lifespan. But now, he can't control that much anymore. As long as the formidable opponent Uchiha Madara can be defeated here, why not sacrifice yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the determination in Uzumaki Nagato's eyes. He realized that the next step must be a life-and-death battle, so he quickly gathered his mind and concentrated on dealing with Uchiha Madara. Although he is old, as second Hokage Senjutaburama's most valued disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is unquestionable. The Vajra Wishful Rod in his hand was spinning at high speed like a windmill, and Hiruzen Sarutobi himself moved quickly, approaching Uchiha Madara quickly. Boom! Uchiha Madara swung the chakra machete in his hand and struck it at Hiruzen Sarutobi, but he dodged it. The ground cracked in an instant, leaving a shocking scar. And Sarutobi Hiruzen climbed up Susanoo and quickly rushed to a place less than 100 meters away from Uchiha Madara. The Vajra Rui stick in his hand immediately began to continuously attack the chakra giant at his feet. In one fell swoop, The indestructible Vajra-Rui rod actually knocked away a lot of the chakra armor on Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. Although this did not have much impact on Uchiha Madara was surprised to see that the Vajra-Rui stick was so powerful and could directly cause damage to his own absolute defense. 300-meter huge flame dragons instantly enveloped the sky, dragging rolling flames towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fire-style fire dragon sings. It wasn't until Sarutobi Hiruzen was so close that he was only 50 meters away that Uchiha Madara took action. Compared with the power of the big explosion water shockwave, which can directly create a huge lake, the power of the water dragon bomb is obviously much smaller. He said nothing, folded his arms and allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to rush forward. Facing the overwhelming raging flame dragon, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to neglect and immediately used water-style ninjutsu to deal with it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. But the moment the flames came into contact with the water flow, they immediately made a boiling sound, and a large amount of water vapor evaporated. After a low cry, the torrent instantly surged up against the trend, charging towards the raging flaming dragon. The scope of the impact of water and fire is extremely huge, as if it is a head-on confrontation between the sea of fire and the ocean. In an instant, the scope of the flames narrowed rapidly. The rolling flames and angry dragons finally collided with the explosive water shockwave released by Hiruzen Sarutobi in just an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly took a breath and secretly tried hard to refine chakra to replenish it, so as to replenish the loss caused by the previous move. He bit the bullet and quickly used up the chakra he had finally gathered together. Water-style multiple water dragon bombs. At this moment, Uchiha Madara still has a mentality of playing tricks on the enemy. The mediocre low-level fire style, when he used it casually, was like a super move that destroyed the world. The raging flames brought by the super S-level forbidden technique once again enveloped Sarutobi Hiruzen. Come down. In less than half a minute, the moves of the two people were completely consumed by each other. Sure enough, people cannot accept old age. Chakra and physical strength are not as good as before. Similarly, the water style released by Sarutobi Hiruzen was also evaporated very quickly. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen Sarutobi reacted so quickly. He immediately stopped and crossed his hands and flashed. Without being able to see his seal movements clearly, he could only hear him shout in a low voice. Water-style big explosion water shockwave. Who is Uchiha Madara? Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take the opportunity to attack again, he had already seen through everything and sneered. That move just now was a good response. Fire-style the fire is extinguished. His big explosion water shockwave is exactly what it sounds like. Then how should you deal with this next move? Coupled with the fact that the attack is launched from a high position, this move adds to the 3-point power. There was no earth-shattering noise. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and once again used his famous fire-style ninjutsu. However, on the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a trace of cold sweat on his cheeks, and his eyes looked even more solemn than before. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed slightly. I thought that my fire style would definitely make the opponent miserable and embarrassed. Sizz. Even multiple water blasts. This move was evenly matched, but Uchiha Madara still looked calm and relaxed. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, showing a trace of contempt again. The move just now that exploded water shockwave was quite a burden for him. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually planned to use water-style ninjutsu with a smaller attack range to counter his own powerful fire annihilation, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sneer. Is that all you have? Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored his ridicule and continued to output seriously. 5 huge water dragons appeared in front of them, rushing towards the oncoming sea of flames. Boom, 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 boom. 5 consecutive water dragons impacted the ocean of flames, and the huge impact shattered the originally connected ocean of flames into pieces in an instant. The scattered flames were instantly blocked by the large amount of water spray released after the water dragon burst. There was another sizzling sound of steaming water, and Uchiha Madara's fire style was blocked again. This time, Uchiha Madara's eyes became much colder, and the sneer expression just now disappeared. My water style was developed by Master Second Hokage, whom you have always looked down upon. Fire style specifically designed to deal with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately angered Uchiha Madara and replied angrily. He knew that Uzumaki Nagato had prepared his ultimate move at this moment, because even he could feel the subtle and extremely powerful chakra fluctuations. As long as he can delay for a little longer, Uzumaki Nagato will be able to release the sealing technique smoothly. He is also very optimistic about the power of the Samsara Eye. At present, I am afraid that only that kind of power can stop Uchiha Madara's ambition. You ant. Uchiha Madara himself felt extremely hatred for Senju Tabarama, who killed his own brother. I only regret that I was unable to kill Senju Tabarama with my own hands and avenge my brother. At this moment, when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's taunt, he was instantly angered. With 2 more chakra black sticks in his hand, Uchiha Madara stopped talking nonsense with Sarutobi Hiruzen and instantly swooped down towards him, preparing to kill the old man. But at this moment, Uzumaki Nagato suddenly appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a bang. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Third Generation. Please leave the rest to me. After the words fell, he decisively launched a new round of ultimate moves at Uchiha Madara. True planetary devastation. The moment he saw Uzumaki Nagato, Uchiha Madara's eyes became awe-inspiring. Hearing that he actually used the true planetary devastation, Uchiha Madara suddenly became so angry that his face twisted and he snorted. Are you willing to waste your life, you guy? But do you think this can seal me? You're too naive. Although that is said, the power of the real planetary devastation is really not something that ordinary people can contend with. Uchiha Madara's body, which originally swooped down with great momentum, was forcefully pulled up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of sand, gravel, dust, vegetation, boulders, etc. seemed to be endless, gathering from all directions at a super fast speed. In a moment, not only Uchiha Madara was sealed in it, but also the huge Susanoo, which was hundreds of meters high and was as big as a hill, was also completely wrapped up. The powerful sealing force makes it almost impossible for Uchiha Madara to break free. After a while, a super giant ball with a diameter of more than 3 kilometers appeared in the sky, and its volume was still increasing. Uzumaki Nagato's face turned pale and he was panting. Using this move will consume more than 90% of his chakra almost instantly. Although the effect was immediate, he still did not dare to relax at all. At this moment, Uzumaki Nagato is still squeezing his own cells, frantically refining chakra to replenish consumption, while also continuing to increase chakra output. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the super ball in the air with a solemn expression, feeling shocked but also slightly relieved. He could feel that Uchiha Madara's chakra aura was being suppressed. They are indeed the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. This eye power is probably the only one in the entire ninja world. While he was talking, the size of the huge sphere in the air increased by 3 points again. It is suspended in the sky above Konoha, like another small planet. It wasn't until the diameter of the huge sphere reached about 10 kilometers that its volume finally stopped expanding. Uzumaki Nagato felt that his eyes were black. His body felt as if it had been completely hollowed out, and his originally white and tender face looked even more old and haggard. Excessive chakra consumption also had an immediate impact on his body. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly returned to his side. Thank you for your hard work, young man. At this time, the Anbu members sent out to rescue the injured ninja also rescued the injured Kakashi, Jiraiya, Hyuga Hayashi, Yahiko, and others. And medical ninjas provided treatment on the spot. Are you okay, Nagato? Yahiko saw the process of Uzumaki Nagato performing the true planetary devastation just now. He also mastered this ability and knew exactly what the cost of using this move would be. Don't worry, I won't die yet. Uzumaki Nagato waved his hand. Although he looked like he was on the verge of death just now, after such a period of recovery, his originally pale face began to regain its color. Not only that, dry skin also becomes plump and elastic again. As expected of a member of the Uzumaki clan, this chakra is also difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Sarutobi Hiruzen marveled silently in his heart. Further away, Orochimaru, who had just stolen the bodies of first Hokage and second Hokage, happened to be back here. Seeing the huge sphere in the sky, Orochimaru's eyes were slightly awe-inspiring. Is the battle over? His pupils flashed with uncertainty. I didn't expect that the power of the Samsara Eye would be so powerful, even that Uchiha Madara couldn't fight against my own eyes. Orochimaru also saw the true power of the Samsara Eye for the first time. At this moment, he had to marvel in his heart. At the same time, Orochimaru also had a strong curiosity about the Rinnegan Eye. It would be great if we could get some cells related to the Samsara Eye for research. As a great scientist, Orochimaru naturally thought of this first. Of course, it would be better if you could take away those eyes directly. But this idea can only be an idea. After all, if Uchiha Dali knew that he dared to attack his companions, he would really be dead. One of the conditions for agreeing to return to Konoha was that his companions were never allowed to be used as guinea pigs. When Orochimaru was thinking about the Samsara Eye, Suddenly, the huge sphere in the sky suddenly exploded. Booms, booms, boom. An earth-shaking sound, as if the sky was cracking, filled the entire Konoha village. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Uchiha vigorously woke up from the meditative state and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the empty space around him, he sighed helplessly. Perhaps because the power of Otsutsuki Ishiki has reached the point where it is close to that of a god, the magical sealing techniques he cast have a powerful sealing effect on the entire alien space. No matter how hard Uchiha tries to crack it, he can't get out of this predicament so far. As long as the seal here is not unlocked for a day, I am afraid that no matter how powerful the space ninjutsu is, I will not be able to leave this ghost place. This is troublesome. I didn't expect that guy to still hide this trick. Uchiha vigorously shook his head again and smiled bitterly. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel worried in my heart, and I didn't know what the situation in Konoha village was like now. With that guy Uchiha Madara's P***G ability, it doesn't take a guess to know that he will definitely take this opportunity to attack the Leaf Village. But what is more worrying is actually C.I. Xuan. That guy is controlled by Otsutsuki Ishiki, and his power is more terrifying than Uchiha Madara. Forget it, let the ninja world wish itself well. Uchiha shook his head vigorously to throw all distracting thoughts out of his mind. He began to try to understand more sealing techniques. As long as the magical seal of this ghost place can be unlocked, then it will be the Otsutsuki Ishiki guy's turn to be unlucky. I want you to taste the feeling of being trapped in one place and unable to live. Uchiha thought with gritted teeth in his heart. With the cooperation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Nagato used the true planetary devastation to seal Uchiha Madara again. I thought that this time, by spending my life and using a power close to that of a god, I should be able to successfully seal this terrifying opponent. But what no one expected was that Uchiha Madara once again easily shattered Uzumaki Nagato's seal. A large ball with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers exploded in midair. Uchiha Madara, who transformed into a chakra giant hundreds of meters tall, was unscathed. At this moment his face was full of anger, and his eyes looking at Uzumaki Nagato became sharp and cold. Your abilities are always a problem. It seems I have to get my eyes back first. Uchiha Madara looked down at the Uzumaki Nagato on the ground indifferently, and issued a warning that seemed to be a reminder. Hearing his words, Uzumaki Nagato's heart trembled, as if he immediately felt the invisible and terrifying pressure surrounding himself. He's too powerful. Yahiko looked solemn. He never expected that the almost godlike sealing techniques used by Nagato Uzumaki, which he consumed a lot of chakra and life, could not seal an Uchiha Madara. Such an existence, such a terrifying power really makes people feel desperate. Young people don't give up easily. You are favored by the fourth Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked back at Yahiko and encouraged him. Hearing this, Yahiko's heart trembled, and a new fighting spirit instantly ignited in his heart. Yes, if we don't stand up to Uchiha Madara, then who will protect the world? This is what Master Fourth Hokage expects and entrusts us with. I'm going to F*************************************************************************************** Ku Yahiko. Uzumaki Nagato said, preparing to launch another active attack against Uchiha Madara. At this time, Uzumaki Nagato and Yahiko were already in close combat with Uchiha Madara. Hee. If this kind of battle continues, he will definitely be the winner. There was only a bang sound and a figure appeared in front of him. Orochimaru, if you don't want to help, get out of the way. Use your own body as a medium to summon Shinigami, allowing Shinigami to swallow the target's soul and permanently seal it forever. Although this move may offend some guys, it is also because I have no choice. I believe that the gentleman will forgive me. They need your help. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought silently in his heart. Half of the seals had been completed. However, the corpse seal is one of the powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. In the face of this move, Uchiha Madara himself is not sure that he can escape. If this trick can be successfully used on Uchiha Madara, it will not only seal the opponent to solve the crisis, but it can even end it once and for all, making it impossible for Uchiha Madara to be summoned again. In fact, the conversation between the two of them and the seal that Hiruzen Sarutobi had completed had already attracted Uchiha Madara's attention. The move he was talking about was also a sealing technique. It was very powerful, but the cost of using it was that your own life would be deprived of it. After thinking clearly about the pros and cons, Uchiha Madara immediately gave up counterattacking Yahiko and Uzumaki Nagato and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively. Hearing the voice behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head in surprise and immediately saw Orochimaru's evil face. With the awareness of death, he prepared the chakra, but at the same time he quickly asked Orochimaru, "What can you do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not idle either. He formed seals decisively. Orochimaru, you should also know that this is the only way to deal with Uchiha Madara. Seeing Uchiha Madara change the target to attack him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank severely. Since that move can't seal Madara, then I have no choice but to use this move. And this powerful forbidden sealing technique is called the zombie sealing technique. Planetary devastation is the ability of his own samsara eye, so he can know the weaknesses of this sealing techniques, and is powerful enough to violently break the seal of this technique. Don't you want to see what a truly peaceful world is like, teacher? I have a better way to deal with Uchiha Madara than using that move, haha. Uchiha Madara saw clearly that the seal that Sarutobi Hiruzen was sealing was the corpse seal, and he also began to feel fear in his heart. Orochimaru turned his head, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said evilly with a half-smile, "But Uchiha Madara has an advantage that everyone present does not have. His chakra and physical strength are close to unlimited, and his recovery ability is far beyond everyone's imagination." Sarutobi Hiruzen has completed the seal and is preparing to activate the seal while Uzumaki Nagato and Yahiko are restraining Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru finished speaking with a devilish smile and suddenly clapped his hands. After hearing this, Yahiko also followed up, and the two men started to attack Uchiha Madara from the left and right sides respectively. But at this moment, a playful and evil voice suddenly came from behind him. "You will die yourself if you use that move." The strength of the two people has reached the level of Super Shadow level, and they join forces to attack Uchiha Madara, whose strength has not yet returned to its peak. Although they cannot win steadily, the two sides are evenly matched. After saying that, he continued to form seals. "We must not let that guy do that." What appeared in front of Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen was a dark guy. He is one of Black Zetsu's clones. It was this guy who appeared in Konoha's cemetery before. Originally, Orochimaru thought it was the guarding ninja of Konoha, but after discovering that it was Black Zetsu's clone, he immediately took action and captured Black Zetsu. Just in time, now it can be used as a sacrifice for the reincarnation of the Dirty Land. After using a medium to channel the captured Black Zetsu, Orochimaru used the Earth Reincarnation technique without saying a word and began to summon First Hokage Senju Hashirama. His Earth Reincarnation technique, inspired by Uchiha Madara, has been greatly improved and is now close to perfection. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could figure out what was going on, in the blink of an eye, a body condensed from countless filthy soil appeared in front of him. After Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this figure clearly, his pupils shrank severely and his whole body trembled. This is Hatsu Shadai. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and couldn't believe what he saw. And just when he was shocked, First Hokage Senju Hashirama's body was completely formed. "Oh, it's little Sarutobi. It's strange. Why am I here? This is." The summoned Senju clearly retained his consciousness and recognized Hiruzen Sarutobi at a glance. But when he saw the scene around him clearly, Senju Hashirama was stunned. This seems to be Konoha. Huh, what a powerful chakra aura, it's Madara. Senju Hashirama finally reacted and turned around suddenly, just in time to see Uchiha Madara falling from the sky wielding the chakra black stick and intending to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Seeing that Senju Hashirama was actually summoned, Uchiha Madara was also very shocked at this moment, and the movements of his hands slowed down for a moment. When he came in front of him, Senju Hashirama had quick eyesight and quick hands. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the chakra black stick that he was stabbing at. Instantly, the flow of chakra in his body was restricted, but not much. After all, he is a man with real chakra, and the amount of chakra is far beyond what ordinary people can compare with. With Uchiha Madara's current level of strength, it is simply impossible to control Senju Hashirama through a simple chakra black rod. As a result, the chakra black rod, which was enough to kill any ninja on the spot and lose its combat effectiveness, was held in Senju Hashirama's hand as if nothing had happened. He stared at Uchiha Madara seriously and asked in a deep voice, "What is going on, Madara? Why are you here? And why did I return to the village? I remember that I had obviously." "What?" Senju Hashirama said, turning his eyes slightly, looking at Orochimaru behind him. "Did you do it?" "This move seems to be Tabarama's technique." As soon as he finished speaking, Senju Hashirama suddenly released a terrifying chakra pressure. In an instant, the surrounding ground and ruins cracked and shattered. Orochimaru's face was covered in cold sweat and he was filled with fear. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very shocked. This is the power of Shaddai. It's exactly the same as before. In this state now, I can feel that my strength is not as strong as before. Senju Hashirama said. At the same time, a mysterious halo appeared on his body, and these halos gradually turned into dots of stars. It also means that Senju Hashirama has completely gotten rid of Orochimaru's control over his earthly reincarnation. It is indeed me who summoned you, Shaddai, in order to use your power to deal with threats to Konoha. Orochimaru explains the ins and outs to Senju Hashirama. As he spoke, he looked towards Uchiha Madara. After hearing that Uchiha Madara tried to attack Konoha and take away the nine-tailed beasts, Senju Hashirama's expression instantly became extremely serious. After all these years, you still haven't changed at all, Madara. He looked at his old rival and mortal enemy seriously and tried to influence him with love. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara laughed wildly when he heard this. You are already dead, why don't you come to this world to join in the fun, Hashirama? Stop talking nonsense, no one can stop me today, not even you. Let us decide the winner again. Uchiha Madara said, kicking Senju Hashirama hard. However, his powerful and indestructible kick was once again easily blocked by Senju Hashirama. I'll stop you, just like I did, Madara. Turn back. After saying that, he suddenly exerted force, grabbed Uchiha Madara's feet and threw him out hard. Boom! Uchiha Madara, who is so powerful that he is almost invincible, making it impossible for Uzumaki Nagato, Yahiko, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku, Namikaze Minato, and other strong men to compete. At this moment is actually just being defeated. Senju Hashirama's casual blow was smashed to the ground on the spot. Such a scene left everyone present stunned and in disbelief. However, Uchiha Madara, who was smashed into the ground, was not seriously injured. A large amount of purple chakra quickly condensed on his body, forming a complete Susanoo. Senju Hashirama didn't like him either. He struck first and caught up with him and punched him again. The seemingly indestructible perfect Susanoo was struck by such a punch from Senju Hashirama, and a large number of cracks appeared in an instant. Then it suddenly shattered and fell down into a large piece. However, Uchiha Madara also took advantage of this opportunity to get a breather, and immediately launched a counterattack against Senju Hashirama. He swung the chakra sword and slashed Senju Hashirama, sending him flying thousands of meters upside down. Immediately afterwards, the chakra giant hundreds of meters high began to run on the ground, with a burst of sparks and lightning, catching up with Senju Hashirama in an instant. However, at this moment, everyone saw a large forest suddenly rising from the ground, and countless vegetation rushed in like violent ocean currents, forcefully pushing back the chakra giant that was pursuing them. Rumbles, rumbles. The earth trembled violently. In the blink of an eye, a huge Senju cannon appeared in front of everyone. It was also hundreds of meters high, far exceeding the peaks around Konoha village. Ever since Senju Hashirama took action, Uchiha Madara and him could destroy the world and easily change the terrain with one casual blow. Such an astonishing power once again stunned everyone watching the battle. Is this the power of the ninja god? Uzumaki Nagato looked at the large forest created for fighting and the hundreds of meters high Senju Buddha in amazement, and couldn't help but marvel. Yahiko on the side was also stunned by the scene in front of him. This power is no longer a battle that we can intervene in. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to himself in equal shock. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who were originally bitter enemies and lifelong rivals, met again in this world. The two men fought without saying a word, vowing to decide the winner. However, at this moment, both of them are in the state of reincarnation, and their chakra endurance, physical strength, recovery ability, etc. are far beyond what they were in life. This has brought about a consequence. No matter how the two people try to defeat their opponent, no matter what level of ultimate moves they use, they just can't do anything to each other. But everything around him suffered. In just a short period of time, the entire Konoha village had been completely destroyed and turned into a complete ruin. Fortunately, long before Uchiha Madara invaded Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had moved the villagers to a safe place in advance. But this still caused huge, irreparable losses to the village. Senju Hashirama, as the first Hokage, couldn't bear to see the once prosperous ninja village become what it is today. He knew very well that with the strength of himself and Uchiha Madara, it would be impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Even in the non-reincarnated state, the battle between the two people lasted for several days and nights before the outcome was finally decided. So after a feint, Senju stopped attacking and suggested to Uchiha Madara, "Madara, let's change the place to compete." Uchiha Madara was also very happy. and did not try to use other people to threaten the opponent and affect Senju Hashirama's performance because he had to fight against Senju Hashirama. Can. He agreed immediately, follow me. Senju Hashirama immediately turned around and walked towards the distance outside Konoha village. Uchiha Madara looked back at Uzumaki Nagato. After I deal with that guy Hashirama, it won't be too late to deal with you. As he said that, he followed suit. Seeing the two people walking away, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru, you actually destroyed Shadai's mausoleum. Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses and immediately looked at the genius disciple he once admired and loved the most. Faced with his teacher's questioning, Orochimaru didn't take it seriously. He spread his hands and smiled evilly. Haha, at least that guy has been restrained by Shadai, right? This is true. If Orochimaru hadn't summoned Senju Hashirama back to help fight, they would all have been killed by Uchiha Madara by now. Once the nine-tailed beasts fall into the hands of Uchiha Madara, the consequences will be disastrous. Shadai, Minato-sama and Fugaku-sama are seriously injured. At this time, an Anbu jumped over and reported the situation to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. They were ordered to rescue the ninja who had been knocked down by Uchiha Madara. In addition to Namikaze Minato, who was initially sent back to the village for treatment, there were also Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, Kakashi, Uchiha Obaido, and others. These once powerful ninjas, without exception, were all seriously injured. Some of the most seriously injured people have life-threatening injuries. With the current level of medical ninjas in our village, we cannot help them. Anbu continued to report the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately turned to look at Orochimaru. The latter's expression was also slightly solemn. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, he said helplessly, "Don't look at me. When it comes to medical ninjutsu, I'm afraid only one person can save them." But Orochimaru did not continue. Now a guy comes out and says he wants to create a truly peaceful world, and he has taken the most important step. And since just now, they have been hearing continuous violent vibrations and explosions since they returned to the area. Two figures were slowly approaching. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that Tsunade was not in the village now. This aroused Tsunade's intense interest. Following her was a young girl in her teens, holding a cute pig in her arms. I chose to come back this time just because I heard about the unification of the ninja world, so I wanted to come back to see what abilities the strong guy named Uchiha had and what kind of person he was. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are only a few ninjas who are famous for their medical ninjutsu. If that war hadn't broken out, none of the tragedies would have happened, and I wouldn't be where I am today. Tsunade began to accelerate towards the direction of Konoha village. Shizune saw Tsunade, who was already 300 meters away, and hurriedly followed her. Wait for me, Tsunade-sama. Send someone to find Tsunade immediately, be quick. There is only one person born in Konoha, and that is Princess Tsunade, who is known as the medical master of the ninja world and has been hailed as the greatest medical ninja since the Second Ninja War. The closer she gets to Konoha Ninja Village, the more solemn the face of the beautiful woman wearing a brown coat with a pair of terrifying principles becomes. Shizune. Let's speed up. The smell was hard to describe, as if it was hundreds of different smells mixed together, and it was impossible to tell how many types there were. And everyone present, even Uzumaki Nagato and Yahiko, these ninjas who did not belong to Konoha, immediately guessed who the person Orochimaru was talking about. Tsunade-sama, it seems that the village was attacked. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to his senses and immediately issued orders to his subordinates. Also, have you contacted Mr. Fourth Generation? These two people, the one with unfathomable principles, is exactly what Orochimaru mentioned just now. The only great medical ninja who can help seriously injured ninjas heal, and one of the legendary Sannin in Konoha, Tsunade. However, after all, he is also a ninja of Konoha, one of the Sannin and a legendary figure. Although it was said that he left the village on his own initiative, and because he was dissatisfied with his teacher, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he chose to escape this sad place. What's going on? After all, Tsunade couldn't just sit idly by and watch what happened to Konoha. His lover, Kato Dan, died in the Second Ninja War. He asked again. Kato Shizune had already noticed something was wrong. It was obvious that a fierce fight broke out over there. Of course, Tsunade had already noticed these abnormalities. The air was filled with a burning and more pungent smell. At the same time, on the other side, on the road outside Konoha village, she stopped and looked up at the forest at the end of the road. Over the forest, a large amount of smoke and dust were flying in the distance. The other is Tsunade's follower and disciple, Kato Shizune, who also possesses the powerful medical ninjutsu and is also Kato Dan's niece. And now she has to figure out what happened. And that direction is exactly the direction of Konoha Ninja Village. Soon, Tsunade and Shizune rushed back to the gate of Konoha Ninja Village. As soon as they arrived at the gate, they were stunned on the spot. The once prosperous Konoha Ninja Village has now turned into ruins. Not only is it devastated as far as the eye can see, not even a single living person can be seen. Such a scene left Tsunade and Shizune at a loss. What's going on? How could this happen? When I left the village was still fine. Unexpectedly, when I came back here, the entire Konoha village would be destroyed. In an instant, Tsunade's fists clenched tightly. With a sullen face and gritted teeth, she strode towards the interior of the village. Shizune, who was stunned, finally came to her senses, hugged the piglet and quickly followed her, and reminded worriedly. Tsunade-sama, please be careful. I don't know what happened in the battle just now. No matter who it is, if you dare to destroy Konoha like this, I will never let him go. Tsunade was furious. After taking a few steps, she suddenly saw several figures rushing towards this side quickly. With her sharp eyes, she could tell at a glance from the clothes of those figures that they were members of Konoha's Anbu. Tsunade did not stop but rushed forward faster. Those Konoha Anbu members obviously know Tsunade. Even if they have never met her in person, they have naturally heard of her name and appearance. After arriving in front of Tsunade, several figures immediately stopped moving forward. One of them said, "Tsunade-sama, we were about to go out to find your whereabouts, but we didn't expect you to come back on your own. This is really great." Hearing what the other party said, Tsunade's eyes suddenly froze and her heart sank suddenly. If something extremely important hadn't happened in the village, Konoha's ninjas would never be so anxious to find him. "What happened?" Tsunade asked in a deep voice. "It's Uchiha Madara." "Uchiha Madara?" Tsunade's eyes flashed with astonishment and Shizune's eyes widened in disbelief. "Uchiha Madara, isn't that man dead?" "What happened to him?" "We don't know for sure, but it's said that someone used the forbidden art of earth reincarnation to resurrect Uchiha Madara. That guy came to Konoha and tried to take away the nine-tailed beasts." The members of Anbu explained roughly. After hearing what he said, Tsunade and Shizune became even more confused. Tsunade frowned deeply. "Nine-tailed beasts, what's going on?" But after asking, she guessed something. If Uchiha vigorously unified the entire ninja world and made other countries surrender to the Fire Country, then the war weapons in the hands of other countries, those tailed beasts or Jinchuriki, would inevitably fall into the hands of Konoha. In this way, it will be easier to understand. As expected, the Anbu members responded exactly the same way, basically consistent with my guess. After understanding the situation, Tsunade frowned deeply again. "You just said someone was seriously injured, right? Walk and talk and tell me everything you know about the situation." After saying this, Tsunade didn't hesitate and immediately continued walking forward. Soon they arrived at Konoha Ninja Hospital. During this process, Tsunade basically understood everything, including the existence of the Akatsuki organization, Black Zetsu's conspiracy, and the purpose of Uchiha Madara's resurrection, etc. After learning that so many things had happened in the ninja world after he left, and even the whole world was shrouded in the crisis of destruction, Tsunade's inner thoughts of trying to escape from everything quickly disappeared. The external pressure stimulated the passion inside her. "I leave it to you to guard the village, Nagato and Yahiko." Such a magical scene made all the ninjas nearby marvel. After leaving the ward, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately ordered the Anbu, "You come with me to find the whereabouts of Shadai." However, a medical ninja next to him suddenly came back from his mesmerized state, pointed to the side and said, "Tsunade-sama, the other wounded are in the ward next door and they are all on this floor." But Tsunade simply ignored the presence of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru and others. She quickly came to Jiraiya, who was lying on the bed and wrapped in bandages. But considering that the person who took action was Uchiha Madara, all this became normal again. After all, he was a man who could fight against his grandfather, the ninja god Senju Hashirama. As soon as Tsunade took action, a ball of extremely powerful medical chakra immediately acted on Jiraiya's body. "Shizune, come here and help." Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were currently visiting other injured ninjas in the ninja hospital. The two men quickly treated Jiraiya. This is said to be a ninja hospital, but in fact it was almost completely destroyed in the previous battle. Suddenly seeing Tsunade return to the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were naturally shocked. "Your medical ninjutsu is still so superb and breathtaking, Tsunade." The dying Jiraiya's aura was rapidly stabilizing as the wound healed and the bleeding stopped. As he said that, he took the lid and walked outside. The operation just now is excellent, surprising, but the consumption is really not small. The wounds that originally left the medical ninjas at Konoha Ninja Hospital helpless began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. A lot of equipment was destroyed. After a while, Tsunade finished treating Jirya and reached out to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead. Tsunade strode out of the ward before the other party finished speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angry, nor did he refute or criticize anything. He calmly ordered the other subordinates. "Let's go outside and wait." At the same time, he said while walking, "Jirya needs to rest and rest. In addition, it is best for the rest of the crowd to leave here and not disturb us." Her sense of responsibility and her determination not to see the world destroyed rekindled her fighting spirit, and her fear of hemophobia had long been overcome without even realizing it. Orochimaru answered the question incorrectly. These words seemed to be intended for Sarutobi Hiruzen to hear. Seeing Jirya, who was seriously injured and still in a coma, Tsunade looked solemn. "I didn't expect that, even you." If the opponent was Uchiha Madara, even though he knew that he wouldn't be able to help if he went there, Hiruzen Sarutobi still felt that he should do something else than stay here and wait. Tsunade asked, turning to look at the others in the ward, "Where are the other wounded?" It has to be said that the title of the strongest medical ninja is not for nothing. Tsunade said hello, and Shizune immediately ran forward. He didn't bother Tsunade, and he still felt a little guilty in his heart. He knew that Tsunade was still blaming herself, blaming her original wrong decision for killing her lover Kato Dan. This is also one of the important reasons why Konoha's medical ninja troops are unable to provide timely and effective support and treatment to the injured. At the same time, when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who were reincarnated from the dirty soil, were having a fierce duel, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was in Jai Xuan's body, also returned to the ninja world. The fierce battle with Uchiha caused his body to become very weak. Although after a period of recovery, he has now basically recovered 40 to 50% of his strength, he still urgently needs to find a suitable place to rest in order to fully recover. At this time, Otsutsuki set his sights on one place, the moon. In fact, during the thousands of years that the ninja world was dormant, Otsutsuki Ishiki not only investigated the information of the entire ninja world through Jai Xuan's body, he also knew the situation on the moon very well. The moon that people see today was actually created by Otsutsuki Kaguya's two sons using the Six Paths planetary devastation. That is the place where Otsutsuki Kaguya is sealed, and the body of Ten Tails is also sealed. Of course, the most important thing is that it is also the place where Otsutsuki Hagoromo's younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura and his tribe live. For so many years, Otsutsuki has never gone there, mainly for two reasons. First, Sage of Six Paths' younger brother Otsutsuki Hamura was still alive. He was very powerful and had countless clan members as his backing. Otsutsuki Ishiki was completely unwilling to provoke those guys unless necessary. Secondly, he was also afraid of disturbing the sealed Otsutsuki Kaguya. In his current state, if Otsutsuki Kaguya's seal is broken, the consequences will be very troublesome. As for Ten Tails, he has one himself, so Otsutsuki Kaguya's Ten Tails is actually dispensable for Otsutsuki Ishiki. But things are different now. With powerful perception, Otsutsuki Ishiki can clearly sense that a fierce battle is taking place on the moon. The clan members of the former Otsutsuki Hamura and his descendants are now divided into clan houses and branch houses, and the Zong family and the branch house are now in conflict. The reason for the conflict: Otsutsuki Ishiki is not interested. He just wants to get the power on the moon. Although it is not pure enough, it is at least the power of the Otsutsuki clan. As long as you can get that power, you can not only quickly restore your strength, but also take your own strength to the next level. Although it is not as obvious as the evolutionary effect brought about by swallowing the chakra fruit, it is at least an increase. Otsutsuki thought to himself and flew towards the moon decisively. Now is the perfect opportunity. Uchiha Dali was not in the ninja world, but was sealed by himself to the previous base camp of the Shell organization in a different space. No matter how powerful he is, it is just a dream to leave from there. The members of the Otsutsuki branch on the moon are engaged in fierce internal fighting, many people have died, and the overall combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Now he just needs to go up and harvest their power. After you plunder the power on the moon, you can then go to Konoha to deal with those guys without eyes. No one can stop my plan after that. Otsutsuki thought to himself and soon reached the moon. The color here is very gray and looks deserted. The light of the stars was extremely dim, not even a breath of air. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to live here for a long time, let alone survive. But for the Otsutsuki clan, who are aliens themselves, this is not a difficult problem. Otsutsuki walked towards the castle in the distance with a swagger. At this time, the two sides who were fighting fiercely had not noticed the arrival of this uninvited guest. This aroused his keen interest. The temptation of power is too great. A member of the Otsutsuki branch shouted, trying to stop the Otsutsuki Ishiki. Otsutsuki noticed that those targets who were killed would have their eyes immediately gouged out. He was once attacked by his subordinates because of this and almost died in this place. Fighting for power has become commonplace within the Otsutsuki clan. There are only dozens of people still fighting. UB*****D. Don't ever take away the reincarnated I we worked so hard to create. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki not only had no mercy in his heart, he even just wanted to get this power as soon as possible. He was not in a hurry to take action. After arriving at the castle where the two sides were fighting fiercely, he just found a position where he could have an overview of the whole situation and sat down, leisurely watching the fierce battle taking place below. He just observed silently. This eyeball is emitting terrifying chakra energy. Although it is far inferior to the chakra fruit, it is definitely a power that cannot be ignored. The power of this eye is very fascinating, and I laughed at it without mercy. The closer you get, the more you can feel the amazing power radiating from this eye, which is comparable to the power of the samsara eye. Hearing this, Otsutsuki, who had already arrived in front of the eyeball, stopped and turned around, looked at the speaker and said, "Oh, so this is called the Tenseigen." Soon, he saw that a large number of collected white eyes were fused into a huge eyeball in a special way. And in terms of chakra, it's even stronger. Otsutsuki glanced at the Otsutsuki branch clan members with an indifferent look and said so. The battle continued for a while, and a large number of ninjas fell. It looks like it's almost over. So he stood up, and in a flash, he came to those seriously injured members of the Otsutsuki branch, who were desperately trying to gather all the collected complete Byakugan. Thank you very much for your wonderful performance. It's interesting is that the power I'm about to gain, haha. Otsutsuki thought to himself and continued to wait patiently. On the battlefield now, there are still many tribesmen on both sides of the war. Pairs of white eyes were collected by one of them. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the huge eyeball as if nothing had happened. Seeing a stranger suddenly appear, the few surviving members of the Otsutsuki branch instantly became alert. Otsutsuki continued to watch the battle, still not in a hurry to take action. It's a pity that they were injured too much and now have little fighting power. However, the few surviving victors were seriously injured as a result, and their lives seemed to be short-lived. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes, the battle was completely over. Regarding such behavior, Otsutsuki Ishiki now has no emotions in his heart. The members of the Otsutsuki branch who originally belonged to the same family clan were killing each other at this moment, and many corpses had fallen on the ground. One of the parties won the victory at a tragic cost and took away the supercilious looks of everyone on the defeated party. Otsutsuki Ishiki was only slightly surprised. After saying that, he continued to approach the reincarnation eye as if nothing had happened, ignoring the several members of the Otsutsuki branch who had almost lost all their combat effectiveness. However, the other party is obviously not so easy to compromise. Seeing that the Tenseigen was about to fall into the hands of the Otsutsuki Ishiki, suddenly, the Otsutsuki branch clan member behind him shouted and jumped over with all his strength. He struggled to attack Otsutsuki's stance. However, before he could touch Otsutsuki Ishiki's body, he himself was suddenly pierced by the chakra black rod that came out of nowhere. There was a muffled sound of dong dong dong. The Otsutsuki branch clan member was nailed to the ground on the spot, unable to move. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki had reached out and touched the Tenseigen. This huge eyeball that exuded an aura of destruction was absorbed by him on the spot. Seeing that they had worked so hard and paid such a heavy price of casualties to kill the clan members, and that the reincarnated eyes created by collecting enough Byakugan were taken away, the remaining members of the Otsutsuki branch immediately became angry. They also tried their best to jump towards Otsutsuki's one step. Everyone looked at death as if they were going to die. Even if they tried their best, they would drive Otsutsuki's one step away. I will never let you succeed. These are the eyes of our Otsutsuki clan, don't even think about taking them away. Suffer death, even if I die, I won't let you take me away. Several members of the Otsutsuki branch rushed towards Otsutsuki. But this kind of behavior does not threaten Otsutsuki Ishiki at all. He just exploded a little bit of chakra, and the powerful shock wave generated instantly lifted these Otsutsuki branch members hundreds of meters away, making them unable to get up again. Otsutsuki acted as if he had done an insignificant thing and walked towards the targets who were knocked away as if nothing had happened. He didn't want to save people or check their injuries, but he wanted to take away their eyes as well. After finishing all this, Otsutsuki looked up and suddenly saw a little baby in front of him. He was lying quietly in the cradle, seemingly unaware of what was happening. Although he was just a little baby, Otsutsuki had no intention of letting him go. Originally, I wanted to capture this kid's eyes. However, when he was about to take action, he discovered that the child had no eyes. His eyes were empty. Are you born without eyes? Seeing those empty eyes, Otsutsuki Ishiki finally felt compassion. He did not continue to attack the child, but raised his hand to release a stream of chakra and began to test the child's body. If they are members of the Otsutsuki tribe, even though they are descendants of a branch, at least their physique is much stronger than that of ordinary humans. Sure enough, Otsutsuki guessed it right. After testing, he was pleasantly surprised to find that although the child was born without eyes, he had other characteristics. Not only is he physically very powerful, but he is also a container that perfectly fits his wedge. This is really an unexpected surprise. In that case, then you will become my weapon. From now on, this place will be the base of the Shell organization. Otsutsuki looked at the fairly good castle and made a decision in his heart. Everyone here is dead except this child, and this child is a perfect instrument. Without hesitation, he began pumping his wedge into the child. Just after completing this step, suddenly, I heard an extremely weak voice not far away. She is. Oh, not dead yet. Otsutsuki looked at the man in surprise. However, the man only called out the baby's name and stretched out his hand to touch it, but in the end his arm still fell limply to the ground and completely lost its life. Confirming that the other party was dead, Otsutsuki withdrew his calm gaze. He looked back at the baby in his arms. Shiren, is this your name? Then from now on, just be my weapon and I will do my best to train you. Let us evolve together to become the ultimate individual, the supreme god. Uchiha Dali finally realized what endless emptiness and despair is. At the same time, he finally understood why powerful people like Otsutsuki Kaguya, once sealed, could not break free from those constraints even after thousands of years. Divine-level sealing techniques are indeed difficult to deal with. He has tried countless ways to unlock the seal here, and he has learned more than 1,000 sealing techniques. However, none of them were successful. Am I really going to be trapped here for the rest of my life? I will never be able to return to the ninja world. Then that would be too tragic. Just give me a beautiful woman. Although he was thinking mockingly in his heart, Uchiha Dali did not really feel pessimistic and despairing. He definitely didn't believe that he would be trapped here forever. No matter how powerful the sealing techniques are, there is always something more powerful than it. I still don't believe it. Uchiha vigorously competed with himself. Since it is impossible to crack the seal of this different space blessing from the perspective of sealing techniques, then let's try it from another perspective. Try to understand my other abilities. Flying Thunder God, Space Ninjutsu, and Tianwei Samsara I want to see how far heaven-defying comprehension can go. Let me grow again. Uchiha shouted vigorously in his heart. If you can't leave here through the sealing techniques, then just keep accumulating your own strength. When the power reaches its extreme, it might be possible to break the barrier of this different space with absolute power. He just wants to be that man who works miracles with great strength. Here, Uchiha Dali is still trying to find a way to leave the alien space sealed by Otsutsuki. At the same time, in the Land of Fire, on the edge of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Midora and Senju Hashirama are destined to fight again here. The two men have been fighting for most of the day. All the virgin forests, mountains, and rivers within a radius of 10 kilometers have been completely destroyed, and the terrain has been severely changed. But there is still no winner between the two. Don't get in the way. Hashirama. Seeing that he could not attack for a long time, Uchiha Midora began to feel a little unable to hold back. It wasn't that he didn't want to completely decide the outcome with this old rival, but he was worried because he couldn't control himself. Uchiha Dali doesn't know when he will come back here. If you can't complete your goal before then, you will be in trouble by then. One for Otsutsuki one style and one for Uchiha vigorously. Neither of these people can be dealt with by oneself. With them hindering oneself, successfully obtaining the chakra fruit is nothing short of wishful thinking. Uchiha Midora, who was anxious to get angry, began to become more and more violent. He had only one purpose, and that was to completely get rid of Senju Hashirama's obstruction and then go to Konoha to complete his purpose. However, Senju Hashirama, who was evenly matched with him, was not so easy to get rid of. No matter how Uchiha Madara tried, he was tightly restrained and had no time to worry about anything else. Madara, no matter what your ambitions are, I will not let you succeed. You and I are already dead, so why not come back to the underworld with me honestly? Senju Hashirama launched an attack while persuading Uchiha Madara. When Uchiha Madara heard his words, he thought they were a big joke. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but snorted. Since you don't know anything, I'll tell you, Hashirama. What do you want to say to me, Madara? Senju Hashirama stands on the head of the Senju Buddha, looking straight at Uchiha Madara, who stands on the head of the perfect Susanoo opposite. At this moment, the two of them stopped attacking each other in perfect agreement. Uchiha Madara knows that it is impossible to defeat Senju Hashirama in a confrontation with force. He is thinking about how to reveal and how many secrets he should reveal to the other party, so that you can get the best chance for yourself. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Madara said, "How much do you know about the legend of Sage of Six Paths?" The Sage of Six Paths. Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment. I only know that he is the founder of the ninja sect, and it is said that chakra was created by him. This statement is both correct and incorrect. What's wrong? Seeing Uchiha Madara's mysterious look, Senju Hashirama's curiosity was completely aroused. He looked at the other person and waited for the other person to continue explaining. There was a trace of disgust in Uchiha Madara's eyes, but she continued. You should remember what I told you, the one God in the world wants peace, separates the power of yin and yang, and the two mutually exclusive forces merge into one, and the birth of the sun is born. Vientian. The reason why I had that war with you back then was because I was deceived by a guy called Black Zetsu. Your cells plus my chakra can awaken the eyes known as the Sage of Six Paths. Reincarnation. Why? I don't quite understand what you mean. So are you saying that you have awakened the Samsara Eye? Senju Hashirama looked innocent and scratched his head. But I should have defeated you in that battle, right? He said again. Uchiha Madara did not answer, but continued to speak on his own. Black Zetsu is actually the son of a woman named Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki Kaguya, there are more and more characters appearing. By the way, you haven't explained to me what's going on with Black Zetsu. I'm talking, don't interrupt me. Uchiha Madara yelled impatiently. But after he finished yelling, he continued to play Shikai with patience. After Senju Hashirama finished talking to himself, he spoke again. You still don't seem to understand the danger here. He clenched his fists and shouted joyfully at Uchiha Madara opposite. So what you're saying is that there is an alien race called the Otsutsuki clan that plans to plunder all the chakra in this world, just to plant sacred trees to produce chakra fruits. You are really as naive as before. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's serious tone made Senju Hashirama feel a little bit of pressure. Whether it is Otsutsuki Kaguya or other Otsutsuki clan members, their power far exceeds your imagination. This is not something we can compete with. However, he is still very optimistic. If you don't try it, how will you know the result? No matter how powerful the enemy is, if he plans to destroy this world, we still have to stand up. This subtle change in expression immediately attracted Senju Hashirama's attention. He smiled and said, you and I, both in terms of personality and power, are worthy of the word mutually exclusive. If the two of us join forces, we will be able to defeat each other. You can create infinite possibilities and infinite miracles. There's only one way to deal with that guy. Uchiha Madara finally couldn't bear it anymore and scolded her again. Uchiha Madara described it so seriously that Senju Hashirama gradually put away the smile on his face. After that, my power has already surpassed that period. It's just that you never knew it. But even if my eyes are still there, I am still powerless to fight back against that guy. Don't understand how scary he is. He stared at the other person for a while and asked seriously, Madara, are you scared? Senju Hashirama also learned about Black Zetsu, about the relationship between Otsutsuki Kaguya, Sage of Six Paths and others, and also learned about the fact that the Otsutsuki family came from outer space. Uchiha Madara felt unhappy but remained silent. At this time, Uchiha Madara felt that the time was almost up and said immediately, in comparison, your and my strength are nothing to that guy. Even at my peak, I can't withstand his blow. If they do this, they will kill everyone in the world, right? So we should stop them. I also understood that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are actually descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, which is what happened to the Otsutsuki clan and so on. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, it's absolutely impossible for you to imagine how powerful that guy is. I believe what you said, that's why I suggested that the two of us join forces. A default look. Uchiha Madara looked like he couldn't bear it. He closed his eyes and was too lazy to look at the other side. He even frowned impatiently. Soon, he basically explained the whole story clearly. His last words made Uchiha Madara slightly startled. Uchiha Madara's words silenced Senju Hashirama. Madara, join forces with me. Let's fight against those evil guys together. Let's protect the peace of this world again. Senju Hashirama persuaded Uchiha Madara optimistically. After staring at Uchiha Madara across from him for a few seconds, he asked, Madara, the peak state you are referring to is the power you had during your lifetime. After interrupting Senju Hashirama, he said decisively, I have already fought with that guy before you. Senju Hashirama became excited. It's even stronger than that state. After fighting you that year, I obtained your cells and awakened the Samsara Eye. And the naive Senju Hashirama actually believed it. This is the first time I see you being so afraid of someone. With the addition of me, the power you can exert will definitely defeat the enemy. Didn't you say so yourself? The two mutually exclusive forces merge into one, and they can bring everything together. After hearing Uchiha Madara say that there was a way to deal with powerful enemies, Senju Hashirama suddenly became interested. But you haven't told me yet, who is the enemy that makes you so nervous? It seems that she is not Otsutsuki Kaguya, right? You said that she has been sealed by the Sage of Six Paths. Senju Hashirama asked curiously. He is the partner of Otsutsuki Kaguya. He came here with Otsutsuki Hui Yoruichi. He originally planned to share the chakra of this world equally with the two of them. Unexpectedly, that woman Kaguya attacked that guy. He has been dormant in the ninja world for thousands of years, and now he plans to make a comeback. If he succeeds, this world will cease to exist, and the same will be true for you and me, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara also briefly explained the relevant information about the Otsutsuki style. Of course, he only explained selectively. As long as he can make Senju Hashirama believe what he said, then he will be successful. With this guy's simple thoughts, it shouldn't be difficult to fool him. Uchiha Madara thought silently in his heart. After listening to his explanation, Senju Hashirama's expression became more solemn as expected. At this moment, Senju Hashirama stared at Uchiha Madara seriously and asked, So what is your method to deal with that powerful enemy? Become the Jinchuriki of 10 tails. Uchiha Madara answered without thinking, What? Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed and he became suspicious. By combining the 9-tailed beasts and sealing them into the Jido statue, 10 tails can be resurrected. Only by making me a Jinchuriki of 10 tails can I fight against the Otsutsuki Ikki. This is the only way, otherwise, you and I can only watch the world being destroyed. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he didn't show anything unusual. He watched Senju Hashirama's reaction calmly. At this moment, Senju Hashirama remained silent and was also looking at him. After a while, Senju Hashirama said, I'm not sure now whether what you said is true or false, Madara. If you become 10 tails Jinchuriki, your power will be beyond my control. If you plan to do harm to the world, I will be in trouble. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara felt a chill in her heart. He couldn't help but snorted in his heart. I didn't expect him to react. After all, he is his lifelong rival. Although Senju Hashirama sometimes seems to be prone to confusion and his thoughts are a bit simple, Uchiha Madara will not really regard him as a fool. Seeing that Senju Hashirama was doubting his words, Uchiha Madara said again, Those guys are here, you can ask them who Uchiha Dali is and what his strength is. Now that guy is trapped in the alien space created by Otsutsuki Ishiki and cannot escape. This is how scary that guy is. Senju Hashirama naturally sensed Sarutobi Hiruzen and others coming here. At this time, he turned around and looked behind him and saw Sarutobi Hiruzen personally leading the team to approach quickly. However, Senju Hashirama ignored it and looked back at Uchiha Madara again. I still can't believe what you said, Madara. Although I have never seen the power of 10 tails, since it is a fusion of 9-tailed beasts, it must be extraordinary. You don't have a choice, Hashirama. Uchiha Madara suppressed the anger in his heart and responded calmly. But Senju Hashirama shook his head. There must be other ways. If Otsutsuki attacks Konoha, I will deal with him personally. When Uchiha Madara heard this, her inner anger reached the critical point. However, just when he was about to break out and completely fall out with Senju Hashirama and stop pretending, Senju Hashirama suddenly said, Of course, my plan cannot be guaranteed to be foolproof, so we still have to make the second preparation. If you can agree to my request, I will agree to let you become 10 tails Jinchuriki. This sudden turn of events made Uchiha Madara a little overjoyed, but he still suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and asked calmly, What is the request? You must sign a fairy contract with me. The Immortal Contract. It's a contract made using my Sage Jutsu Chakra as a medium, so that I can control 10 tails. If you plan to use the power of 10 tails to do evil, I will stop you with my own hands. Uchiha Madara fell silent after hearing this. He and Senju Hashirama have been fighting for so many years, but they don't even know that the other party has such a skill. You actually hid this power from me. Are you one of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques? Uchiha Madara thought silently in his heart, and after a few seconds he agreed. Anyway, after you become 10 tails Jinchuriki, no one can stop you. Even Senju Hashirama is the same. Let's get started. The 9-tailed beasts are in the hands of a woman named Konan. We must find her immediately. If it is late, I'm afraid it will be too late. He is still playing up the tense atmosphere. Of course, this is not entirely the case. Similarly, Uchiha Madara is indeed worried that Otsutsuki Ishiki will be one step ahead of him. After all, the guy just became weak, not seriously injured and unable to move. Now it is 100% certain that as soon as he recovers, he will definitely come to Konoha to find trouble. Wait a minute, Madara. Senju Hashirama did not immediately agree to Uchiha Madara and immediately stopped him when he saw that he was about to leave. If I remember correctly, 9 tails was sealed in Maito's body, right? He asked in a deep voice. Uzumaki Maito is his wife, also the first generation 9 tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. Judging from this period, Uzumaki Maito is obviously no longer alive. But Senju Hashirama doesn't know who the second generation 9 tails Jinchuriki or even the third generation 9 tails Jinchuriki is. That's why he asked now. If it's Jinchuriki, other ninja villages must have this situation. Your plan to collect 9-tailed beasts means killing Jinchuriki. Senju Hashirama became serious again. Killing Jinchuriki was not what he wanted to see happen. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but chuckle. Hashirama, do you still have Sage Mode turned on? He asked. What's wrong? If you want to solve your worries, you need to use your Sage Jutsu Chakra. What are you going to do? Give me some of it. Uchiha Madara was confident and stretched out her hand to Senju Hashirama. The latter hesitated after hearing this. If you really think this is effective, I don't mind. With that said, he generously entered Sage Mode and jumped towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara instantly became alert. Fortunately, after Senju Hashirama landed, he did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on him. Instead, he stood there and stretched out his hand to Uchiha Madara. Then what are you going to do? Seeing that Senju Hashirama did not doubt himself at all, but generously dedicated his Sage Jutsu Chakra to himself, the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth slowly rose. He asked teasingly, "Aren't you afraid that I will use this power to deal with you? If you really plan to do that, at least you must protect this world after that, Madara." Senju Hashirama answered without thinking. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Madara's expression was slightly startled, but then he laughed again. This is indeed the guy he knows, Senju Hashirama, who has the same nature as Buddha. Uchiha Madara stared at Senju Hashirama for a few seconds, then walked towards him without hesitation. He reached out and grabbed Senju Hashirama's outstretched hand. The moment the two palms touched, a terrifying chakra suddenly surged in. While the surging natural energy quickly poured into the body, Uchiha Madara also sensed its danger. This natural energy needs to be balanced with its own chakra. Generally speaking, this feeling is similar to that of a ninja who needs to practice controlling his chakra. But the difficulty is that if you don't have enough chakra to balance this Sage Jutsu Chakra, then you will suffer serious backlash. What the consequences will be, Uchiha Madara doesn't know. But this is not difficult at all for a strong man like him. It only took him a 10,000th of a second to figure out the essence of Sage Jutsu Chakra, and naturally he would not give Sage Jutsu Chakra a chance to affect him. Soon the chakra in the body will be in dynamic balance with the Sage Jutsu Chakra. After the two reached a harmonious relationship, Uchiha Madara completely gained this power. His aura suddenly increased at least 10 times. Is this the Sage Jutsu Chakra? Uchiha Madara carefully felt the surging power in his body. Although his tone was slightly disdainful, he was actually enjoying it in his heart. This power is very strong. The upper limit of your own strength is also very high. No wonder I lost to this guy without the reincarnation eye. Uchiha Madara thought silently in her heart and had to admire Senju Hashirama. Because he knew that this Sage Mode was comprehended by Senju Hashirama himself and was different from the Sage Jutsu of the 3 major Sage holy places in the ninja world. He has seen many ninjas who can develop ninjutsu on their own, and most of them are the best among people. But the only one who can develop Sage Jutsu alone is the man in front of him, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara quickly came to his senses. He looked at Senju Hashirama and made a new request. Jinchuriki will definitely die if the tailed beast is separated. There is only one way to save them. This method is my reincarnation eye, which is the eye that controls life and death. My Rinnegan, combined with your Sage Jutsu chakra, will prevent me from dying while using that jutsu. However, those eyes are not here with me now. This is another purpose of Uchiha Madara. If Senju Hashirama doesn't nod, he may never be able to regain his samsara eye in this life, nor can he successfully collect the 9-tailed beasts to resurrect 10 tails. Now Senju Hashirama has been successfully deceived by himself. He believes that he became 10 tails Jinchuriki in order to defeat Otsutsuki 1 style and protect the ninja world. This is the first step, and the second step is to retrieve the samsara eye. Evolve into 10 tails Jinchuriki with the samsara eye. I don't know how far my power will increase. Uchiha Madara silently looked forward to it. At this time, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but frown when he heard his words. You want to take back your eyes, so what should you do with the young man who is using your eyes now? Although he didn't know whose hands the reincarnation eye was now. But judging from their age, as long as they are not of the same generation as them or existed before them, they can be said to be young people. Compared with resurrecting Jinchuriki, you still have too many worries, Hashirama. If it weren't for your kindness back then, the ninja world wouldn't be what it is now, but I don't want to argue with you about this. The only thing I can promise you is that as long as my eyes are back, everything will be possible. But the other party ignored it at all, and soon it flew to the horizon and turned into a small black dot. Seeing Senju Hashirama's mysterious and serious expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were slightly startled. This guy Madara is still going his own way as before. Hearing that Uchiha Madara was so confident, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but waver. Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped over and looked at Senju Hashirama in surprise. Sure enough, the Shadai in my impression has not changed at all, even after so many years. Go and persuade him to return my eyes. That man's name is Uzumaki Nagato. Although he said that, Senju Hashirama's pretended serious expression could not hide his inner thoughts at all. You can only communicate with that young man yourself about this kind of thing. I can't help you, Madara's protocol. Senju Hashirama rubbed his head and laughed. Senju Hashirama, standing on the head of Senju Buddha, takes back his chakra. Little Sarutobi, it's been a long time since I last saw you. You've grown so big. But she couldn't escape far. The 9-tailed beasts, including Jinchuriki, were taken away by Konan. The latter blinked and hesitated. Shadai, what that guy Madara said may not be credible, his ambition. Senju Hashirama also instantly put away his smile at this time, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously and responded. I just reached an agreement with Madara. After saying that, Uchiha Madara completely ignored Senju Hashirama's reaction, and his body rose into the air and followed the direction of the perceived chakra aura. He still clung to this point. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Uchiha Madara, who knew the other person's character well, did not comment. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. But Shadai, why did you let Uchiha Madara go? And I will bring all 9-tailed beasts back, and we will meet in Konoha. At that time, Senju Hashirama was watching from the side and did not stop him, which made him feel very puzzled. He saw clearly just now that Uchiha Madara flew away. Senju Hashirama greeted. At this moment, he had already gone through the words on how to persuade the other party to return the samsara eye more than 100 times in his mind. Senju Hashirama also wants to make a pact with Uchiha Madara. I'm old, Shadai. The Senju Buddha, which was hundreds of meters high, quickly disappeared, while Senju Hashirama calmly landed in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Senju Hashirama held his forehead helplessly. Shadai. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unable to complain. Hey, wait. At this time, he quickly came to his senses, because Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had already arrived at the edge of the cliff not far behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the horror of Uchiha Madara and even more understood his ambition. At this moment, he heard that Uchiha Madara and Lord First Hawkage had reached an agreement, and he suddenly became nervous and worried. However, Senju Hashirama looked very calm and casual. He waved his hands and said with a smile, Don't worry, I can see the tricks of that guy Madara. If he plans to mess around, I will never allow it. Senju Pillar swears by it. Seeing what he said, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't say anything more, so he could only ask tentatively. I wonder what the agreement between you and Madara is, Shadai. He told me that Otsutsuki Ishiki planned to destroy the world, and that he was the partner of a woman named Otsutsuki Kaguya. The enemy is so powerful that even if I join forces with him, it is impossible to defeat him. So he must become 10 Tails Jinchuriki to have a chance to defeat his opponent, so that he can protect the ninja world. Senju Hashirama honestly told Sarutobi Hiruzen exactly what Uchiha Madara said to him at that time. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes darkened and he almost vomited blood. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. My Shadai, why are you so naive? Uchiha Madara's words are obviously full of loopholes and deception, okay. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to say that to his face. Looking at Senju Hashirama's silly and sweet look, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt helpless to complain again. It's very possible that Uchiha Madara is playing tricks Shadai, and we have to be wary of this. Facing the god of ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only remind him tactfully. Senju Jujian waved his hand readily. Don't worry, I have. Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly froze, and this expression was immediately caught by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who nervously asked, What's wrong? Shadai. Senju Hashirama shook his head in embarrassment as if he had eaten a fly. I seem to have just forgot to sign a contract with that guy Madara. Although he didn't know what happened, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly had a dark look on his face when he heard this. Shadai, what's going on? He couldn't help but ask, it's no big deal. Compared to this, is there a young man named Nagato in the village? He seems to be a member of the Uzumaki clan. Senju Hashirama remembered what Uchiha Madara said to him when he left just now. There is a young man named Nagato, what's wrong? That's great, you take me to see him now. Senju Hashirama didn't explain, turned around and walked towards the direction of Konoha village. Seeing his actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured in his heart, but he did not dare to ask more questions and hurriedly called for his subordinates to follow him. Konan took the 9-tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, fled the Leaf Village and flew aimlessly in the air. She was still worried about Nagato and Yahiko. If the opponent is Uchiha Madara, he will be killed if he is not careful. Her mind was so filled with worries that she didn't even notice the danger that was rapidly approaching. It wasn't until Uzumaki Kushina, a perceptive ninja, issued a reminder that everyone suddenly became vigilant. What's wrong? Killer Bee asked. There is a very scary chakra aura approaching. It's that guy, he can't be wrong. The powerful perception inherent in the Uzumaki clan allows Kushina to quickly determine the identity of the person coming out. She would never forget this chakra breath for the rest of her life. When they heard that it was Uchiha Madara who was catching up, all the Jinchuriki and Konan's hearts sank. Nagato Yasuko. Her eyes flashed with uncertainty, and the first possibility that came to her mind was that something unexpected had happened to these two people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to let Uchiha Madara catch up. Whirlpool Kushina looked at this little boy who was only a few years old and quickly stepped forward to check his injuries. He crossed his arms and looked at the wary Jinchuriki in front of him calmly. It seems like you won't follow me obediently. There was a sound of dang and the fire was radiating. Are you okay? However, when her hand touched the chakra black rod, her whole body was shocked and she retracted her hand as if she was electrocuted. The real killing move is a large number of detonating symbols hidden in countless pieces of paper and glued together with the pieces of paper. Everyone didn't have time to think too much. They were at a loss when they saw a figure, as if it was lightning streaking across the sky, and quickly pursued it. After muttering to himself, Uchiha Madara took action decisively without any hesitation. Suddenly, a large number of pieces of paper flew towards Uchiha Madara like sharp blades. This thing. At the same time, Kushina also tried to remove the chakra black rod from Yugao's body. Now is not the time to talk, he is going to attack again. With a puff sound, his body lost the ability to move on the spot and fell down. Seeing Uchiha Madara attack her, Kushina, who was holding little Naruto, was immediately so angry that she planned to stand up and fight with the opponent. Those white pieces of paper are not real killing moves, they are just to disturb his sight. But Killer Bee didn't stop there. He immediately launched a counterattack and quickly shot down several chakra black rods. The black rod of chakra appeared out of thin air and flew towards all targets in an instant, including Konan, of course. Killer Bee managed to withstand most of the attacks. Seeing that everyone behind him was still in a daze, he hurriedly reminded him. When hearing this guy's rap, all the Jinchuriki present were speechless without exception. Leave it to us to deal with this guy. However, at this moment, Killer Bee stepped forward to block her. But before everyone could counterattack Uchiha Madara, Konan was the first to stand up. Uchiha Madara saw through the threat of this move at a glance. In this case, we can only do this for now. Immediately afterwards, he even came up with an impromptu rap. Although I am strong, my opponent is Uchiha Madara, which still scares me tilde. It's not your turn yet, Jinchuriki of Nine Tails. In just an instant, his knife split open the flying chakra black rod. While Killer Bee was busy dealing with the other chakra black rods, Six Tails Jinchuriki Yuga was accidentally hit by one of the chakra black rods. Killer Bee said, turning his eyes to the chakra black stick shot by Uchiha Madara. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara has arrived in front of everyone. When several other Jinchuriki heard this, they all showed frightened and shocked expressions. I saw him drawing his sword at the speed of lightning. Kushina was shocked and confused, staring at the chakra black rod inserted in Yugao's body. It can affect the flow of human chakra and block the acupuncture points. But despite this, two fists are still difficult to defeat four hands. I saw her opening her hands, but not the movements of the seals. Seeing through Conan's move, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but sneer. I have to say that this move is actually very powerful. If it were an ordinary opponent, facing the dense and overwhelming paper attacks, he would be dazzled and at a loss. It will be killed easily. But the opponent is Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Madara is still in the state of reincarnation, so that's another story. Uchiha Madara just folded her arms and waited leisurely without dodge at all. Seeing his actions, even Kushina and Killer Bee were extremely shocked, and even Conan himself couldn't help but frown. Conan's attacks are extremely fast. It was so fast that Uchiha Madara was completely engulfed by a large number of pieces of paper and the detonating symbols mixed on the pieces of paper. At the same time, an explosion occurred. Rumbles, rumbles. Continuous violent explosions occurred one after another in the air, and violent shock waves spread in all directions. Everyone felt the terrifying impact. Conan drove his paper bird and carried everyone quickly away from the explosion area. Looking at the ever-expanding explosion range, as well as the seemingly endless pieces of paper and detonating symbols that were still flying into the explosion area, everyone couldn't help but look at Conan with admiration. Now that Madara guy is shattered to pieces. Four Tails Jinchuriki Laozai said. From his personal point of view, if he was attacked at this level, even with the help of Four Tails, he would definitely be in danger. Also having the same idea as him is Five Tails Jinchuriki Han. But at this time, Uzumaki Kushina poured cold water on their heads. She said, "That guy Madara is in a state of filth reincarnation and will not be killed so easily." Conan has also heard the same statement, so her expression is not optimistic at this time and she is still full of vigilance. Everyone saw the reaction of the two of them and immediately subconsciously looked in the direction of Uchiha Madara. The explosions continued. The rumbling sound continued. By the way, how many detonating charms did you release? Killer Bee couldn't help but look at Conan and asked fearfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of explosions in the distance stopped. Obviously, the explosion was over. Conan didn't hesitate at all. She still controlled the paper bird at this moment and led everyone to escape quickly. She didn't want to be caught up by Uchiha Madara again. However, the opposite happened. They had just flown some distance away when they saw a figure slowly emerging from the thick smoke and firelight at the end of their field of vision. Who else could it be but Uchiha Madara? He is indeed not dead. Vortex Kushina clearly sensed Uchiha Madara's chakra aura, and her expression was extremely solemn at this moment. Immortality is indeed a very difficult problem. Killer Bee also said. At this time, Conan looked at Uzumaki Kushina. I don't know what the current situation in the village is. We can't just escape back to Konoha. It's also unrealistic because we can't escape at all. The sealing techniques of your Uzumaki clan are famous in the ninja world. If you want to defeat Madara, I'm afraid you can only use sealing techniques. Hearing what Conan said, Kushina nodded immediately. That's what I thought too. Next, it's up to me to use sealing techniques, but I need your cooperation. At this time, Kushina has already thought of which move to use to seal Uchiha Madara. But someone must help contain the opponent. Otherwise, she would not be able to pose a threat to Uchiha Madara by herself. Don't worry, we are on the same boat now, and of course we all have to work together. Killer Bee was the first to step up and agree to help. Only then did he realize that Uchiha Madara was starting to take action seriously. Laozai and Han immediately noticed something was wrong, and they immediately joined in the fight against Uchiha Madara's attack. When Conan completed all this, the detonating talisman exploded along with the flames, and the powerful shock wave generated by the detonation arrived in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. However, being aware of the danger is one thing, being able to avoid it is another. Uchiha Madara snorted and waved his hand, and a large number of chakra black sticks struck again. I told you you can't escape. Soon everyone reached an agreement, and by this time Uchiha Madara had also caught up. He was like a cannonball speeding from a distance. The only thing she could do at this moment was to use all her strength to summon countless pieces of paper to wrap around everyone to form a powerful defense. However, it was at this time that Uzumaki Kushina's sealing techniques were ready to be completed, followed by Lao Zai and Han, and then Jinchuriki from One-Tail Shukaku. Hurry and prepare your sealing techniques. Although I am not strong enough, old monk, if I can stop Uchiha Madara, I am willing to dedicate my strength. With their help, Killer Bee's pressure is greatly reduced. These flames were overwhelming, and in the blink of an eye they collided with Conan's attack. This time he didn't hold back. In the blink of an eye he was already behind everyone. But the head-to-head confrontation with these chakra black rods still made each of them feel very strenuous. But this time it was obviously different from before. It was obviously the same attack. When Killer Bee used his ninja sword to chop these chakra black sticks, he found that his arms were numb. Killer Bee immediately jumped over and tried to stop it. A large number of pieces of paper were mixed with the detonating talisman, and they burst towards Uchiha Madara again. Before anyone could see his movements clearly, a large ball of flames suddenly appeared directly in front of him, attacking the paper and detonating talisman released by Conan. Everyone was blown away at once. These chakra black rod attacks are not only extremely fast, but the attack angle is also very tricky. In an instant, 5 huge chakra chains shot out and flew towards Uchiha Madara. He had briefly battled Uchiha Madara before, sealing techniques King Kong sealing. The detonating talisman is now relatively close to them. If it is instantly detonated by flames, they will be the unlucky ones. Conan himself obviously did not expect that Uchiha Madara could counterattack in an instant and use fire style to defeat his move. However, this time, Uchiha Madara did not continue to stand still and let her output as she wanted, but disappeared in an instant. Kushina gathered all the chakra in her body and used her powerful sealing techniques against Uchiha Madara. Seeing this scene, Conan's pupils shrank severely. Oops. Uchiha Madara, don't be too arrogant. Conan reminded Kushina of the whirlpool, and he immediately joined the battle. The sudden burst of chakra chains caught Uchiha Madara off guard, and he who was chasing him was instantly restrained by 2 of them. And soon, the remaining 3 chakra chains quickly turned back and surrounded and bound him again. Uchiha Madara immediately felt a powerful binding force, and his movements were severely restricted. Even the chakra in the body was slightly disturbed. He looked down at the red chakra chain on his body, couldn't help but chuckle and praised. This power is not bad, but that's all. Compared to me, you are far behind. Facing the 2 men who were attacking him again, Uchiha Madara stopped asking questions, turned his head slightly to avoid all incoming attacks, and released a giant fire-style ninjutsu directly at Killer Bee. The overwhelming fire-style power surged and swallowed up Killer Bee in an instant. But at this moment, his arms were bound by Kushina's chakra chains. Uchiha Madara looked down at the chain on his hand and snorted coldly. I've already told you this kind of thing can't hurt me at all. After he finished speaking, he just shook his arm slightly. And in an instant, the chakra chain that could easily subdue 9 tails was completely shattered. Then Uchiha Madara quickly flashed and came to Kushina in the blink of an eye. He grabbed Kushina's neck with one hand, showing no pity for her because she was a woman and a beautiful woman. However, Uchiha Madara did not kill Kushina. 2 chakra black rods came into his hand and directly pierced Kushina's body, making her unable to continue using chakra and unable to escape. As soon as he subdued Kushina, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind him. The figure was as fast as thunder, jumped over quickly and slashed Uchiha Madara's back with a knife. Of course, such an attack would have no effect. Uchiha Madara's body recovered quickly, and he turned around calmly, suddenly stepping forward in a flash, and the chakra black stick in his hand also penetrated the opponent's chest with lightning speed. Killer Bee fell heavily to the ground. He still wanted to struggle and resist, but at this moment more chakra black rods appeared and penetrated his limbs immediately, pinning him firmly to the ground. This time, everyone was subdued. Uchiha Madara looked at the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki on the ground indifferently, thinking of the agreement with Senju Hashirama. Sorry, Hashirama, I have to break my promise this time. He muttered. He had previously promised Senju Hashirama that he would use his own eyes to resurrect these Jinchuriki. But at this moment, Uchiha Madara changed her mind temporarily. He didn't want any more surprises to happen to his plan, so he didn't want to cause any complications. After subduing the 9-tailed beasts, he began to summon the Jido statue on the spot. With a loud bang, the ground began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, a huge demon statue appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this huge demon statue that looked like a tree root, all Jinchuriki felt despair in their hearts. Damn it, what is this guy going to do to us? He actually succeeded. Naruto's. Uzumaki, what Kushina is most concerned about now is her infant son Uzumaki Naruto. She searched with her eyes and saw little Naruto lying next to the injured Konan at this moment. Naruto seemed uninjured, which made her sigh in relief. As long as my son is here, the sky will not fall. It's a pity that mom couldn't grow up with you. Uzumaki Kushina thought desperately in her heart. At this time, they heard several continuous bang-bang sounds. As ninjas, everyone knew what this sound was about. I subconsciously looked up and saw Uchiha Madara forming several shadow clone in the same spot. If you count carefully, including his own body, there are 9 in total. Let's start with one tail. Uchiha Madara looked at Fenfu. Fenfu, who was already elderly, was already in his twilight years. He was injured in the battle just now and was on the verge of death. However, Uchiha Madara and his 8 shadow clone completed this operation in less than an hour. After all, Otsutsuki Ishiki is so powerful. Everyone yelled, but Uchiha Madara remained indifferent. 8 Tails said to Killer Bee, I saw it, that guy Uchiha Madara planned to sacrifice us all to the golem to resurrect 10 Tails, no way. Of course, don't get me wrong. I'm doing this for myself, not for you humans. Hearing him mention Uchiha Dali, Uchiha Madara had a slight reaction and looked at Killer Bee with cold eyes. However, the responses of the 2-tailed beasts were completely different. This may be an opportunity. Otherwise, all of us will die here, including you, of course. Seal the tailed beasts in the Jido statue in order from 1 tail to 9 tails, so that 10 tails can be fully awakened. Master Fourth Hawkage will never let you go, Madara. As he spoke calmly, he couldn't help but think to himself, that guy is probably still trapped in there and can't get out. For an average ninja to seal a tailed beast into a Jido statue, it often requires the cooperation of multiple people and takes at least a few days. Because the amount of chakra of tailed beasts is so huge, it takes a very long time to seal them. Similarly, Kushina was saying similar words to the 9 tails sealed in her body. After sealing the second tail, 3 tails followed. The indifferent Uchiha Madara said nothing nonsense, looked at the second-tailed Jinchuriki and opened the seal to her. At this time, Killer Bee, Kushina and others noticed that every time Uchiha Madara sealed a tailed beast, an eye would open on the golem. Uchiha Madara didn't waste any time. After the main body and the 8 shadow clone took their respective positions, they began to activate the Phantom Dragon 9 seals against 1-tail Shukaku's Jinchuriki sharing blessing. It's a pity that he doesn't appreciate praise and refused to cooperate with me to become the ultimate. The other Jinchuriki had no choice but to watch as Uchiha Madara continuously extracted 1-tail Shukaku's chakra from Fenfu's body, and then continuously sealed it onto the weird golem. The 2 strongest tailed beasts naturally know everything about what is happening in the outside world. And they also discovered a problem. As the number of tails of the tailed beast increased, the amount of chakra also increased. It's too easy to seal someone. While Uchiha Madara was busy sealing the wild 3 tails, Killer Bee said to the 8 tails in his body, 8 tails, you should have seen the current situation, so lend me your power. Uchiha Madara is different from ordinary ninjas. It was another round of work, which also took about an hour. In addition, Magic Dragon 9 sealing techniques are powerful S-level sealing techniques, and they also require the cooperation of multiple people to perform. Thus, let 10 tails plunder the chakra of this world and condense the chakra fruit. Hearing Killer Bee and Kushina's request, 8 tails and 9 tails both snorted. I have to say that boy's talent is second only to mine among the entire Uchiha clan. After being separated from 1-tail Shukaku, his life was completely lifeless, and he fell to the ground as if he had fallen asleep. And the time it takes Uchiha Madara to seal them will become longer, Killer Bee said through gritted teeth. She also hopes that 9 tails can lend chakra to her. 8 tails said, and immediately handed over his chakra to Killer Bee for use. On the other hand, 9 tails, after a cold snort, began to sneer at Kushina. How come the powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan cannot even seal a dead person? How come they still need to rely on my power? It's really funny, don't forget I am sealed in your body. Kushina immediately heard that 9 tails was deeply resentful towards himself, and even towards all mankind. It complained that it had kept it sealed within its body for so many years. So now, not only is he unwilling to lend out his chakra, but he is also sarcastic about adding insult to injury. According to Kushina's temper, she would definitely not ask for 9 tails. What's more, he's still so humble. But now the situation is stronger than people. Kushina was also able to bend and stretch, and she requested, "Because your power is too strong, in order to avoid causing unnecessary harm to humans, you must be sealed. If this is the reason why you feel hatred, just put all your hatred on me alone. I apologize to you on behalf of other human beings. Now please lend me your power. If Uchiha Madara is allowed to successfully implement his ambition, I am afraid no one can stop him." Kushina's heartfelt persuasion silenced Nine Tails for an instant. After so many years of getting along with each other, he clearly understands that Kushina is a person who always speaks his mind. Moreover, after getting along with human beings for a long time, you will gradually become more or less infected by their rich emotions. At this moment, Nine Tails was a little shaken. "Please, Nine Tails, if Uchiha Madara pulls you out of my body, you will die too, right?" Kushina's voice sounded again. At this time, Killer Bee had received the gift of power from Eight Tails, and Eight Tails instantly burst out. At the same time, Killer Bee released an unprecedented terrifying chakra aura. He felt a perfect fit that he had never felt before. Eight Tails matches itself extremely well. This is truly the perfect Jinchuriki form. The burst of chakra was immediately noticed by Uchiha Madara. But at this moment, he was still at the critical moment of sealing Three Tails, and he had no way to take action. If he did, the seal would be interrupted. Not only will the success be in vain, Three Tails' chakra will also disintegrate into the air. Although tailed beasts are chakra life forms, they will be resurrected at a certain moment as long as time is enough, and there is no real death. However, Uchiha Madara cannot wait that long. Rather than letting a few Jinchuriki escape, what he couldn't accept even more was the long wait for the tailed beast to be resurrected. He weighed the pros and cons and took no action. The good news is that although Eight Tails' chakra explodes and 8 chakra tails are released, the power increases by at least dozens of times. But Killer Bee couldn't break free from the shackles of his chakra black rod immediately. And the sealing of Three Tails is nearing completion. As long as he completes the sealing of Three Tails, he will be free to deal with these guys. The bad news is that at this moment, Uchiha Madara not only noticed signs of tailed beast rampage in Killer Bee, but also Nine Tails, who was also in a rampage state. 9 huge chakra tails appeared in the field of vision, and even the huge shadow of Nine Tails also appeared on Kushina's body. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara's eyes instantly turned cold. "Submit to me." He calmly faced the shadow of Nine Tails and said the classic line he used when he saw Nine Tails for the first time. Upon hearing these 3 words, Nine Tails' originally fierce face suddenly showed a trace of fear. The originally cold and sharp eyes also showed a hint of fear of being dominated. Because Nagato's Samsara Eye also has this ability, Conan has been following him for so many years, and he naturally knows the properties of the chakra black rod very well under his influence. I continued to try, and soon the chakra black stick on my right hand was removed. Immediately afterwards, one of his shadow clone broke away from the ceiling formation and attacked Killer Bee and Kushina. Multiple chakra black rods flew over in succession, pinning them to the ground again. The 2 people who were already unable to move were even less able to break free now. But an hour is also time. If any unforeseen accident occurs within this hour, all your hard work will be in vain. Conan looked at the empty surroundings, feeling extremely tormented in his heart. Only the injured Conan and little Naruto were left without care. The ants don't have to struggle anymore, it will be your turn soon. I must find a safer place where I can complete the next sealing steps with peace of mind. Although the 8 tails in his body are not as arrogant as the 9 tails, he did not use chakra to materialize his body and appear to provoke Uchiha Madara. I never expected it to have such an effect. The current flow of chakra in her body is completely restrained by the black chakra rod nailed to her body. Otherwise, she could use her own chakra to help 9 tails get rid of Uchiha Madara's Jinjutsu control. She hurriedly picked up little Naruto, and while she was still conscious, she hurriedly used the paper dance to summon birds and flew little Naruto towards Konoha. Finally, after a lot of effort, Conan managed to get rid of the shackles of the black rod of chakra. Sure enough, at this moment, Uchiha Madara used Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan directly on the embodied figure of 9 tails. After another effort, Conan finally succeeded in taking off the chakra black rod nailed to his left hand. However, Uchiha Madara, who had learned from the past, took action again and used Sharingan's Genjutsu in the same way to subdue 8 tails in an instant. She struggled and tried to free herself from the black chakra rod. The same thing happened with Killer Bee. Thinking in his heart, Uchiha Madara suddenly disappeared with the remaining Jinchuriki and Jido statue. In other words, she knows what the weakness of this move is. I have to find a way to tell everyone about the situation here. Soon the seal of 3 tails was also completed. This scene even shocked Kushina herself. Although with his own strength, the process of sealing the tailed beast can be greatly shortened. Oops. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. In just a moment, the rampaging Nine Tails was subdued. After Uchiha Madara's shadow clone finished speaking, he returned to the sealing sequence and once again used his strength to seal 3 tails with other clones and the main body. After trying for a while, I succeeded, and the chakra black stick in my hand began to loosen. Also, we must bring little Naruto back. This process seemed to use up all her strength, and it took her a long time to regain her composure. But it's not possible now. Uchiha Madara did not choose to continue sealing 4 tails but began to consider a problem. In the different space, Uchiha Dali has completely lied down. At this moment, he no longer thinks about how to break Otsutsuki's seal, but is concentrating on refining his chakra, and at the same time trying to further strengthen all the abilities he currently possesses. It would be better if all abilities could be integrated. In this way, by continuously improving one's own combat power, one can finally achieve the effect of making bricks fly. It is not impossible to blast this alien space imprisoned by sealing techniques with one punch. Of course, he has achieved some results. Thanks to doing nothing here, the amount of chakra in Uchiha Dali's body has more than doubled compared to the beginning. In addition, the power of his Tianwei Samsara Eye has been developed to a whole new level, and abilities such as Huang Quan Bailiang Ban, Tianzhai Yu Zhang, Truth-Seeking Ball, etc. can be easily used. Conqueror's Knowledge Color and Weapon Color have all reached the top level and cannot continue to improve. If it is possible, it is probably to integrate these 3 powers into a whole, and then give birth to a new one. Including this, there are 3 new abilities included. Uchiha is also working hard in this regard. The only regret is that so far he still has not been able to break the seal here with brute force. However, he had a vague hunch that this matter would not be too far away. Uchiha vigorously continues to try. At the same time, in reality, the ninja world, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was recuperating on the moon, has recovered to 77 to 88%, and his overall combat power is now about 70% to 80% of what it was before the vigorous battle with Uchiha. However, he did not act rashly again, because he was getting familiar with the newly acquired power, the Tenseigen. The insight of these eyes far exceeds even the perfect Byakugan he already mastered. From here, he can also directly peek into what is happening in the entire ninja world, if he wants to. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki is using the reincarnation eye to check the situation of Konoha Ninja Village. A halo appeared in front of his eyes. Above this transparent light curtain, it is exactly what happened in Konoha Village. Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others returned here. As a man who controls the limits of the wood-style blood succession, looking at the Konoha Ninja Village that was almost reduced to ruins in front of him, Senju Hashirama directly used his magical power without saying a word. Wood-style, the art of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Senju Hashirama actually restored the Konoha Ninja Village, which had been turned into ruins, back to what it looked like before it was destroyed in an instant. Streets and buildings are dotted and scattered. However, these buildings were built according to the era in which he lived. Not only did the style of the buildings seem to be very monotonous, but the colors were also very monotonous. Shadai, it's been more than 50 years since the village was founded, and everyone's aesthetics have changed a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly recovered from the magic of seeing wood style, and cautiously said to Senju Hashirama. He didn't dare to directly say that these houses were too ugly. Senju Hashirama, on the other hand, didn't understand what Hiruzen Sarutobi meant at all. At this moment, Senju Hashirama responded nonchalantly. Aesthetic changes are a good thing. It means that everyone has advanced with the times, ha 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 ha. Shadai, I means. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Senju Hashirama became serious and said, although I can't resurrect the sacrificed people yet, I should be able to do it after Madara comes back. Anyway, let everyone else in the village come back now. There will be no more danger. We will protect everyone's. It can be seen that he still has full confidence in Uchiha Madara. When he heard him say that Uchiha Madara would come back again, Hiruzen Sarutobi was shocked at first, and then his heart moved slightly. But having said that, your medical ninjutsu has made great progress, Tsunade. Tsunade finally came to her senses and shouted. They still don't know about Senju Hashirama being summoned by Orochimaru. Although he was not taught a lesson, Hiruzen Sarutobi became extremely ashamed when Senju Hashirama, who was the first Hokage, said this. He said and looked up into the distance. That direction was the location of Konoha Ninja Hospital. Senju Hashirama quickly arrived at Konoha Ninja Hospital. Thinking in his mind, he looked around at the restored Konoha ninja village, and then thought of the ruins that had been destroyed by Uchiha Madara. She blurted out and then murmured to herself, "Jane, it looks exactly like the statue on the Hawkage Rock." Grandpa. Compared with you, old man, I'm far behind Grandpa. Senju Hashirama frowned when he heard this. Is anyone injured and in need of treatment? At this time, he had no more thoughts to care about other things. According to what Senju Hashirama said, he quickly ordered his men to notify the ninjas and villagers who had taken refuge in other places to return to the village. At this time, Senju Hashirama suddenly became a little excited and said with a smile, "Oh, this chakra aura is very familiar, it seems to be Tsunade. As the shadow of the village, it is also one of your responsibilities to make everyone feel safe and secure." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded immediately. Tsunade has indeed come back. Thanks to her help, we can save the lives of those combatants. Tsunade and other medical ninjas were also stunned on the spot, not knowing why. Is Shadai disappointed with my job as a Hawkage? Looking at the man's retreating figure, he secretly sweated. I really failed to protect the village. Although Jiraiya is still in a coma at this moment, he looks good and his condition is stable. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more ashamed. Hatsu, Shadai. As soon as Shizu next to Tsunade, who was stunned, saw Senju Hashirama, the statue of first generation on the Hawkage Rock naturally appeared in her mind. It's a long story about my sudden return here. I'll tell you again when I get the chance. But I didn't expect you to have grown so big, Tsunade. Senju Hashirama smiled and turned to look at Jiraiya, who was lying on the hospital bed. Suddenly seeing a living first Hawkage appear in front of their eyes, everyone was shocked. By the way, you came just in time. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the direction of Konoha Ninja Hospital. As he walked, he gave orders to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't forget to ask everyone to come back and appease the villagers. At this time, Tsunade and others were surprised by the complete buildings that suddenly appeared in the village. Tsunade suddenly stepped forward and took Senju Hashirama's hand and walked outside without saying a word. Ming, I understand, Shadai. I will go and notify everyone to come back. You call me that and suddenly I feel so old. In that case, leave it to me. Senju Hashirama looked at Tsunade with a smile. He didn't know that Uchiha Madara had left Konoha. Senju Hashirama was pulled by Tsunade to another ward. There were 2 beds here, and 2 young men in their 20s were lying on each one. The one on the left has long black hair and the other has short blonde hair. As soon as Senju Hashirama came in, he noticed that the breathing of the 2 people was very weak, and they looked obviously signs of being seriously injured and on the verge of death. Are these? One is the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, and the other is the assistant of the 4th Hawkage, Namikaze Minato. They were all severely injured in the battle with Madara. My medical ninjutsu, there is no way to treat their injuries. Tsunade said and lowered her head in shame. She knows very well what her grandfather Senju Hashirama is capable of. In addition to being well known for possessing the power of the wood-style blood succession limit, Senju Hashirama is also a top medical ninja. His medical ninjutsu was one of the best in the ninja world, both in his time and now. After listening to Tsunade's explanation, Senju Hashirama did not speak, but stepped forward with a serious expression to check the injuries of Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato. After some inspection, his expression became more solemn. This is no ordinary injury. Senju Hashirama discovered that the 2 ninjas had injuries that he had never seen before. Is this really Madara's fault? Senju Hashirama couldn't help but mutter to himself. It is said to be. Tsunade replied. Seeing that her grandfather was hesitating, she couldn't help but ask. With your medical treatment, ninjutsu, isn't there any way to treat them? Senju held his chin and thought for a while, then smiled and said, You'll know after you try it. With that said, he began to use the medical ninjutsu on Uchiha Fugaku first. This scene was seen by Tsunade. She couldn't help but think to Chunin. It seems that Grandpa really has a good impression of the Uchiha clan. Even if the injuries of the 2 people were equally serious, he still instinctively chose to treat Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Just then Senju Hashirama frowned. Tsunade also noticed that something was wrong with his expression, so she hurriedly reminded, I once used Katsuyu sage from the Shigu forest to treat him, but it had no effect. My art of creation and regeneration cannot work on these injuries. Well, that's normal, since it wasn't any ordinary ninjutsu that caused these injuries. Senju Hashirama nodded. Not an ordinary ninjutsu. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. I know they are not ordinary ninjutsu, but obviously they are not ordinary blood successors' limited abilities. As a medical ninja in today's world who has reached the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, second only to her grandfather Senju Hashirama, Tsunade has treated many injuries in her half-life. Naturally, she has seen people injured for various reasons. That's why I have the confidence to come to such a conclusion. Senju Hashirama nodded again. This is not an ordinary ninjutsu, nor is it the power of the blood succession limit, but the power of yin-yang style. It seems that Madara guy didn't lie to me. He did master the power of Sage of Six Paths. Senju Hashirama's soliloquy made Tsunade's expression become serious. If even you, Grandpa, can't save them, I'm afraid no one in the world can save them. Don't be so pessimistic, Tsunade. Life is always full of unknown hopes, you have to believe this. Senju Hashirama smiled and put his hand on Tsunade's shoulder. After speaking, he raised his hand and applied a layer of chakra to Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato. There is something different about this chakra. It is red. It seems that Madara guy really succeeded. Then he showed a burst of excitement. It's nothing more than that. After hearing this, Tsunade came back to her senses and looked at Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato. But they won't be able to wake up like this. Once they lose your chakra support, they will still die. It is this vitality that allows Senju Hashirama to use a variety of wood styles. Tsunade's face turned to surprise. Is it going to grow into a sacred tree now? Haha. It's too early. Anyway, choose to believe it. Every move of the grandfather and grandson in the Konoha Ninja Hospital was clearly seen by Otsutsuki Ishiki through the reincarnation eye. His mysterious appearance puzzled Tsunade. There is only one existence that can possess such a terrifying chakra, and that is Ten Tails. And it has a nature-like atmosphere. At the same time, in a secret underground space, Uchiha Madara had just completed the sealing of the nine-tailed beasts and successfully resurrected the Jido statue into 10 tails. Without saying a word, he left the moon and descended towards the ninja world. Senju Hashirama explained with a smile, "Although I can't cure their injuries, my sage jutsu chakra can prevent their lives from withering." She remembered the previous rumors that the power of Wood Style's blood inheritance was said to be able to directly transform chakra into an endless stream of powerful vitality. But since it was his grandfather after all, Tsunade did not ask in detail who could save these two people. However, when he saw that Senju Hashirama could not do anything about the injuries caused by yin-yang style, Otsutsuki Yishi showed a disdainful smile. He was originally very concerned about the existence of Senju Hashirama, who had a huge chakra that surpassed other ninjas. I haven't gotten my reincarnation eye back yet. And at this moment, suddenly, Otsutsuki's pupils shrank sharply. The vigorous vitality also emerges from these two groups of chakra. Senju Hashirama smiled. Otsutsuki lost interest in Senju Hashirama. After all, it was Konoha's sudden appearance of high-end combat power that might have an impact on his plans. At this moment, the chakra aura that Otsutsuki sensed was very huge, far exceeding any existence in the ninja world. This breath is 10 tails. No matter whether it is Senju Hashirama currently active in Konoha, Uchiha Madara before, or anyone from 1 tail to 9 tails, there is no such terrifying chakra. Uchiha Madara is definitely resurrected. Otsutsuki Kaguya's 10 tails, Otsutsuki can't sit still after one move. Uchiha Madara couldn't hide her excitement when looking at 10 tails, which exuded the terrifying aura of chakra and whose body was constantly expanding and getting bigger. It is more like a collection of 1 tail to 9 tails, and the chakra is amplified at least 10 times. As expected of the guy I like, it's a pity that you don't seem to take me seriously. Do you plan to monopolize 10 tails' power? He was going to divert his attention to search for the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara. Someone will come to save them. Jido statue had 9-tailed beasts sealed in its body and was completely resurrected. Its appearance changed dramatically. It was no longer the statue it was before, but turned into a huge monster with 10 tails. The vigorous vitality and terrifying chakra poured out, making Uchiha Madara feel extremely fearful. He knew that 10 tails was growing rapidly and couldn't wait to transform into a sacred tree so that it could swallow all the chakra in the world. However, the final step is needed to make 10 tails a sacred tree, which is to become 10 tails Jinchuriki and activate infinite Tsukuyomi. Another method is to sacrifice people with Otsutsuki bloodline to 10 tails. As long as 10 tails eats them, they can quickly grow into a sacred tree that can bear chakra fruit. Obviously, for Uchiha Madara, the former method is more reliable and easier to implement than the latter method. Of course, activating infinite Tsukuyomi requires the power of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is currently in the hands of Uzumaki Nagato. Therefore, Uchiha Madara has no way to directly activate that move. He didn't waste any time, stepped forward and put one hand on Ten Tails, who was on the verge of going berserk. Instantly, a terrifying force acted on Ten Tails and began to absorb it quickly. The furious Ten Tails realized that he was about to be sealed and immediately struggled violently, which made Uchiha Madara immediately feel tremendous pressure. He frowned slightly and released all the chakra in his body to resist the power of Ten Tails. After a stalemate, Ten Tails was quickly absorbed by Uchiha Madara again. Soon, Uchiha Madara completely sealed the huge Ten Tails into his body, turning himself into Ten Tails Jinchuriki. In this way, I only need to get my eyes back and then I can proceed to the next step. Uchiha Madara muttered. However, he still underestimated the power of Ten Tails. Although it was sealed into Uchiha Madara's body, Ten Tails did not cooperate with him. Not only did it not share its power with Uchiha Madara, but it began to struggle crazily, trying to break free. This once again puts huge pressure on Uchiha Madara. In just a few seconds, Uchiha Madara's face became extremely ugly and then became distorted. Then his body began to deform. This is a sign that Ten Tails' power is on the rampage and he is about to break free from his seal and break away from his body. Uchiha Madara, who has sealed Ten Tails, knows very well that if he is broken free by Ten Tails in his current form of Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he will surely die. Although he was still in the state of reincarnation, Uchiha Madara was not sure whether he could recover from the consequences of that, but he did not dare to take the risk. My current strength is still insufficient. If it was my peak strength during my lifetime, how could you, a beast, be so presumptuous? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and began to fight against the Ten Tails in her body again. His spirit quickly entered his body and saw the true form of Ten Tails in a special sealed space. Ten Tails, who was sealed in a huge cage, struggled desperately, and the cage with its powerful binding force had begun to severely twist and deform. Seeing the indifferent Uchiha Madara appear, Ten Tails immediately roared at him crazily. "Let me out. Can you actually talk?" "That's better, you only have two choices now, Ten Tails, either cooperate with me, help me harvest the chakra of this world, and honestly condense the chakra fruits for me to evolve, or wait for other Otsutsuki tribe members to deal with you." As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, Ten Tails opened his huge mouth and fiercely sprayed out his smelly breath. However, after Ten Tails roared angrily, he began to quiet down. Snort. Uchiha Madara sneered contemptuously. "It seems you are still very sensible. Cooperate with me and your future treatment will not be too bad. If you insist on resisting me, the consequences will be unpredictable. Now surrender." Saying that, Uchiha Madara took advantage of the moment when Ten Tails was distracted and hesitant, and suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, the power of his Eternal Mangekyō acted on Ten Tails. The powerful pupil technique directly controlled Ten Tails, making it completely lose its self-awareness. There is such a huge chakra, but it is just like this. Seeing Ten Tails being subdued by him, Uchiha Madara once again sneered contemptuously, but the next second he was startled. Immediately afterwards, his whole body began to tremble slightly. This is... Uchiha Madara looked ahead in confusion. At this moment, there was an endless stream of chakra coming from the sealed cage, crushing towards him like a 1,000-meter-high tsunami. This power is not meant to attack oneself, but to merge with one's own body. It means that the power of Ten Tails will truly belong to you from this moment on. Uchiha Madara was surprised and delighted. What was shocking was that this power was truly terrifying beyond imagination. He had never seen such an exaggerated chakra in his life, and of course he was happy about this, because this power will completely belong to you. Uchiha Madara was unsuspecting and allowed the vast sea of chakra to continuously attack him, and he accepted it all. In the sealed space within his body, Uchiha Madara is frantically devouring the chakra fused with Ten Tails, and in reality, his body is also rapidly changing at the same time. In the flash of bright light, Uchiha Madara's body seemed to be transformed, and the original dilapidated armor and mortal flesh were shattered. Instead, there was a pure white robe with Magatama and a blue-white body and skin. His eyes were also changing. The original Mangekyō Sharingan turned into the form of 9 Magatama, and strange horns even grew on his forehead. Immediately afterwards, a 6-path scepter naturally appeared in Uchiha Madara's hand, and several black truth-seeking balls automatically appeared floating behind him, guarding his safety like loyal guards. Uchiha Madara, who had completely completed her transformation, slowly opened her eyes and looked at her current image. Is this the evolved form, the power of God? Just when Uchiha Madara was contentedly feeling the incomparable, seemingly endless and inexhaustible power surging within his body, suddenly he felt a warning sign. Subconsciously, I looked up at the ceiling, and the next second there was a loud boom. After the dazzling light flashed, the ceiling was gone, and the stones and soil that fell from the huge broken gap were all destroyed by the attack just now. Looking up through the gap, Uchiha Madara saw a very familiar figure, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Otsutsuki saw the familiar yet unfamiliar Uchiha Madara in front of him, and could tell at a glance that Uchiha Madara had swallowed the power of 10 tails and completed its evolution, becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki. However, instead of being angry, he was actually a little excited. You have some skills, you actually resurrected 10 tails. Then we can conquer the world as much as we want. You and I join forces to first collect all the chakra in this world and condense it into chakra fruit, and then plunder the chakra from other planets. In this way, we will become the ultimate evolutionary body step by step. Otsutsuki once again tries to win over Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Madara was indifferent to his words, and he even let out an intriguing chuckle after listening to what the other person said. In an instant, Otsutsuki put away the smile on his face and his eyes became cold. "So don't you want to?" he asked, staring at Uchiha Madara. "I have become the same existence as you, why should I share the chakra fruit with you?" "I want everything I want," Uchiha Madara responded coldly. Hearing this, Otsutsuki smiled instead of getting angry. "Are you sure you want to act alone? What, are you going to fight me? Then let's give it a try, I just want to test how strong I am now." Uchiha Madara was immediately eager to give it a try. His body slowly rose into the air, rising along the passage, and soon arrived in front of Otsutsuki Ishiki. However, Otsutsuki Ishiki did not take action but sneered. "Your strength has indeed become stronger, I admit it. But the members of the Otsutsuki clan usually work in pairs in the universe, so they can take care of each other if something unexpected happens. Are you sure you want to go alone?" When he said this, it didn't sound like he was looking for trouble, but a kind reminder. Uchiha Madara remained silent. Otsutsuki continued, "The vastness of the universe is far beyond your imagination, and the dangers contained in it are beyond our expectation. Currently, neither you nor I are strong enough to conquer this universe alone. What's more, there are existences beyond the dimension of this universe. They may come here from other dimensions, or they may be preparing to leave this dimension and go to other dimensions. But one thing is for sure, if you meet them, the current ability will definitely lead to death." Uchiha Madara really didn't think about this issue carefully. Of course, in reality, he didn't really want to fight to the death with Otsutsuki. Upon hearing this, he followed the steps given by the other party and borrowed the slope to get off the donkey. "Listening to what you said, you seem to have seen such an existence." Uchiha Madara asked curiously, "I just heard about it." "That's a member of our Otsutsuki clan named Otsutsuki Yame." Otsutsuki glanced at Uchiha Madara. The latter did not speak at this time but listened carefully to what the other party said. Then the Otsutsuki style continued. "Everything you and I are familiar with now, whether it's ninjutsu or sage jutsu, they are actually just imitating what the magic that man left behind can do. Otsutsuki Yame is the source of everything. His power is called divine magic. Over the past countless years, Otsutsuki Yame has continued to evolve by continuously devouring chakra, and eventually became the most powerful member of our Otsutsuki clan. Close to the presence of God. Now that he is too powerful, he no longer needs to be restrained by the physical body. So he abandoned his body and transcended this world in a more unique form, entering a higher level dimension. Compared with a man like that, even my power at its peak is not worth mentioning in front of him. He can easily kill me with just a look or even a thought. Even if it sounds like this was many years ago. However, when Otsutsuki talked about it, he still looked full of lingering fear. Especially when he mentioned the name Otsutsuki Yame. Uchiha Madara has been observing his body language, but he cannot tell whether what the other person says is true or false. Just when Uchiha Madara was silent, unable to tell the truth from the false, Otsutsuki spoke again. He noticed Uchiha Madara's reaction and said first, "You don't seem to believe this, but I guarantee that what I said is absolutely true. In the past countless years, because of the existence of Otsutsuki Yame, all of us Otsutsuki tribe members must hand over the collected chakra fruits to him. If anyone dares to disobey, he will ruthlessly kill him. Now that Otsutsuki Yame has left this world, our remaining Otsutsuki people no longer have such worries. Everyone has begun to follow the example of Otsutsuki Yame, using the sacred trees he left behind to collect chakra fruits. Every Otsutsuki tries to be like that. Nonetheless, this is not inconsistent with how little we know about the universe as a whole. That's what I'm saying. If you don't believe it, just take action yourself." After Otsutsuki finished speaking, he actually activated space ninjutsu and disappeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Seeing that the other party was missing, Uchiha Madara's eyes finally turned cold. The reason why he didn't dare to take action directly just now was because he was afraid of the opponent's strength. Although I don't know what happened to that guy, but I can feel that this guy is in a completely different state than when he fought Uchiha Diki. He is stronger now. Uchiha Madara thought silently in his heart. Then he quickly came to his senses, turned around and looked towards the horizon in the distance. That direction is the direction of the Konoha ninja village in the Country of Fire, and it is also where he will take action next. Although just now Otsutsuki left after saying a few words. However, that guy didn't leave nothing behind. There was a special mark left in the air at this moment, and Uchiha Madara knew that this was the contact information Otsutsuki had left for him. If you change your mind, you can directly contact the other party through this special wedge mark. That guy is always a threat. He will never watch me seize the chakra of this world. The so-called cooperation is just a cover. After all, his goal is also to plunder this planet's chakra and turn it into chakra fruit. Anyway, let's get my eyes back first. Uchiha Madara made up her mind, since neither she nor Otsutsuki can do anything to each other at the moment, then she should get her eyes back first. When the time comes, if he really dares to take action, he won't be afraid. Otsutsuki returned to the moon in one move, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy when he returned to the palace. He originally planned to snatch 10 tails from Uchiha Madara, but unexpectedly, that guy quickly became 10 tails Jinchuriki, becoming more powerful than imagined. At that time, he was not sure of defeating that guy, so he had to give up his original idea and choose to retreat temporarily. And choosing to win over Uchiha Madara is naturally a last resort strategy. Now, Uchiha Madara is only one step away from turning 10 tails into a sacred tree and thus obtain the chakra fruit. The situation is already urgent. Otsutsuki Ishiki knew that he didn't have much time left. If Uchiha Madara was allowed to seize the chakra fruit of this planet first, then all his preparations for thousands of years would be in vain. He was not willing to fail like this. Now I'm afraid the only way to stop that guy is to let me complete my reincarnation. But, thinking in his heart, Otsutsuki's eyes fell on the little baby Otsutsuki Tonri beside him. Although this child is not a pure Otsutsuki bloodline, he still meets the requirements of his own weapon. As long as the wedge on his body is completely thawed, you can reincarnate in his body and gain 100% of your power. Originally, it didn't matter if the waiting time was longer, but now the situation is different, and Otsutsuki Ishiki can't wait any longer. He looked at Otsutsuki Tonri, and a crazy idea came to his mind. It is not impossible to dissolve the catalytic wedge, but the cost is too high. Normally, Otsutsuki Ishiki would not adopt that method, but now that the situation is special, he can't control it so much. This body has reached its limit. If the reincarnation cannot be completed before it is completely destroyed, then I will also be wiped out. The top priority now is to speed up the dissolution of the wedge on your body. Otsutsuki stared at Otsutsuki Tonri and said to himself. The baby Otsutsuki Tonri obviously couldn't understand these words at all. He was just babbling and waving his hands in the air, seemingly trying to find his mother. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki couldn't help but squint his eyes. Sure enough, lower creatures still can't get rid of their primitive desires. The truly pure Otsutsuki people don't need to be fed. Although he complained disdainfully, Otsutsuki did not do anything drastic. Instead, he walked forward directly, pulled up his sleeves, and stretched his white arms to Otsutsuki Tonri's mouth. Bite it, and use my chakra to activate the wedge in your body and accelerate its dissolution. As long as your wedge power is fully unlocked, I will be able to reincarnate in your body, and then all problems will be solved. He said to himself to Otsutsuki Tonri. However, the infant Otsutsuki Tonri couldn't understand this at all and didn't react at all. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki frowned impatiently. Without saying a word, he stretched out his left hand, grabbed Otsutsuki Tonri's head, and then moved his right arm up. Chakra forcibly controlled Otsutsuki Tonri to open his mouth. And then, two sharp tiger teeth quickly grew in the little baby's mouth, and finally they pierced Otsutsuki's right arm. Following this, the endless and vigorous chakra quickly poured into Otsutsuki Tonri's body. As for Sei Chuan's body, which was inhabited by Otsutsuki, his appearance quickly became old, and he soon looked like a walking corpse. Uchiha vigorously has made his third attempt. He punched the void in front of him. In an instant, endless fist shadows burst out, impacting in all directions, especially in front. This is one of the abilities of the powerful Samsara Eye. It is a powerful taijutsu developed by Uchiha by further upgrading it based on the superpower of Yasugami Aerial Strike. Combined with the perfect insight of the divine power of reincarnation and the domineering power of seeing and hearing, it has the effect of seeing through all flaws and destroying all obstacles. However, the third time he punched, after the impact of thousands of fists flew out for a while, the feedback was still nothingness. Nothing happened. After a while, Uchiha Dali could only see some slight shaking in the void. It's as if the void in front of you is not the real void, there is an invisible barrier, like ripples of energy, blocking you from leaving. This slight ripple only lasted less than 5 seconds, and soon everything calmed down. Uchiha gave a forced smile and looked down at his fist. The sealing techniques of the Otsutsuki 1 style guy are really powerful. With the punch I just made, whoever comes under the 6 paths will be wiped out. Talking to himself, Uchiha vigorously tried to activate the space-time ninjutsu again. But whether it was Ammon no Gachu or Huenquin Huraben, it still had no effect as before. Every time these time and space abilities are activated, Uchiha Dali immediately feels a powerful energy surrounding himself, and then his body will be bounced back the moment he is about to leave this alien space. After several unsuccessful attempts, he had to give up. It seems I'm not strong enough. Uchiha thought vigorously in his heart, and instead of wasting any more energy, he continued to comprehend more power. As long as you continue to improve your strength, you will definitely be able to break through this barrier. Senju Hashirama was still waiting for Uchiha Madara in Konoha village. At that time, the two agreed that as long as Uchiha Madara became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he could deal with the threats of Otsutsuki Ishiki and other Otsutsuki. At the same time, he will also resurrect all the Jinchuriki who died because they were separated from the tailed beasts. At this moment, Senju Hashirama found Uzumaki Nagato and explained his purpose. Hearing that he was trying to persuade him to return the Rinnegan Eye to Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Nagato remained silent. Yahiko couldn't help but stood up. Please forgive my presumption, but as the first Hokage, you have the title of Ninja God, how can you be so naive? The words of that man Uchiha Madara are not trustworthy at all. After he gets the Samsara Eye, he will definitely attack all of us. After hearing this, Senju Hashirama looked at the young man, his expression became more serious. What you said makes sense, I really lacked consideration. As he said that, he actually bowed directly to Yahiko and Uzumaki Nagato. Such a scene made the two people stunned on the spot. Originally, both of them were mentally prepared to offend Senju Hashirama, which would lead to unpredictable consequences. Who would have thought that the legendary ninja god would react like this? While Yahiko and Nagato were stunned, Senju Hashirama frowned and looked up at the horizon in confusion. Yahiko and Nagato were also aware of it. They followed Senju Hashirama's gaze and looked into the distance. I saw a figure appearing on the horizon at the end of my sight. It's Conan. Although he couldn't clearly see the appearance of the black spot, Nagato immediately sensed the familiar chakra aura. Yahiko's expression instantly became tense. When Uchiha Madara attacked Konoha, Conan was responsible for taking all the Jinchuriki and moving them to other places to prevent them from being snatched away by Uchiha Madara. But now Conan is back. Does this mean that something happened to all the tailed beasts? Is she your partner? Senju Hashirama asked curiously. Yes, her name is Conan, she grew up with us. She is a trustworthy partner. Nagato answered immediately. He misunderstood the meaning of Senju Hashirama's words and thought that he regarded Conan as his enemy. That's why I hurriedly explained. But Senju Hashirama said, she was seriously injured. These words made Yahiko and Nagato suddenly change their expressions slightly. After carefully sensing, the two people realized that Conan's chakra aura was indeed much weaker than normal. What's going on? Oops, did something really happen to the tailed beasts? Yahiko and Nagato said nervously, hurriedly stood up and rushed towards Conan in the distance. At this moment, Senju Hashirama's expression was also slightly solemn. He had a good idea of what might have happened. At that time, he let Uchiha Madara go and asked him to catch the 9-tailed beasts, but he did not let Uchiha Madara hurt anyone. Now it looks like Uchiha Madara has crossed a line. Fortunately, it's not a big deal. As long as I am here, the girl's life will not be in danger. Madara, you seem to have gone too far. Senju Hashirama thought to himself, jumped up, and rose as fast as a bolt of lightning. In just an instant, he caught up with Yahiko and Nagato and instantly surpassed them and moved ahead. Feeling the Senju Hashirama passing by them like a strong wind, Yahiko and Nagato couldn't help but show shocked expressions. So strong chakra. What a speed. They both exclaimed at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they saw that Senju Hashirama had reached the horizon and met Conan, who was seriously injured and dying. Conan spent the last bit of chakra and returned to Konoha Ninja Village with little Naruto. When she saw that it was not her companion but a strange man who came, although she was very vigilant, she no longer had the strength to resist. I just feel that my body is getting heavier and heavier, and my eyelids seem to weigh 1,000 pounds. When Senju Hashirama came to him before he could speak, Konan completely lost consciousness. The little Naruto she was holding in her hands fell towards the ground together with her. Hello. Senju Hashirama quickly used wood-style ninjutsu and quickly caught the two of them. At the same time, he could see at a glance that the injuries on Konan's body were almost exactly the same as those on Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato. This is the evidence that Uchiha Madara took action. Senju Hashirama's heart sank, but saving people was the most important thing now, so he didn't say much and quickly used his creative regeneration technique to treat Konan. As his powerful medical ninjutsu was launched, Konan's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Senju Hashirama noticed this scene and couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. This injury can be healed, which means that although Madara attacked her, she did not really kill her, nor did she use the power of yin-yang style to hurt this girl. Speaking of which, the reason Madara was able to leave to find you was actually because of me. With this thought in his heart, Senju Hashirama's mood gradually became lighter again. Hoping that Uchiha Madara could keep his promise and resurrect the remaining Jinchuriki after gaining the power of 10 tails. Hearing what he said, Nagato frowned, so I'm afraid I just misunderstood him. In short, as long as he comes back to us, you will understand everything. You seem to be interested in helping that guy. After that, everyone was silent again. At this time, Konan looked at Senju Hashirama with respect. Since you are the first Hokage, please stop Madara. Senju Hashirama noticed the change in everyone's mood, smiled and comforted. You don't have to worry, I know that guy Madara very well. Why Lord First Hokage? Who are you? After some questioning, Senju Hashirama took the initiative to explain that he had rescued Konan. All parties explained the situation to each other, and each other suddenly understood. Soon, under the influence of his powerful creation and regeneration technique, which is like the flesh and bones of life and death, Konan gradually recovered from his injuries and woke up from the coma. He looked at Senju Hashirama seriously and asked, "Since you wanted me to return the Samsara Eye to Uchiha Madara just now, I felt something was wrong. No one knows what that guy will do with the power of the nine-tailed beasts." Nagato immediately took over little Naruto and said, "Jiraiya-sensei is also Minato's teacher. Strictly speaking, we are brothers and sisters." Opening her eyes, she immediately became wary again after seeing Senju Hashirama. But Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato obviously understood something else, thinking that Senju Hashirama was letting Uchiha Madara escape because he could not intercept him. If they succeed, everyone, including me, will die completely. Konan reminded. Konan and Yahiko heard this and looked over. Konan remembered Naruto in his arms and quickly reminded. This is the child that Kushina-senpai entrusted to me before she was captured. But the next second she suddenly found that her injuries seemed to be healed, her body no longer hurt, and chakra also showed signs of recovery. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Senju Hashirama scratched his head and laughed. Then he became more serious and responded. The members of the Otsutsuki clan are trying to plunder the chakra of this planet to achieve their own success. The three of them were silent for a while. Senju Hashirama said apologetically, Madara hopes to use the power of 10 tails to stop the Otsutsuki clan. I think what he said makes sense. I'm afraid this is the only way at the moment. The two of them were surprised to see Konan recover. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to the three of them again. I'm sorry for not telling you all this before, but I promise not to let Madara mess around. Despite this, the three of them were still shocked and speechless after hearing his words. Uchiha Madara took away the nine-tailed beasts, which cast a haze over everyone's hearts. In this case, we will definitely take good care of this child and protect him. His name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. He stole all the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki and is currently missing. When Konan was confused, Yahiko and Nagato finally arrived. After recovering from the shock, Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato suddenly showed solemn expressions. Madara will definitely not be so honest. Once he gets powerful power, he will definitely pose a threat to the world. As soon as Nagato finished speaking, he immediately noticed that Senju Hashirama's expression suddenly looked a little strange. And he ignored the three people and turned to look at the horizon. The three of them immediately followed his line of sight and looked to the horizon but found nothing. Nagato subconsciously raised his perception to the limit, and this time he finally felt a little bit. There seemed to be a terrifying force coming in this direction. It was very familiar yet very strange. It's Madara. After Nagato sensed it carefully for a few seconds, He suddenly woke up and his expression changed drastically. Konan and Yahiko noticed the change in his expression and immediately became alert. Uchiha Madara has snatched nine-tailed beasts. Now that he has made a comeback, he may have taken the power of the nine-tailed beasts as his own. According to previous information, 10 tails can be resurrected by using the Jido statue seal after 9 tails is concentrated. Although Konan, Yahiko, and others didn't know what 10 tails actually meant, they knew it was something extraordinary when they heard the name. At this moment, they subconsciously looked at Senju Hashirama. Nagato said in a deep voice, "Madara's power has become very powerful, many times more than before, this chakra breath. I have never felt it before. It seems he has succeeded." Senju Hashirama's expression also looked a bit serious. There is no longer the relaxation that I had just now. His perception is much stronger than that of Nagato and others. At this moment, he not only senses Uchiha Madara's powerful chakra breath approaching, but also senses something else. In that extremely terrifying chakra aura, there is an overbearing and arrogant flavor. Or to describe it more accurately, this should be called hostility. After gaining the power of 10 tails, Uchiha Madara returned to Konoha with strong hostility. This is not a good sign. Senju Hashirama's heart inevitably became heavy. While everyone was waiting with fear and vigilance, Uchiha Madara soon came to them. Seeing Uchiha Madara transformed into the Six Paths state, Senju Hashirama's expression became both surprised and defensive. My heart was deeply shocked. Is this the power of 10 tails? It seems like this guy Madara has become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Sure enough, it is a very terrifying power. There is almost no chance of winning against him. Senju Hashirama thought in confusion, then he quickly came to his senses. He stared at Uchiha Madara and asked, "Madara, you succeeded, but what about the other Jinchuriki?" Uchiha Madara, suspended in the air, looked down at Senju Hashirama with a scornful look, and gave an intriguing sneer. "You are still as naive as before, Hashirama." "What do you mean?" Senju Hashirama felt his heart tremble and asked in a deep voice, "It means that there is no such thing as a promise. There is no difference whether Jinchuriki is resurrected or not, because from now on, this world will have no meaning in continuing to exist. All of you will become the nourishment for my growth and evolution." Uchiha Madara chuckled arrogantly, "So you're going to break your promise." Although Senju Hashirama sometimes seems very simple, he is not ambiguous at all once he gets serious. As he spoke at this moment, he instantly entered Sage mode. All of a sudden, his own chakra momentum increased by at least 10 times. Despite this, there is still a big gap between him and the Six Paths Uchiha Madara in front of him. When Uzumaki Nagato and others saw that the two were about to take action, he immediately reminded Konan and Yahiko, "You two should quickly return to the village with little Naruto." "What about you?" Konan asked. But Nagato didn't speak, just stared at Uchiha Madara. After the latter looked at Senju Hashirama with scrutinizing eyes for a few seconds, he sneered. "You used to be my strongest opponent, but now, the strength between you and me is no longer on the same level, Hashirama. There is no need to engage in meaningless resistance. As for you, my eyes, it's time for you to return them right." As he spoke, he looked towards Nagato. Just a look, Nagato's heart suddenly trembled, and then his body shook slightly. He found that his body was unable to move at this moment, as if it was being crushed by a big mountain. At this time, Nagato's face changed drastically, and cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead. "How could it be possible to watch you destroy this world? It took a lot of effort for the ninja world to become peaceful." Nagato burst out chakra all over his body in anger, and suddenly broke away from Uchiha Madara's power. After regaining his freedom, he immediately launched an attack on Uchiha Madara, Shinra Tenjang. He raised his hand and fired a Shinra Tensei at Uchiha Madara in the air. The powerful repulsion hit the air and distorted the entire space. However, when the repulsive force acted on Uchiha Madara, it did not have much impact at all. He seemed to be like a mountain, suspended in the air and motionless. It's just that the clothes on his body were ruffled by the shock wave generated by this repulsive force. Seeing this scene, Nagato, Konan, and others were all stunned. Senju Hashirama himself couldn't help but widen his eyes. As the god of ninja, he could naturally see how powerful Nagato's Shinra Tensei was. Even if he is not serious about such an attack, he may not be able to resist it so easily. However, Uchiha Madara just stood there and did nothing and easily resolved this move. It seems that he has really become unparalleledly powerful. Unwilling to be reconciled, Nagato quickly came to his senses and immediately attacked Uchiha Madara again. This time he launched the Shura cannon. A large number of rocket shells flew towards Uchiha Madara and exploded. However, Everyone clearly saw that when the cannonball approached Uchiha Madara, several strange black spheres behind him automatically circled in front of him to form a shell-like defense, protecting Uchiha Madara like an eggshell. Inside, all the damage caused by the explosion could not threaten him at all. These eyes, now in your hands, are simply embarrassing. Uchiha Madara finished speaking, and suddenly he was about to attack Nagato. But at this critical moment, suddenly strong and powerful vines bound his body. Uchiha Madara looked down and found that it was Senju Hashirama who had taken action against him. The power of wood style is activated, forming vine branches to bind itself. However, he just smiled contemptuously. "Do you think this will be effective for me?" Senju Hashirama ignored Uchiha Madara's deliberately sarcastic words, but stared at the other party seriously and responded. "I said if you plan to mess around, I will stop you no matter what, Madara. Can you do it now? Feel free to give it a try." Uchiha Madara made an understatement and raised her finger at Senju Hashirama. He didn't even exert much force, he just burst out chakra randomly, and in an instant, the vine restraints on his body shattered. At this time, Uchiha Madara was no longer in a hurry to regain his samsara eye. He planned to teach Senju Hashirama a lesson first. This powerful opponent once gave me a lot of headaches. Now, in his eyes, Senju Hashirama is so weak that he can be manipulated at will. While Uchiha Madara was speaking, Senju Hashirama not only turned on Sage mode, but also immediately entered Senju Buddha form. Immediately afterwards, Senju Hashirama started Sage Art Deep Forest Creation without saying a word. In an instant, the terrain of the entire battlefield was completely changed, and a large number of primitive giant trees rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield became an environment that was absolutely beneficial to Senju Hashirama. Still the same. Uchiha Madara just glanced around contemptuously. In the past, this trick of deep forest creation did cause huge trouble for me and caused a lot of distress. But now, I saw Uchiha Madara slowly raising the six-path scepter in his hand. Immediately afterwards, a shadowless chakra blade-shaped shock wave, centered on Uchiha Madara's body, was released in all directions in an instant. Rumble! In just the blink of an eye, the primeval forest that Senju Hashirama had just created was razed to the ground and turned into ashes. Sage Art Men. Senju Hashirama immediately launched a counterattack, intending to use this move to suppress Uchiha Madara. Dong 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 dongs. Seal Torii gates with the ability to suppress the opponent's resistance and strength kept falling on Uchiha Madara, pressing him down to the ground bit by bit. However, after all the sealing Torii gates fell, Uchiha Madara was still some distance away from the ground. Seeing this scene, Senju realized that there was a big problem. Every time I used this move in the past, no matter whether the opponent was Nine Tails or Uchiha Madara, he would be suppressed 100% of the time. But now, there is something wrong with my Sage Jutsu seal, and there is no way to continue to have the same suppressive effect as before. Uchiha Madara sneered and slowly raised his head and looked at Senju Hashirama. "Is this all you have?" Sage Art Wood Style Senju. Senju Hashirama didn't respond at all. He raised his hand and used another big move. In an instant, the countless arms on the Senju Buddha hundreds of meters high under his feet began to move. Thousands of arms turned into indestructible fists and bombarded Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara looked at this attack and couldn't help but laugh contemptuously again. This move once made me suffer a lot. Not only can it easily crush its own complete Susanoo, but even the powerful Susanoo formed by controlling Nine Tails will also be crushed. But now, in the eyes of Six Paths Uchiha Madara, Sage Art's true number Senju is nothing more than that. He didn't dodge or resist. In the moment before the fists of thousands of truth-seeking Senju incarnations hit his body, 9 truth-seeking balls merged into one to form a complete eggshell defense, wrapping him tightly. The next second, the sound of boom, 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 boom explosions could be heard endlessly. Countless fists fell on Uchiha Madara. The truth-seeking ball defense ball suspended in the air continued to fall to the ground at this moment. At this time, Senju Hashirama noticed that when the truth-seeking ball hit his wood-style clone, the clone's body was directly smashed and could not be restored. The two of them fought quickly and soon exchanged a few moves. Theoretically speaking, it is immortal. Senju Hashirama quickly came to a conclusion. This situation made his heart tremble. Uchiha Madara, who was pressed to the ground, seemed a little annoyed by this. "It seems there is something wrong with those spheres. Yin-Yang style's power. What's going on?" Sage Art can cause damage to the target, which means that you still have a chance to defeat the terrifying opponent Uchiha Madara. His current body is in the state of reincarnation, and even Wood Clone also has the recovery ability of his body. The shuriken with the power of the Samsara Eye failed to pose the slightest threat to Uchiha Madara. Sage of Style Leipai. By saying this, he directly helped Senju Hashirama confirm his previous judgment. But it was also at this time that all Senju Hashirama's attacks had reached their limit, and all the fists transformed by Senju completed their attacks and disappeared without a trace. At this time, Uchiha Madara's new attack came. That strange defense has been loosened, it was clear just now. But now my sage jutsu is working. Senju Hashirama started to get serious. Senju Hashirama looked at the truth-seeking ball suspended around Uchiha Madara's body again and came to another conclusion. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly burst out with an earth-shattering chakra, and the sealing torii that suppressed him instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Senju Hashirama separated into two wood-style clones and simultaneously activated the wooden golem technique to resist the incoming truth-seeking ball. The main body brought the Sage Jutsu Chakra and launched a counterattack against Uchiha Madara again. Two truth-seeking balls quickly flew down towards Senju Hashirama, however, this is not the case. Obviously, Uchiha Madara also realized this. At this time, he took the lead in counterattacking Senju Hashirama without saying a word. Easily breaking free from the shackles of the torii, Uchiha Madara's body slowly rose into the air and came to Senju Hashirama. Your Sage Jutsu Chakra is indeed a trouble. In just a moment, Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking ball defense collapsed. It seems that Sage Jutsu can cause damage to that defense. He raised the six-path scepter in his hand and pointed in the direction of Senju Hashirama, and a burst of purple thunder suddenly bloomed, covering the entire area. Such a scene made Senju Hashirama's heart move slightly. He remembered clearly that when Nagato used the shuriken to attack Uchiha Madara, he also used this defensive method to resist. The violent shock wave even destroyed everything in all directions. A huge bowl-shaped crater with a diameter of more than 3 kilometers was formed in place. So sage art can cause harm to you. However, Senju Hashirama also saw clearly that his sage art would style true number Senju, under continuous attack, could cause damage to the defense formed by the truth-seeking ball. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became sharp, no longer as calm as before. On the moon, by sharing almost all of his chakra with Otsutsuki Tonri, Otsutsuki succeeded in accelerating the dissolution of the wedge in Otsutsuki Tonri's body. This means that as long as the dissolution is completed, you can successfully reincarnate into this child. And almost all the chakra is exhausted, which means that the life of Sixuan's body is about to come to an end. This is the price of this method. In the previous thousands of years, Otsutsuki Ishiki had not tried this method, partly because he had never been able to find a truly matching weapon. Secondly, the cost of this method is too high. Without being sure that he is 100% safe, he certainly cannot risk consuming all the chakra. After completing the entire step, looking at Otsutsuki Tonri, who was changing little by little, Otsutsuki Ishiki finally showed a relaxed expression on his face. He injected the last remaining bit of chakra into his reincarnation eye and began to continue to peek at what was happening below the ninja world. Coincidentally, at this moment, he saw Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who were fighting fiercely. Uchiha Madara, who has swallowed the power of 10 tails and became 10 tails Jinchuriki, now does not even dare to fight him easily. However, now Otsutsuki Ishiki saw that the guy whom he had considered not very good not long ago could actually fight back and forth with such Uchiha Madara. He was very surprised and observed carefully. He soon noticed that there was something different about the power Senju used. Uchiha Madara, who can perfectly use the power of yin-yang style to fight, when fighting against Senju Hashirama, some of the attacks were actually resolved by the opponent. Such a scene made Otsutsuki Ishiki's heart move. The power of yin-yang style cannot be resolved by ordinary ninjutsu. Regular chakra is the lower power of this power. It is impossible to have any impact on the upper level if it is completely suppressed. It seems like I had underestimated this guy named Senju Hashirama before. Otsutsuki Ishiki gradually looked at Senju Hashirama with admiration. The secret activities carried out in the past countless years gave him a clear understanding of the origin of the Senju clan. Sage mode. It's a pity that because of the exhaustion of chakra, this body is basically impossible to have any fighting power and will soon completely wither. Otherwise, Otsutsuki Ishiki would not mind going down to learn more about the Sage Jutsu Chakra. Since this power can threaten Uchiha Madara who has evolved into a real Otsutsuki, then naturally it can also threaten himself. On the other hand, if I can master this power, I will have a greater chance of winning against Uchiha Madara. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki's eyes turned to Otsutsuki Tonri next to him. Under the catalysis of all the chakra he had devoted, Otsutsuki Tonri's body, which was just a little baby at this moment, began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a very short period of time, he experienced the process from an infant to a child to a teenager. At the same time, during this process, the wedge carved by Otsutsuki's stance on Otsutsuki Tonri was constantly melting and integrating into his body. Only a little bit. Otsutsuki stood up unsteadily and walked towards the target step by step. Even the act of walking took a lot of energy from him and was almost too much for him to bear. The remnant body finally managed to reach Otsutsuki Tonri's side. At this time, Otsutsuki Tonri also grew from a little baby to a teenager about 16 or 17 years old. At this time, Otsutsuki Tonri was in a semi-conscious state because he was controlled by Otsutsuki's chakra and wedge power. He didn't even know what was happening to him. It's like a lamb waiting for the slaughter, waiting for its impending fate. Soon, the dissolving effect of the power of the wedge had spread to the surface of his body, and special wedge marks appeared on the surface of his body. These lines started from his forehead and converged from all parts of his body to his feet. The moment all the lines meet on Otsutsuki Tonri's feet is the moment when the wedge power of Otsutsuki Ikki is completely unlocked. At the same time, it was also the moment when he began to reincarnate. Otsutsuki Ishiki's vision began to become a little blurry. All the power in his body seemed to be being withdrawn by some kind of rule. This indicates that the body of the ascetic monk Sixuan, who has helped him survive for thousands of years and has struggled to support himself until now, is about to collapse. Time passed like this minute by minute. Seeing that his body was about to completely collapse, and the wedge on Otsutsuki Tonri's body was still a little short of being completely dissolved, Otsutsuki couldn't control that much in one move and directly launched the reincarnation ceremony. If he doesn't start this action, then when this body completely collapses, he will also be wiped out. As Otsutsuki exhausted the last trace of chakra in Sixuan's body with one move, the reincarnation ceremony was launched. In an instant, Sixuan's body began to bloom with a burst of light from the inside out. These rays of light shot out through the cracks in Sixuan's body, and Sixuan's body quickly collapsed. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling brilliance quickly rushed out from his remains and penetrated into Otsutsuki Tonri's body. When the light completely entered Otsutsuki Tonri's body, C.I. Xuan's remaining body completely disappeared into the air and turned into countless dust. And Otsutsuki Tonri's body began to undergo new changes. He grew up rapidly again, growing from a 16 or 17-year-old boy to a nearly 20-year-old young man in a matter of seconds. At this point, Otsutsuki has completely controlled this body in one move. He began to activate his own power. The powerful chakra burst out at this moment, as if a reservoir storing trillions of cubic meters suddenly released floods. The violent chakra not only leaked out to form a terrifying momentum, but also caused Otsutsuki Tonri's body to undergo new changes. At this moment, he was no longer a Otsutsuki Tonri, and his body began to transform towards the original Otsutsuki Ishiki body. The long horn on the forehead symbolizes that Otsutsuki has completely reincarnated and regained all the power that originally belonged to him. After a while, the changes stopped and Otsutsuki completely returned to its original appearance. He looked down at the palm of his right hand. It can be seen that the special lines in the palm of his hand, as well as the lines on his head, arms, and even the soles of his feet, have very small defects that are difficult to find without careful observation. These lines are supposed to fit perfectly, but not now. The lines that should have been closed now have flaws, which means that in fact, there are still some shortcomings in this reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ikki, and it is not the most perfect state. He gently clenched his fist, his eyes became extremely sharp, and he exuded an astonishing killing intent. Although because he could not wait until the last moment for Wedge to completely dissolve to reincarnate, his strength could not be restored to its peak. Stayed, but it's enough to get everything I want back. As Otsutsuki spoke, his left eye instantly switched from the normal, perfect Byakugan to the Tenseigen. He once again took a peek at the situation in the ninja world. Now my strength has basically come back. The problem caused by the wedge not being completely unsealed is not a big problem. As time goes by, the last bit of remaining genetic data will still be completely unblocked and integrated into this body. By that time it is the most perfect state, so it's time to head to the ninja world. Thinking about it, Otsutsuki Ishiki's body began to slowly rise into the air. At the same time, through the reincarnation eye, he also saw the situation below the ninja world. At this moment, Senju Hashirama has been completely suppressed by Uchiha Madara. Although he has Sage Mode, the gap between his power and 6 Paths level experts is still too big. Coupled with the state of reincarnation from the dirty soil, the strength is far from the level before death. As the battle continued, Uchiha Madara's advantage became more and more obvious, and he now began to fight Senju Hashirama with a mentality of toying with his opponent. However, while the two were fighting, they suddenly stopped attacking and subconsciously looked up to the sky. Of course, they couldn't see anything in the scorching sun. But at this moment, the unabashed, super strong chakra aura emanating from Otsutsuki Ishiki made everyone clearly aware of his presence. This chakra breath is very strong. Senju Hashirama looked solemn and turned to look at Uchiha Madara. Madara, he should be the Otsutsuki Ishiki you mentioned, right? It seems that he has noticed us. Since the answer was self-evident, and Senju Hashirama had already said it at this moment, Uchiha Madara remained silent. Although his eyes were calm, his heart was filled with uncertainty. Because of the terrifying chakra aura that I felt at this moment, even I still felt afraid. Is this the strength that guy has after he recovers? It's nothing compared to before. No wonder that woman Kaguya wanted to kill him in a sneak attack. Uchiha Madara's heart was filled with the power of Otsutsuki Iki. This is a strength that is superior to one's own. It seems that a battle is inevitable between the two sides. Just as he was thinking this, the next second Otsutsuki Ishiki appeared in front of them. In an instant, a much stronger sense of oppression enveloped everyone, and Uchiha Madara's pupils were shocked again. Senju Hashirama's expression was also more solemn than before. As for Nagato, his face was already covered in cold sweat. This is no longer a battle he can intervene in, nor is it an opponent he can challenge. At this moment, he had a feeling as if the other party could glare at him to death with just one look. The body resumed movement, and Uchiha Madara suddenly burst out with strength. His whole body seemed to suddenly accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per second, and he hit the front of Otsutsuki Ishiki in an instant. In that case, let me show you the real gap between you and me. There was no movement, and suddenly a large number of chakra black rods penetrated Uchiha Madara's body in an instant. As he spoke, he took the initiative to attack Otsutsuki Ishiki. If you don't leave, you might die. A casual punch or kick, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki's duel can affect the surrounding air, causing a roar and a storm. The terrain changes that were originally caused by the battle with Senju Hashirama became more serious now. The earth even began to crack, and huge cracks spread in all directions. No, according to what I have learned before, strictly speaking, this guy is not a real god. He is just close to a god. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara had already arrived in front of him, and the six-path scepter hit him directly on the head. Otsutsuki Ishiki finally spoke. Nagato was filled with shock, his eyes fixed on the Otsutsuki Ishiki that appeared in the air. His movement was blocked. Uchiha Madara looked down at his body in disbelief. Uchiha Madara is not a novice. Knowing that the person who came here is not good, he snorted without saying a word. There is no need to watch the fun, Hashirama, I will deal with you later. Get rid of this guy first. On the ground, Senju Hashirama watched the battle between the two men, his eyes flashing with surprise. Is this the true power of a god? Even Senju Hashirama couldn't bear it. Not only did the clothes on his body move automatically without wind, but there were also gaps under the invisible air blade cutting. However, although he was shocked by the speed of his opponent's attack, Uchiha Madara was not really subdued. He looked rested, slowly crossed his arms, and looked past Uchiha Madara and fell on Senju Hashirama. Looking at the black rods that penetrated the body and interfered with the flow of chakra in his body, he couldn't believe that he was defeated by his opponent with just one move. The earth soon suffered first. Would you choose to challenge me? That's fine. Otsutsuki looked at the approaching Uchiha Madara calmly, with the corners of his mouth raised in contempt. In the air, the muffled sound of dong 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 is endless, but you chose the stupidest path. I saw him gently raising his hand, his palm facing Uchiha Madara. He snorted coldly and swept the six-path scepter in front of him. All the chakra black rods that he touched instantly broke on the spot, and the parts in his body were also shattered. At this time, Otsutsuki started to fight back. He was calm and didn't make any big moves. Instead, he continued to say mockingly, "You had the opportunity to become my partner. We could have continued to work together to collect chakra fruits from various planets. The strong wind in the air is as sharp as a sword, bringing unbearable pressure. The winner hasn't been decided yet. You continue, I'm just here to watch the fun." The latter was also looking at the people below at this moment. He lowered his head and glanced at the condition of his clothes and reminded with a solemn expression, "Nagato, right. You should leave here first. This is no longer a battle that you can intervene in." Otsutsuki raised his arms to block the attack calmly, and the two began to fight with each other in the air. He kicked his opponent in the heart. As a strong man at the Six Paths level, he would certainly not be easily affected by such an attack again. As soon as Senju Hashirama finished speaking, Nagato's clothes were pierced by several continuous but invisible wind blades. At the same time, a stream of blood emerged from his body. Nagato looked down at the sudden wound on his body in shock, feeling extremely shocked inside. He now believes what Senju Hashirama said. Because just now I didn't even realize how I was injured. At this time, Senju Hashirama didn't talk nonsense anymore, turned around and rushed towards the two people fighting Otsutsuki Ishiki and Uchiha Madara. He has long seen that the strength of Otsutsuki Ishiki is stronger than the current Uchiha Madara. If he doesn't go to help, I'm afraid Uchiha Madara is no match for that man. Now is no longer the time to care about ourselves and our enemies. Nagato came to his senses, did not dare to neglect, and quickly retreated towards the rear. At this time, other strong men in Konoha also noticed the movement here. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others personally came with the Anbu members, and happened to meet Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, and others who were retreating. After understanding the basic situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others had to stop. The battle over there is no longer something we can intervene in. It won't help if you rush there now. It's best for us not to cause trouble to first Hokage-sama and Uchiha Madara. Nagato reminded everyone. Hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked into the distance with a solemn expression. At this moment, Uchiha Madara has opened the complete Susanoo form. The Senju pillars also stand on top of the Senju Buddha that is hundreds of meters high. The two of them teamed up to fight the Otsutsuki style, and it looked like they were barely evenly matched. I didn't expect that Madara guy would really stand up to protect the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Master third generation, the shock wave of their battle is going to spread here. Let's retreat quickly. Captain Anbu reminded him. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to his senses and turned to everyone and ordered, "Move everyone in the village to a safer place immediately." After saying that, he turned around and led the team towards Konoha village. As soon as he returned to Konoha village, he met Yamanaka Heiichi, the captain of the intelligence unit. "Sir third generation, I have good news to report to you." Yamanaka Hai came in a hurry and shouted immediately after seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others immediately stopped, and the former asked, "What's wrong?" "I just discovered the chakra aura of the fourth Hokage." Yamanaka Heiichi replied in surprise. It turned out that they had been unable to contact Uchiha Dali during this period, so Yamanaka Heiichi tried to search for Uchiha Dali's whereabouts through his own mind-turning technique. This is the secret technique of their Yamanaka clan, which can communicate with targets from a long distance. However, the farther the effect, the more chakra needs to be consumed. Because Yamanaka Heiichi himself had a limited amount of chakra, he teamed up with members of other intelligence agencies to conduct search and detection. Originally, I just had the mentality of giving it a try, not really expecting any response. However, during the experiment, Yamanaka was surprised to find that he could actually sense the presence of Uchiha's powerful chakra aura. At present, there is a powerful enemy, and now the entire Konoha ninja village is eager for Uchiha to come back in time to lead everyone to fight against the powerful enemy and overcome the difficulties. So Yamanaka Hai hurriedly reported this discovery. Hearing his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were also delighted. He hurriedly asked, "Where is the fourth generation now?" These words made Yamanaka Heiichi suddenly look embarrassed. Not to mention that he couldn't do this on his own. Even if everyone in the entire intelligence department joined together and activated the sensory ninjutsu, they still couldn't do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others immediately began to take action. The horrific aftermath of the outbreak of the battle began to spread rapidly towards this side. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and looked far behind him. However, his words made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart move. As he spoke, he suddenly chuckled and disappeared. "If I don't leave, I'm afraid I really won't be able to leave." Immediately afterwards, Otsutsuki appeared in front of him without saying a word, reached out and put his hand on his head and took away the Sage Jutsu chakra from him. It is almost impossible to accurately detect his whereabouts because it requires too much chakra. "Do you think you can fight me like this?" This power turns out to be nothing more than this. More than a dozen chakra black rods penetrated his body, rendering him unable to move. "Anyway, let's evacuate everyone to a safe place first." The astonishingly powerful chakra blade-shaped shock wave instantly destroyed everything around it and made all the ninjas present unsteady. Yamanaka Heiichi was very helpless. The reason why this power is powerful is not that it is powerful in itself, but that it can restrain the strong men at the Six Paths level. Senju Hashirama was caught off guard. Not only was the Senju Buddha destroyed, but he himself was also severely damaged. As soon as he finished speaking, the Senju Buddha, which was hundreds of meters high, suddenly shattered into pieces. At this time, Nagato came to everyone and said to Yamanaka Heiichi and Sarutobi Hiruzen, "I have more chakra, I can help if necessary." At this time, the terrifying shock wave caused by the battle between Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the powerful enemy Otsutsuki struck again. To sense the existence of a target at an ultra-long distance, the amount of chakra that needs to be consumed is an unimaginable level. At this moment, he reminded Senju Hashirama in a deep voice. One of this guy's abilities is that he can freely transform into Yamato and shrink. He had seen the battle between Otsutsuki One Style and Uchiha Dali in a different space, so he was very familiar with some of Otsutsuki One Style's abilities. Then the ground began to tremble violently. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened and he made a decisive decision. "Let's retreat to a safe place first, then we'll talk about other things. Take action immediately and lead the villagers to retreat." After forcibly absorbing Senju Hashirama's Seijutsu chakra, Otsutsuki Ikiki just curled his lips slightly. Otsutsuki looked at the two behemoths in front of him with an expressionless expression. Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank slightly. "Judging from this situation, I think the fourth generation is currently in a place very, very far away from us." As soon as his order was issued, bursts of rumbling buzzing came from the distant sky. His body is the same as well as his attacks. It was using the Otsutsuki form of Sheime Vigana to launch a sneak attack on Senju Hashirama, while he was getting smaller. He hesitated for a few seconds and shook his head hesitantly. "It's not clear yet. Master 4th Generation's chakra aura was only captured by us for a moment and then disappeared soon." After forcibly taking away Senju Hashirama's Seijutsu chakra, Otsutsuki turned around and looked at the only remaining Uchiha Madara. "Are you still going to resist?" Uchiha Madara did not respond to him, but looked at Senju Hashirama, who was nailed to the ground in a very embarrassed state. "Do you now know how stupid you were to stop me at that time, Hashirama?" Although she complained a little about Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara did not give up. He raised his hand to control Susanoo, bent his bow, and aimed an arrow at Otsutsuki. It was obvious that he had used practical actions to tell the opponent his attitude. Boom! A powerful arrow completely transformed from the powerful chakra was shot towards Otsutsuki. The latter did not dodge or shrink, but suddenly summoned a huge black cube to resist. Boom! The two forces collided in midair, but neither could do anything to the other. Uchiha Madara's attack was successfully neutralized, and Otsutsuki's first move was unyielding and began to summon more black cubes to counterattack. A large number of black cubes surrounded Uchiha Madara and launched a direct attack. Uchiha Madara frowned momentarily, because at this moment, not only his sight was obviously blocked, but his perception was also greatly reduced, and he could not even accurately locate the position of Otsutsuki Ishiki. He quickly rose into the air with a sullen face, and those black cubes immediately caught up with him. Soon the two sides met at high altitude, and the truth-seeking ball beside Uchiha Madara naturally began to defend. At the same time, he waved his six-path scepter, constantly releasing huge fireballs that flew towards the incoming black cubes. There were violent explosions again. Boom, 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 booms. The fire and smoke from the violent explosion engulfed the entire combat area. For a time, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Otsutsuki Ishiki, etc. all disappeared. It took quite a while before the smoke from the battlefield finally dissipated. After the smoke cleared, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki faced each other briefly on the battlefield, and then the two sides began to rush towards each other, starting a new round of fierce fighting. It seems that they will not give up until there is a winner. When Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki were fighting, they deliberately backed away and kept approaching Senju Hashirama. After getting close to Senju Hashirama, he deliberately released a large-scale fire-style ninjutsu to attack the opponent. The explosion caused by fire-style shattered the entire ground. Senju Hashirama, who was nailed to the ground, was also wiped out, but Senju Hashirama was in the state of reincarnation and he recovered quickly. Uchiha Madara said to him, "There is only one way to defeat this guy, and you should know what it is, Hashirama. If I also fall here, then there will be no hope for the ninja world." Senju Hashirama, who had regained his freedom and was just about to go up to help, hesitated when he heard this. He looked at the two people fighting more and more fiercely in the sky and finally had to make a decision. "I'll help you get what you want, Madara." After saying that, Senju Hashirama retreated quickly. What Uchiha Madara wants is his samsara eyes, and those eyes are now on Nagato's body, although doing so may harm the young man. However, for the sake of the entire ninja world, and in order to prevent the Otsutsuki from destroying the world at once, it seems that the only thing we can do now is help Uchiha Madara regain all her power. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned all the fighting forces in Konoha and tried his best to lead all the villagers to move to a safer place. And not long after they left Konoha village, the entire village was affected by the battle and was soon wiped out and completely destroyed. Anything larger than a centimeter on the ground was shattered. After being silent for a while, he asked, "There is only one way to stop him. We must return the Samsara Eye to Madara." Everyone was silent when they heard this. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. The area where Konoha village was originally located, together with the boundless virgin forest around it, was all gone at this moment, leaving only an endless bare plain. If I can save the world by sacrificing myself, then of course I will not refuse. Apparently he doubted it. Senju Hashirama looked at him curiously, and at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen told him what Yamanaka Heiichi had just told him. Hearing this, Konan immediately looked at Nagato nervously. "Nagato, please don't. If you can guarantee that nothing like that will happen, why not if I return these eyes to him? It is impossible to ask him to make a promise now. Now is not the time for gossip, Nagato. I have something to tell you." Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and others continued to retreat, they suddenly saw Senju Hashirama coming from behind and chasing after them. If Madara cannot stop Otsutsuki Ishiki, then this world will cease to exist. His power can no longer keep up with the real Otsutsuki. After listening, Senju Hashirama fell into deep thought. Is Uchiha powerful? Is that young man really as powerful as you say? After all, I have never personally seen Uchiha's powerful ability. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very surprised, but he soon noticed that Senju Hashirama's expression was very serious, and he didn't seem to be here to chat, and he couldn't help but become confused. "I'm sorry that you have to make such a difficult choice." Nagato ignored Konan and said to Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama replied, "It's Shadai." Upon hearing this, Nagato slowed down a bit and turned to look at the other party, while Senju Hashirama explained. "First of all, I want to say sorry to you, but the situation is very urgent now, and the power of Otsutsuki Ishiki has exceeded our expectations." Seeing that they were at an impasse, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. "Shadai, maybe there are other ways to save this world." Based on Senju Hashirama's understanding of these people, just one tailed beast is enough to give them a headache. So in their eyes, any ninja who is slightly more powerful than them will be regarded as a god. "Do you really want to believe what that man says?" Senju Hashirama came to Nagato and spoke directly. For a moment, Senju Hashirama didn't know how to answer. Nagato has also seen how terrifying Otsutsuki is. The amazing thing is that his body is still retreating and moving with everyone in midair. Just be afraid, Uchiha Madara will do what Otsutsuki Ishiki wants to do now after gaining power. Whether this is actually the case or not, only the truly strong can make an accurate judgment. "Please." Saying this, Senju Hashirama bowed deeply to Nagato. Regarding Senju Hashirama's concerns, no one could give a definite answer for a while. After all, the current opponent is indeed very, very powerful, and that power has far exceeded the previous cognitive limit of everyone here. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were silent, Senju Hashirama laughed. He looked at Yamanaka Heiichi and said, "The Yamanaka clan is still as powerful as before. In that case, let's try your method. I also want to meet this Uchiha Dali." With that said, Senju Hashirama began to release his chakra without hesitation, sharing them with Yamanaka Heiichi. The moment he received Senju Hashirama's chakra, Yamanaka was shocked. His pupils widened and he said to himself in disbelief, Is this the power of Shadai? What a terrifying chakra. This should be the most glorious moment of my life." Yamanaka Heiichi never dared to dream that he could possess such an exaggerated amount of chakra. Senju Hashirama reminded, "Start searching for Uchiha Dali's location now." Understood. Yamanaka Heiichi did not dare to neglect, and immediately started to activate his perception with the help of the chakra given by Senju Hashirama. In an instant, his range of perception expanded infinitely, and everyone around them also showed expectant expressions. There was still a deafening explosion in the distance, which was caused by the fierce battle between Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Ishiki. The threat is far from eliminated, and they can only pin their hopes on Uchiha's strength now. However, after waiting for a while, Yamanaka Heiichi still did not give an answer. Everyone's heart couldn't help but sink. At this time, everyone noticed that fine beads of sweat had begun to appear on Yamanaka Heiichi's forehead. Haven't you found it yet? Senju Hashirama asked strangely. He knows his own power best. Although he did not share all the chakra with the other party, the amount of chakra he just shared was enough for Yamanaka Heiichi to explore the entire ninja world. Yamanaka frowned and shook his head. The cold sweat on his face became more, and he replied, "Not even close. The last time I captured Master 4th Generation's chakra aura, it was obviously from a farther place than the current detection distance." More distant places. What does that mean? Senju Hashirama became curious. I'm not sure. It may be some hidden holy place, or it may be somewhere far away from the land. It's possible. I'll try again. Yamanaka Hai concentrated his attention at first and tried to spread his perception range to more distant areas. At this time, Senju Hashirama saw that he was unable to do what he wanted, so he stepped forward and put his hand on his shoulder. In an instant, a more surging chakra than before was injected into the opponent's body, which directly helped Yamanaka to increase his range of perception by a large margin. Yamanaka knew that this method consumes chakra very much, and even Senju Hashirama could not do it all the time. He said gratefully, "It's really too troublesome for you, Shadai." "Did you find it?" "Not yet." Yamanaka Heii still shook his head. His expression became more nervous and uneasy. He was beginning to wonder if his previous feelings were wrong. Because now, with the help of Senju Hashirama, his range of perception has far exceeded the area that Chakra, who was gathered together in the intelligence force at that time, could jointly sense. However, so far there is still no clue. This is strange and not normal at all. Did Uchiha Dali go to the Holy Land? Senju Hashirama couldn't help but talk to himself. Suddenly, a halo enveloped Yamanaka Heii's body, and his whole person exuded an irresistible aura, which made people very envious. After hearing this, everyone turned towards the young man who spoke. If the 4th generation is really in the Holy Land, it might be good news. If I have enough chakra, my ability can actually penetrate the barriers in the Holy Land and talk directly to the immortals on Mount Myaboku. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart moved. It's just a guess, but if it's in a Holy Land or other similar space, it's normal not to be able to sense his chakra aura. After waiting for a while, Yamanaka said to Senju Hashirama in embarrassment, "Shadai, I need to detect more distant areas. A holy place." And Yamanaka Heii did not dare to waste time and immediately activated his perception again. Senju Hashirama analyzed. "Since it's not on land, I'm afraid it's in the sea. In addition, the same is true for Shig Forest, Yandi Cave, etc." "Shadai, you means?" However, Senju Hashirama is not as optimistic as him. However, after some questioning, the look of disappointment on Yamanaka Heii's face gradually expanded. This time, as he said, his perception penetrated the barrier's defenses of the 3 holy places and directly transmitted his perception to the holy places. Although his body was still wrapped in bandages, everyone immediately recognized his identity. These 3 holy places are very mysterious existences, and ordinary people cannot find them at all. This person is none other than Uchiha Obaido, who bravely stood up to fight against the powerful enemy and was seriously injured when Uchiha Madara invaded Konoha. "In that case, I will lend you all my chakra." Toad Sage in Mount Myaboku immediately senses it and talks to him. As he spoke, he directly shared all the chakra in his body with Yamanaka Heiichi. That kind of place usually has the protection and disguise of barriers. They are Mount Myaboku, Shigen Forest, and Ryuchai Cave. It's almost impossible to get there. Seeing that Senju Hashirama didn't speak, others didn't dare to say anything more casually. Everyone realized that the problem was not optimistic. Senju Hashirama said, "I'm sorry, everyone. I have asked the immortals in the 3 holy places, and they said they have not seen Lord 4th Generation. Lord 4th Generation is not in those places." At this time, a young figure stood up and said to everyone, "Perhaps Mr. 4th Generation is not in the ninja world." Yamanaka Heii told the situation he had investigated, and everyone's faces looked disappointed after hearing this. When he said this, Senju Hashirama nodded. "The Sage mode of the 3 holy places is similar to my own. Even if I turn on Sage mode, I can't compete with such an opponent." Sarutobi Hiruzen was now sure that the Holy Land mentioned by the other party was what he thought. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to himself in surprise, "It is said in the ninja world that there are 3 major holy lands inhabited by powerful immortals." After hearing Uchiha Obaido's words, everyone looked at him curiously. Kakashi, who was also wrapped in bandages, asked, "Do you mean that the 4th generation Sama might be in other different dimensions?" Obaido. Because Kakashi also possesses Mangekyō Sharingan and knows Kamui's secret. That's why he immediately thought of this through Obaido's words, another space. When Senju Hashirama heard this, his heart suddenly moved. If it is in a different space, then it is true that ordinary perception methods cannot detect the target's chakra aura. Sure enough, Uchiha Obaido nodded, exactly. You have to know what kind of existence the fourth generation Sama's opponent was at that time. We cannot rely on common sense to infer his whereabouts. According to my judgment, the fourth generation Sama either met Uchiha Madara before, or he met Otsutsuki Ishiki. And with Master 4th generation's ability, unless he is trapped in a different space or sealed, it is impossible for him to have no news at all. In fact, there is another possibility that he did not mention. If there is no news at all, then there may be no one left. But such speculation is not only irresponsible, but may also bring a heavy blow to the morale of the entire team. Obaido, look and see if the fourth generation is in your different dimension. Kakashi reminded immediately. However, Obaido shook his head directly. I have confirmed that Mr. Fourth Generation is not in my different space, and with Mr. Fourth Generation's ability, he can freely enter and exit directly from my different space. Hearing him say this, Kakashi felt disappointed. But others looked puzzled, so what's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, perhaps. Kakashi pinched his chin and began to try to analyze. Master Fourth Generation may not only be in a different space that we don't understand, but he may also encounter other difficulties. Everyone agrees with this guess. But everyone was at a loss. At this time, suddenly Yamanaka Heiyi shouted in surprise, found it. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Have you contacted Mr. Fourth Generation? Everyone looked at Yamanaka Heiichi and asked. The latter shook his head. I can feel the chakra aura of the fourth generation. Although it is not very strong, it is indeed the fourth generation. You can't be wrong. Furthermore, it is indeed in a very, very far away place. I agree with Obaido. It is very likely that Mr. Fourth Generation is trapped in some different space. I'm trying to see if I can talk to Fourth Generation Sama directly, but I'm going to trouble you again, Shadai. Yamanaka Heiichi said and started to try. But the meaning behind his words is that more chakra is needed to make the influence range of his technique reach the location where Uchiha's strength is. Senju Hashirama looked confused for a moment. It seems I have to ask for your help. He said to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others around him, my chakra has basically been shared. This body limits my power. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others stood up without saying a word. Of course, they are very happy to share their chakra for this kind of thing. What should we do? Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Nagato, Konan, and others also stood up. I only need to apply chakra to my body to increase my perception. Yamanaka Heiichi answered. Everyone started to lend a helping hand. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Uchiha Obaido, Kakashi, Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, George Yatsunade. One after another, ninjas shared their chakra. Suddenly, Yamanaka Heii's perception reached an unprecedented level. His perception finally penetrated the barrier of time and space, completely arrived at the different space where Uchiha Dali was, and clearly sensed Uchiha Dali's aura. Uchiha, who was meditating with his eyes closed, comprehending and improving himself, suddenly noticed something and slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a voice came into his mind. Master Fourth Generation. Hello? You are. I am Yamanaka Heiichi, the leader of the Yamanaka clan. I'm sorry to contact you in this way, but are you okay now? Hearing the voice in his head, Uchiha Dali immediately made a guess. I'm fine. How is the situation in the ninja world now? The ninja world is very good. Now the Otsutsuki Ishiki is preparing to destroy the world. Uchiha Madara is fighting with him. We managed to contact you with the help of Shadai's chakra and everyone's power. But this state cannot be maintained for a long time, so let's make a long story short, Mr. Fourth Generation. Are you trapped in a different space? Yamanaka Heiichi asked quickly. These words made Uchiha Dali feel embarrassed, but he couldn't deny it, so he could only say, yes, that guy in Otsutsuki 1 style didn't know what kind of sealing techniques he used, and he sealed the entire alien space. Now I'm trying to get out of here. Hearing what Uchiha said vigorously, Yamanaka immediately conveyed the situation to the other ninjas. At the same time, he responded, I have told everyone about this situation. Let's see if there is any good way to help you. Uchiha vigorously did not expect others to help him. After all, I have tried many methods, but still can't leave this ghost place. At this time, Uchiha Obaido's voice sounded. Fourth Generation Sama, have you tried using your time and space ninjutsu? Theoretically speaking, If it is a time and space ninjutsu, there will be no problem even if there are seal barriers. Already tried it, it didn't work. This is no ordinary seal, it was placed by the guy from Otsutsuki Ishiki himself. Uchiha explained in a dumbfounded way. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito was speechless for a moment. Senju Hashirama nodded and said, "If it is that guy, his power can indeed reach the point where people cannot resist. His technique is no longer in the category of ordinary ninjutsu, it far exceeds our knowledge." Who is this person speaking? Uchiha Dali still didn't know that Senju Hashirama was summoned by Orochimaru through the reincarnation of Dirty Earth, so he was a little confused at this time. He is Lord First Hokage. Yamanaka Heiichi explained. Everyone began to make suggestions for Uchiha. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen suggested, "Why don't we try to use reverse channeling to channel you back? I remember you left a mark on someone, right?" But before Uchiha could respond vigorously to this proposal, Senju Hashirama poured cold water on him first. "It's useless, I said it is not an ordinary ninjutsu, sealing techniques must be the same." Needless to say, there is no need to say more about the function and characteristics of Shadow Clone. As an entity that has the same ability as the main body and shares chakra equally, as well as self-awareness, Uchiha has experienced firsthand how strong their fighting power is at this moment. There are thousands of Shadow Clone, each one can use all the abilities he possesses, such as Sight Color, Weapon Color, Conquerors, Flying Thunder God, Kamui Tianwei Samsarai. Whether it is speed, strength, or combat consciousness, etc., even if these Shadow Clone are taken alone, they are the top combat power in the ninja world and are above the level of Super Shadow level experts. At this moment, they all followed Uchiha's strong orders and spared no effort to besiege him. The pressure can be imagined. In less than a minute, Uchiha Dali received at least more than 100 kicks and more than 200 punches. He was completely stunned and felt that his brain could not think properly. However, the results of this life-threatening training method are immediate. Facing endless pressure, Uchiha's powerful potential was quickly stimulated, and his heaven-defying understanding began to play a significant role. 1 minute into the battle, all kinds of understanding information already appeared in his mind. It turns out that foreseeing the future is not the real ultimate, but it's actually okay. Conqueror's Haki can also break through. It turns out that Flying Thunder God has 3, 4, and even 10 stages. The mighty Heavenly Samsara Eye still has this ability. Interesting. As pieces of information appeared in his mind, a perverted smile gradually appeared on Uchiha's vigorous lips. Because the consciousnesses between the Shadow Clone and the main body are independent of each other, the experience and knowledge they accumulated will not be shared with the main body before the Shadow Clone returns to the main body. Of course, the reverse is also true. Everything Uchiha realizes at this moment will not be shared by the thousands of Shadow Clone who are fighting against him. They didn't know what Uchiha had thought of and what new abilities he had learned. Try this trick. Uchiha Dali suddenly disappeared from the siege of hundreds of Shadow Clone. Immediately afterwards, countless Shadow Clone on the ground noticed it almost at the same time and all looked up into the sky. Sure enough, they saw Uchiha Dali high in the sky. Before they could catch up and continue to attack, Uchiha suddenly put his hands together and raised them above his head, concentrating a huge chakra light ball. Chakra light kill cannons. He shouted loudly and used one of the ultimate moves he had just learned on the thousands of Shadow Clones below. This is the ultimate move of Tian Might's Samsara Eye. It's not just as simple as it seems on the surface. It's not just chakra condensing into a spherical shape to attack. During the attack, Uchiha Dali has actually exerted the laws of gravity and repulsion within the scope of heaven and earth. As long as the target enters his attack area, there is no chance for the enemy to escape due to the interaction between the law of gravity and the law of repulsion. Sure enough, as soon as this move was launched, it hit all targets with lightning speed and a bang sound. The shock wave generated by the violent explosion spread to an area within 10 kilometers in an instant. Without any surprise, all of Uchiha's powerful Shadow Clone were taken away by him in one wave. Not only that, the power of his move directly destroyed all the buildings in the entire alien space. The entire alien space became empty at this moment, with only darkness and nothingness left. Of course, what is even more surprising is that Uchiha Dali clearly felt that the seal on this different space seemed to have loosened due to the explosion just now. This is a good sign. He immediately tried to release the ultimate move just now and attacked the entire alien space again. But the effect received this time was a bit unsatisfactory. After the chakra light killing cannon was released, it hit the void below, but it seemed like a mud cow entering the sea without causing the slightest impact. No feedback at all, this is a bit strange. What's going on? Uchiha thought vigorously and curiously. After a while, he already had a guess in his mind, so he started to try again, releasing a chakra light killing cannon again. Sure enough, the result is exactly the same as before. When attacking the void, there will be no effect. This different space seems to be endless. If that's the case, then when we destroyed the buildings here just now, we were able to cause damage to the alien space. It seems to be for that reason. Thinking in his heart, Uchiha naturally used his strength to create ninjutsu. This is also one of the abilities that I just realized when fighting thousands of shadow clones, and it falls within the scope of the power of the mighty Samsara Eye. In the blink of an eye in the void in front of him, according to Uchiha's powerful thoughts, with the help of chakra, he created a new land and a large number of buildings. Let's try again this time. Uchiha vigorously showed no desire to explore the buildings and land he created casually, but destroyed them casually. This time he observed and felt more carefully, and in the end it was just as he expected. When the land floating in the void and the buildings on it were destroyed, Uchiha felt the power of this alien space again. Signs of a loose seal. The feedback that the space was about to collapse at any time made him feel excited, and it also helped him confirm his previous guesses. As expected, it seems that the void space of this alien space is infinite. If you want to have an impact on it, you need a target object. Whether it is sealing or destruction, it is the same. For example, the land and buildings that were just created are equivalent to such subject objects, and can also be understood as a medium. As long as such a medium exists, my power can be 100% transmitted to the entire alien space, causing continuous damage to it. Summarizing all this in his heart, Uchiha vigorously started trying again without any nonsense. As soon as his consciousness moved, the void in front of him was once again created into large tracts of land, rivers, mountains. However, the cost of creating such a large area of land out of thin air in one breath was also very high. Most of the chakra in Uchiha Dali's body was consumed almost in an instant. With awe in his heart, he quickly controlled the trillions of cells in his body and began to refine chakra. And it was at this time that a prompt sounded in his mind. The beep told him that the upper limit of his chakra total amount, as well as the chakra refining speed, etc., had been greatly improved. Soon the chakra that Uchiha had depleted was perfectly replenished. After the chakra was restored, Uchiha vigorously began to repeat the previous operations, first creating land and anchoring this space. In this way, his attack can directly touch the spatial structure of this different space, thereby breaking it and leaving. After creating the land, he immediately began to attack again. However, after trying several times in a row, Uchiha found that his strength was still a bit lacking. According to the destructive intensity of this attack, even if I am exhausted, I may not be able to violently break the magical seal of this alien space. He stopped trying and started thinking of other ways. It would be great if the shadow clone could not scatter my chakra. In this way, each shadow clone has 100% of my power. If we work together, we can break this space barrier. Uchiha thought with some disappointment in his heart. He did not give up on himself. Although he knew that he could not do such a thing for the time being, he still started to try again. He raised his hand, and instantly a large number of shadow clones appeared around him. Having tasted the benefits of training like this last time, Uchiha vigorously raised his fingers at the shadow clones around him and said, "Hit me." These shadow clones are the latest to be created, and each one carries his memory. Naturally, they all knew what happened before. So this time, after hearing Uchiha's powerful words, they hardly hesitated at all. They kneaded their fists one by one and began to attack Uchiha vigorously, once, twice, 3 times. Uchiha vigorously failed again and kept trying again and again, and his strength is constantly improving in the process. Gradually, some information suddenly appeared in Uchiha's powerful head. This was brand new and something he had never understood before. He knew that he must have made a breakthrough again through this high-pressure training method and realized new abilities. And it was at this time that, as expected, a system prompt appeared in his head. You have used the art of multiple shadow clone many times, and quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Your shadow clone has evolved, and you have understood the art of multiple shadow clones. The art of multiple shadow copying. Uchiha Dali was slightly startled when he heard this voice. At this time, the voice in my head continued to explain. Multiple shadow clone technique. It is an upgraded version of the multiple shadow clone technique. It has evolved on the basis of the multiple shadow clone technique. The separated shadow clone is no longer limited to a limited entity, but a 100% replica of the original body. Independent entity. The clones created by this technique are no longer mere shadows. In addition to possessing all the abilities of the original body, they also 100% replicate the number of cells of the original body. Therefore, each shadow copy has 100% equivalent abilities to the original body. The strength. After hearing these explanations, Uchiha Dali was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly grinned. Ha ha. My previous expectations have turned into reality. Uchiha Dali was complaining in his heart just now. If the shadow clone did not take away the chakra of its own body, then they would have unimaginably powerful combat power. The technique I have learned now happens to have such characteristics. So what are you waiting for? In excitement, Uchiha immediately used this move, the art of multiple shadow copies. As soon as he raised his hand, he used this newly realized move. However, what he didn't know was that although this move was very powerful, the cost of using it was also very high. The price is that all the chakra in the body will be drained in an instant. Moreover, there is a limit to the number of clones that can be split, and the specific limit is directly related to the strength of the caster. At this moment, Uchiha raised his hand vigorously and split out a total of 3 clones. Each copy is 100% the same as the original, both in appearance and in their strength. At this time, Uchiha Dali fainted due to exhaustion of chakra and became unconscious. I don't know how long it took before he finally woke up and turned around. When his consciousness returned, he immediately recalled what had happened before, and at the same time he felt that all the chakra in his body had been completely restored. When he opened his eyes, he saw 3 faces exactly like his own staring at him. Uchiha sat up vigorously and looked at his 3 clones in confusion. What are you doing? I'm guarding you. One of them said. You just fainted. The other one followed suit, then you. Uchiha rubbed his temples vigorously and then stood up. Stop guarding me, you now join forces with me to attack this barriers. As he spoke, he pointed at the ground beneath his feet. Use your most powerful move. Isn't our most powerful move also your most powerful move? Yes, we are all your clones and have the same abilities as you. Okay, I understand, no need to explain again, let's get started now. Uchiha said vigorously, putting on a posture. He saw that his 3 copies made the same movements as himself. While accumulating chakra, he murmured in his heart. It seems that the negative effects of this move are obvious, but by sacrifice 1 body, you can create 3 copies that are equal to my body. This deal is considered a relatively cost-effective one. 3 powerful beings who are exactly the same as myself are heaven-defying wherever they are placed. If the 3 clones can work together 100% perfectly, let alone 6 paths Madara, even the Otsutsuki 1 style will not be a threat. By the way, how long have I been unconscious? Uchiha thought of this question vigorously and asked curiously, Soon. How soon is it? Less than a minute. 27 seconds to be specific. The 3 clones responded to Uchiha's vigorous questions. Hearing what they said, Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. It's not too long to say this, and the negative effects are not unacceptable. In fact, this negative effect can be overcome. At this time, a copy reminded. Though, Uchiha Dali looked at him in surprise, and the latter pointed at his head. This is the information I just noticed. Not only can it be overcome, but after you adapt, you may even no longer need to bear such negative effects. Another copy also said. At the same time, he also pointed at his head. Seeing their actions and hearing their words, Uchiha's eyes suddenly lit up. So not only do these clones really have the same power as themselves and the ability to think independently, but more importantly, they have also inherited their own heaven-defying understanding. Isn't this perfect? Realizing that the clone technique he had learned was a perfect ninjutsu, a perverted smile suddenly appeared on Uchiha's vigorous face. He had foreseen the death of those enemies, especially Otsutsuki Ishiki. You will be surprised when I leave here. As he spoke, he summoned 3 clones and began to attack this alien space. 4 strong men with exactly the same strength level take action at the same time, so the power is naturally different. This is equivalent to quadrupling Uchiha's powerful attack power. Rumble, rumble. The attack landed on the ground and instantly destroyed everything in this alien space. At the same time, the entire alien space, which was originally empty, began to appear violent ripples and folds. Clearly, Uchiha succeeded vigorously. He succeeded in causing obvious damage to this alien space. But it's a pity that this ghost place was still not destroyed in one fell swoop. Come again. Having tasted the sweetness, Uchiha immediately began to greet his clone and launched another attack on the different space. Try this over and over again. Although each time he was almost able to destroy this different space and let himself leave here, Uchiha and the 3 clones did not have other gains in the process. Just as his clone said, as he gradually adapts to this move when Uchiha uses it again. Although he will still be unconscious because the chakra is instantly drained, the duration is getting shorter and shorter. From the 27 seconds when I first fell into coma to the subsequent 25 seconds, 23 seconds. In the end, when Uchiha's powerful clones became 30, he was almost no longer unconscious due to negative effects. Not only that, Uchiha Dali gradually discovered a situation. As the number of times he used the multi-image copying technique increased, the amount of chakra he consumed each time was decreasing. This is also a good sign. This means that as long as you continue to perfect this technique, all the negative effects will eventually disappear, and the chakra consumed will no longer be so exaggerated. Uchiha's strong confidence is even stronger. As there are more and more clones, he is only one step away from leaving this alien space bound by the magical seal. In the ninja world, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who is having a fierce duel with Uchiha Madara, still couldn't defeat this difficult opponent for a long time. However, he has the upper hand. At this moment, Uchiha Madara is only passive and can no longer threaten Otsutsuki Ishiki. The two sides fought for a while and Otsutsuki suddenly stopped in one move, completely ignoring Uchiha Madara but turned to look to his right. Uchiha Madara, who was able to take a breath, also followed Otsutsuki's gaze curiously and looked over there. At this look, he suddenly showed a surprised expression. At the same time, his brows were also slightly wrinkled. Because at this moment, in that space, a wrinkle appeared inexplicably. It was a strange feeling that the apparently empty space was actually distorted. This situation was not the same as the short-term distorted space when the two of them were fighting. It continued. Such an abnormal situation made Uchiha Madara realize one thing. Uchiha Dali, who was trapped in the alien space of Otsutsuki I, might have to break free. No wonder this guy has been trying to win me over before. Uchiha Madara felt awe-inspiring in her heart, and her eyes shone with a strange light. Previously, he did not believe that Uchiha Dali could leave so easily. Otherwise, with your current strength, the gap between you and me will become wider and wider if we are evenly matched. Simple calculations have already led to this conclusion, Otsutsuki asked calmly. This scene made his pupils shrink slightly. Uchiha Madara is obviously better at math. I can join forces with you. We will first eliminate the threat of Uchiha, and then we will talk about the distribution of chakra fruits. This means that it is certain that his magical seal will be broken in a matter of minutes. Once Uchiha Dali comes back here, the competition between himself and Otsutsuki will become meaningless. Because in the end, the one who will be cheaper will definitely be Uchiha Dali. Then a hole the size of a fist appeared in front of their eyes. But now, his judgment was wrong, and Uchiha Madara had to reconsider the previous possibility. These words made Uchiha Madara fall into silence. Hearing this, a cold light flashed across Otsutsuki's eyes, but he did not refuse Uchiha Madara but nodded in agreement. And Otsutsuki Ishiki continued to remind further. If you and I continue to fight, no one will get what they want in the end, and everyone will leave empty-handed. Let me tell you this, even I can't break the seal created by my own magic. Otsutsuki gave an explanation that was not an explanation. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at the space on the right. But we'll have to wait until we deal with Uchiha Diki to discuss it in detail. It's not easy for you and me to decide the winner. Since no one can do anything to the other, I think it's not that easy to swallow the chakra fruit alone. But the space on the other side once again had the same fluctuations and wrinkles, and it was more obvious than the previous time. Okay. No problems. Uchiha Madara also readily agreed. If we join forces, we can divide the chakra of this world equally. Otsutsuki withdrew his gaze solemnly and turned to look at Uchiha Madara. You saw, this is the movement created by that boy Uchiha Dali. He is about to break my seal. What does this power mean to you? At this time, both of them looked at the spatial fluctuations that appeared from another direction at the same time. Although it does make people feel uncomfortable if the chakra fruit is divided equally when viewed individually. But whether it is a win-win situation or a lose-lose situation, it is your choice. Aren't you satisfied with 50-50? So I declined Otsutsuki's invitation. In order to ensure that I can continue to be on an equal footing with you in the future, the chakra fruits distributed for the first time and every time thereafter must be tilted towards me to a certain extent. How can I trust you? Uchiha Madara also realized that if he hesitated any longer, it would only be of no benefit to anyone, so he nodded and agreed. Peace has returned there now. And just when he finished speaking, suddenly, the space directly in front of him suddenly fluctuated violently, like raging waves. Uchiha Madara finally showed signs of relenting. At this time, he looked at Otsutsuki and asked, What an amazing power. With the concerted efforts of the 35 clones, Uchiha vigorously cooperated with them to attack the different space and strike with all his strength. Suddenly, the alien space that had been sealed by Otsutsuki's magic was shattered. A huge gap appeared in the originally dark and void space, and outside was the familiar ninja world. The moment the gap opened, a large amount of the familiar chakra breath appeared within Uchiha's powerful perception range. He was overjoyed, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised. It finally succeeded. Follow me and fight back. As he spoke, he immediately prepared to leave this hellish place where he had been trapped for a long time. However, just a few meters after flying out, Uchiha Dali noticed something was wrong. He looked back and saw that the clones behind him were disappearing one after another. Doesn't it last forever? Seeing his clones disappearing one after another, Uchiha suddenly realized what he was doing. It turns out that these clones do not exist permanently, they also have a time limit. Think about it, if you can continuously separate out of thin air such copies that have 100% equivalent strength and comprehension ability to your own body, wouldn't Uchiha Dali be directly heaven-defying? Just keep splitting such clones, and he will soon be able to dominate the entire universe with his army of clones. Seeing that the gap in the different space that had just been opened was about to merge again, Uchiha Dali was too lazy to continue to pay attention to his own clone. He turned around and quickly left here. The good news is that as the clones continue to disappear, a large number of experiences and memories have returned to Uchiha's powerful body. This is no different from the shadow clone technique. Through this information, he also learned another situation. After the clone disappeared, he could summon the clone again. This is very interesting. Uchiha Dali had just left the different space. Within 2 seconds, the gap that had been opened disappeared without a trace, and everything returned to intact. He retracted his gaze, turned his head, and looked at the sky 1,000 meters ahead. There were already 2 figures waiting for him. They stand side by side and seem to have a very good relationship. They are Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki. The appearance of these 2 people is different from when they first met. Wearing white robes, blue-white skin color, and strange horns on their heads. At first glance, he could tell that he was a standard Otsutsuki tribesman. Uchiha smiled vigorously, then flashed his figure and came to the 2 of them without fear. It seems that you 2 have decided the winner. His eyes quickly glanced at the ground. The earth has long been destroyed beyond recognition, and the original forests, mountains, rivers, etc. of the past no longer exist. Instead, there were cracks and huge pits. Obviously, before this, Otsutsuki Ishiki and Uchiha Madara had already had a fierce duel. Are you asking knowingly? Otsutsuki asked rhetorically. Oh, so you 2 are in cahoots. Uchiha put away his smile vigorously and nodded. This guy is indeed very troublesome. You shouldn't have any psychological worries now, right? Madara. He was still trying hard to win over Uchiha, but at this moment Uchiha Madara's face became a little solemn. Seeing this move, Otsutsuki couldn't help but sneer. You seem to be scared and confused. Does Shadow Clone count as a combat power? No, you misunderstood. I understand gang fights. As I said before, if your opponent is you, you have to take it seriously. Otsutsuki Ikiki apparently mistakenly thought that what Uchiha used vigorously was multiple shadow clone. But if you don't want to fight, how about joining us? At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki seemed to have noticed something was wrong. He subconsciously glanced at the silent Uchiha Madara and then looked at the shadow clone in front of him again. If we don't do our best to defeat this kid here, no one will get what they want. He just noticed that something was not right about the aura of those shadow clone and felt a little abnormal. But he had not yet determined what was going on, it was just a guess. Uchiha Madara responded, this will have to be the case if the opponent is you. After all, we both recognize your strength. Upon hearing his words, Uchiha Madara's eyes instantly became shocked. Those are not shadow clones. The chakra aura on each one is almost exactly the same as Uchiha Dali's. But the most important thing is that Uchiha Dali's own power has not been reduced because of this. Uchiha Madara tells the truth. The Shell organization has always welcomed talented people. This time, he not only used his naked eyes to see, but also directly activated his Byakugan ability to observe the situation inside the target's body. Oh, you guys. Otsutsuki is already feeling tremendous pressure. However, now Uchiha's powerful chakra has not decreased with the appearance of his shadow clone, but remains the same as before. This is equivalent to 36 Uchiha who are equal in strength to them, putting pressure on them at the same time. Uchiha nodded vigorously and said nothing more. These figures are exactly the same as his body. They all know that the normal shadow clone technique will divide the chakra of the main body equally. Theoretically, the more shadow clone entities are divided, the more severe the weakening of the main body will be. No one can ignore this kind of pressure. This also means that the so-called shadow clone technique he used is very weird. I am afraid it is not a simple multiple shadow clone technique. That's the problem. However, after hearing what he said, Otsutsuki retorted directly, "It's not a group fight, there are only two of us." At first glance, Otsutsuki Ishiki's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was full of shock. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara looked at the other party in surprise before asking a question. Suddenly, he saw dozens of figures quickly appearing next to Uchiha Dali. Uchiha Madara stared closely at the shadow clone who were gearing up and jumping around Uchiha Dali. The more he looked at him, the more solemn his expression became. Uchiha shook his head vigorously. "I mean, we beat you two in a group." At this moment, the words of Otsutsuki Ishiki, who has the perfect Byakugan ability, made Uchiha Madara directly confirm that he might have guessed right. Because at this moment, Uchiha's powerful body and his 35 clones all began to release the chakra breath from their bodies unscrupulously. The moment Uchiha's powerful clone appeared, more than 30 clones released their chakra at the same time. Suddenly, they formed a powerful momentum that reached the sky. This is a power that has never been seen before. Even though they were far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others who were fleeing felt the chakra breath for the first time. Everyone was surprised at first, but soon they confirmed that this was indeed Uchiha's powerful chakra breath, and everyone immediately started to celebrate. This seems to be the chakra of fourth generation Sama. So strong. At least dozens of times stronger than before. What's going on? I don't know, maybe Mr. Fourth Generation got some opportunities in the different space, which led to a significant increase in strength. Master Fourth Generation is back. It's good now, the enemy will be in trouble. The ninjas all around were cheering. At this time, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but frown, and he muttered to himself in confusion. It's really strange. What's wrong, Shadai? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked over curiously upon hearing this. The other ninjas were also a lot quieter, and everyone looked at Senju Hashirama curiously. Grandpa, what's wrong? Tsunade couldn't help but ask. Senju Hashirama shook his head. It's not a big problem, it's just a little strange. Although the chakra auras I sense are all the same, they seem to come from dozens of targets. Dozens? Targets? All the ninjas became even more surprised. After all, the person who said this was the ninja god Senju Hashirama, the revered first Hokage. Whether it is strength or perception, it is obvious that they are far inferior to Senju Hashirama. At this time, Yamanaka Heiichi also confirmed this. He then said, Shadai, your judgment is correct. It is true that there is not only the fourth generation Sama, but also 35 other auras that are exactly the same as him. As for the other two moves, they are Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki 1 style. It's really strange. As he spoke, Yamanaka Heiichi also showed a puzzled expression. The same chakra breath, the characteristics are exactly the same and the amount is the same, but there are 35 breaths that exist independently. This kind of thing is unimaginable, unheard of, and unseen. Could it be his multiple shadow clone? Uchiha Obito asked curiously. It can't be a shadow clone. Senju Hashirama directly rejected this speculation. Shadow clone will disperse the chakra of the main body. The more clone entities are separated, the greater the amount of its own chakra will be distributed. Now the powerful chakra I sense from Uchiha is even above me. This is not like using shadow clone unless. Senju Hashirama was talking and thought of a terrible possibility. At this time, Kakashi beside him also spoke. Unless the total amount of chakra of fourth generation Sama has far exceeded Shadai. So even when he creates so many shadow clone, he can still make the total amount of chakra possessed by a single clone exceed Shadai. Kakashi's words were a bit shocking, and everyone immediately showed shocked expressions after hearing it. Everyone looked at Senju Hashirama subconsciously, saying that he activated the Hirazaka without hesitation. A door to space opened, and Otsutsuki got in without even thinking. Let's go, Madara. So it was natural to assume that Uchiha Madara would also help. So after the two sides looked at each other briefly, Otsutsuki said directly, It seems that today is not a good time to take action. Others also followed Tsunade's words and comforted Senju Hashirama. Previously, Senju Hashirama was very skeptical of Uchiha's ability. What's wrong? Senju Hashirama also had a serious expression. Hearing the comfort from his granddaughter and everyone, Senju Hashirama rubbed his head awkwardly and smiled. It's all my fault that I trust that guy Madara too easily, but now I finally know what kind of existence Uchiha Dali is. He still doesn't know that Uchiha Madara has already reached a cooperation with Otsutsuki, and the two are preparing to deal with Uchiha vigorously. Yamanaka Heiichi told the news he just heard through his perception. He's even slightly better. Now it's 36 against 1. With Madara, our probability of victory is infinite. At this time, Yamanaka hesitated and said, Shadai, there is news that I haven't had time to tell everyone. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki reached an agreement at once and conspired to jointly fight Uchiha Dali's conversations. Of course, he also heard them clearly. Next, it depends on his performance. At this time, as Yamanaka Heiii described the situation at that time, the faces of other ninjas suddenly became very ugly. After a while, Senju Hashirama said seriously. But at this moment, the big stone hanging in Senju Hashirama's heart has been completely put down, because judging from the perceived situation, Uchiha's power far exceeds his own. No matter how you look at it, Otsutsuki One's style and Uchiha Madara have no chance of winning. This level of chakra aura has a total of 36 paths. Therefore, he naturally knows every corner of the entire ninja world. Because he has never seen the other party take action and does not know what level the other party is. Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded. Senju Hashirama obviously had his own opinion on this judgment. He held his chin and thought for a moment. In short, no matter what, the current situation is obvious. Uchiha's powerful single shadow clone is almost as good as Otsutsuki in terms of chakra volume. Contend. Seeing Otsutsuki running away, he followed him in without even thinking. It seems that Madara finally betrayed our friendship. You don't have to blame yourself too much, Grandpa. Everyone looked at him immediately. Tsunade also comforted Senju Hashirama. Strictly speaking, Uchiha Madara has always been our enemy. He was just temporarily on our side for profit. Now that he betrays us, it is normal. Shadai, this is not the first time Madara has betrayed us. In the distance, Otsutsuki Ishiki and Uchiha Madara clearly knew this. Although Uchiha Madara was a little reluctant, facing 36 opponents with exactly the same strength or even slightly stronger than himself, he naturally did not dare to say that he had the strength to resist. He had previously used Senju Hashirama's chakra to cover his perception to the entire ninja world, and even penetrated the space barrier to reach a different space and have a vigorous conversation with Uchiha. You are right, he is indeed a trustworthy Hokage. A single breath is comparable to the current Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki styles. Seeing that the situation was not good, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Ishiki both chose to escape. But of course Uchiha Dali would not let them leave so easily. Seeing that the space channel opened by Huanquin Hureben was about to close, Uchiha Dali followed suit in a flash. Passing through the space passage, when he reappeared, he had arrived on a vast expanse of mountains. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki fled as fast as a strong wind. In such a short time, both of them were already at the edge of the horizon. Can you run away? Uchiha snorted vigorously and chased after him. His advanced Flying Thunder God technique can ignore spatial distance and does not require special marks when activated. In just a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Ishiki. Seeing that they could not escape, the two people stopped immediately. This guy is getting more and more troublesome. Otsutsuki muttered to himself. Why do you have to go against us? What good does this do to you? Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha and asked vigorously, I'm happy. Uchiha replied vigorously. This answer is obviously not what they want to hear. Otsutsuki Ishiki sent an invitation to him at this time. Why don't you cooperate with us? With your joining, the three of us can sweep across the entire universe and capture all the chakra fruits. When the time comes, let's evolve together to become the ultimate gods. He opened his hands and described his vision for the future. Uchiha Madara remained silent, observing Uchiha's vigorous reaction. Apparently they failed to impress Uchiha. The latter didn't even bother to pay attention to Otsutsuki Ishiki. He turned to look at Uchiha Madara. 10 tails is not yours, hand it over. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards Uchiha Madara. But at this moment, his eyes turned to Otsutsuki Ishiki. As for you, we will settle the score slowly. After he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara refused directly. 10 tails was left over from the Sage of Six Paths back then, and its true origin is that it was owned by Otsutsuki Kaguya, the ancestor of my Uchiha clan. So theoretically, this 10 tails was originally ours. Well said, 10 tails is the common property of the entire Uchiha clan, and should not belong to you alone. Moreover, according to your theory, strictly speaking, part of 10 tails should also belong to the Hyuga clan, and all inheritance from the Sage of Six, the family of paths. So hand it over. Uchiha vigorously spread his palms towards the opponent again. A dream. Uchiha Madara was silent for a second before answering decisively, and Uchiha Dali didn't waste any words. As soon as he raised his hand, 35 clones appeared around him. In another flash, these 35 clones surrounded Otsutsuki Ishiki and Uchiha Madara. If you don't give it to me, I can take it back myself. Do it. Uchiha vigorously issued orders to all clones. In an instant, 35 clones took action at the same time, launching a siege on Otsutsuki Ishiki and Uchiha Madara. And it was at this time that Otsutsuki directly used Shaoming Vegana in one move, and the figure disappeared from the place. Uchiha Madara directly activates the full body of Susanoo, and at the same time, the truth-seeking ball around him also flies and changes rapidly, forming a near-perfect defensive shield. However, his imagination was limited, and he underestimated the power of 35 Uchiha clones attacking at the same time. When the attacks of these 35 clones fell on him at the same time, the defense formed by the truth-seeking ball was instantly shattered, and Uchiha Madara's body was torn apart by the huge impact. Fortunately, he is only in the state of reincarnation. If he were his true form, he would have been dead long ago. Uchiha's 35 powerful clones did not let Uchiha Madara go. When the opponent's body recovered, one of them stepped forward and subdued Uchiha Madara. Then, without saying a word, he released the 10 tails in his body. Well, immediately afterwards, Uchiha's vigorous body began to transform without any surprise. After the tailed beast is extracted from Jinchuriki's body, Jinchuriki will definitely die. What are we going to do with this big guy? How could he know that during the time when Otsutsuki used the magical seal to trap Uchiha Dali in a different space? Uchiha Dali had already improved his strength over and over again through heaven-defying comprehension. A group of clones gathered around him, thinking that he had discovered traces of the enemy. He was curious and thought to himself in confusion, "It is the safest way to store 10 tails in this way." Another clone asked, "This is an immutable theorem." At this moment, after losing 10 tails, Uchiha Madara's body began to gradually become sculpted, which means that even in the state of reincarnation, he still cannot escape this law. A clone laughed. HMPH, don't worry about him. His desire to plunder this planet's chakra is a fool's errand. What is that? Uchiha vigorously feels the surging chakra in his body, and his domineering energy naturally spreads. However, the whereabouts of Otsutsuki Ishiki were not found. At this moment, Uchiha Dali unexpectedly sensed something strange. Just now, everyone took action together, and Uchiha Madara was killed in just one move. It couldn't even be called a battle, let alone any fun. Even someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara cannot avoid it. At this time, Uchiha flew over with great force, and without saying a word, he put his hand on the 10 tails. A huge attraction was generated, and the 10 tails was absorbed into his body in an instant. Uchiha looked at the 10 tails being pulled out indifferently. The person he is now is no longer the person he was back then. He was still extremely shocked in his heart. He never imagined that he would be defeated so quickly and completely. After a while, the sculpted body of Uchiha Madara began to fall apart bit by bit. Soon his soul soared into the sky and returned to the underworld. His original intention was to scan and see where the Otsutsuki Ishiki guy was hiding. The other guy got away. Uchiha Madara showed a pained expression. So each of them is eager to try and can't wait to find another opponent to practice with. The gap between you and me, the gap, is that big. Uchiha Madara asked herself reluctantly. Now you also become 10 Tails Jinchuriki. In just a few moments, he had transformed into a look similar to Otsutsuki Ishiki and Uchiha Madara. As long as he is in the ninja world, it is impossible for Otsutsuki to succeed. One of the clones turned to Uchiha and said vigorously, "What's wrong?" The abnormal situation that Uchiha Dali sensed was not what his clones thought. At this time, he shook his head in the face of everyone's doubts. "I'll go check on the situation and then talk about it." He didn't explain, he directly activated the advanced Flying Thunder God technique and instantly disappeared in front of a large group of clones. "Let's go and have a look too," several copies said and immediately chased after him. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 figures disappeared without a trace. And not long after they left, a figure appeared on one of the big trees in the mountains and forests below. He is completely black, he is absolutely black. It's just that this black Jew is not the main body but a clone. It is Black Zetsu who was sealed in Uchiha Obito's Kamui alien space and is one of the many clones left in the ninja world. Black Zetsu's clone witnessed everything that just happened. There is only one meaning of his existence, and that is to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya. Seeing that Uchiha Midora was defeated and the previous plan could no longer be implemented, Black Zetsu thought of another way. Although Madara has been defeated, there is still a way to revive him again. It's just that Uchiha is too powerful now. If you want to deal with him, you may have to find other partners. Anyway, let's summarize the collected information with the other clones first. Thinking silently in his heart, this black clone merged into the tree trunk again and disappeared. Is this the end of the world? More than 30 copies of Uchiha de Lee looked at the vast sea in front of them and couldn't help but let out a cry of exclamation and confusion. At this time, Uchiha was also very curious. The abnormality he just sensed through seeing and hearing the color haki came from here. In front of me, between the vast sky and the sea, it seemed that there was nothing and everything was calm. But in fact, there is an invisible barrier in front of them. This barrier exudes a vague energy aura and is obviously a layer of barriers. Uchiha subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch, and sure enough, his hand touched an invisible obstacle in the air in front of him, making him unable to move forward at all. The other clones saw his actions and imitated him one after another, but they were also unable to stretch their hands forward. Everyone was immediately surprised. It's a layer of barriers. Who arranged barriers here? The power of these barriers is so strong, I can't even break it. This place is thousands of kilometers away from the nearest land, and there are no inhabited islands around it. Obviously, it is impossible for ordinary ninjas to reach this kind of place. Dozens of clones spoke to each other, and everyone turned into Sherlock Holmes and began to reason. Uchiha Dali remained silent but pressed forward with both hands. He tried to use his strength, but found that even he couldn't break this strange barrier of nothingness. It seems that there are unknown secrets hidden behind these barriers. Some people don't want us to explore there. In other words, the people who set up these barriers don't want people from the ninja continent to leave. Uchiha murmured vigorously. Ninja continent, your statement is quite interesting. If you put it this way, there is actually not only ninja continent in this world, right? One of the clones asked. Another clone immediately replied. Think about it, even in our previous life, Blue Star had several continents and several oceans. The huge ocean separates large tracts of land. The situation here may be similar to our previous life. Then who set up barriers here? This guy's strength must be extremely terrifying, even we can't break these barriers. How about we all try to join forces? It's a bit like the power of the Samsara Eye. The Samsara Eye on his right hand can not only absorb the enemy's attacks, but also amplify them and then bounce them back to the opponent. What is going on? The power of their joint attack is terrifying. Even the barriers in different spaces with magical seals can be broken with one blow. However, at this moment, they were full of confidence but were disappointed. This rebounding power is like one of the abilities of the Samsara Eye. However, without any surprise, the mysterious Otsutsuki also set up barriers on the outer surface of the planet. As soon as Uchiha had the idea of breaking in, he was bounced back by a powerful force. I saw that these 30 copies took action at the same time, using powerful attacks to jointly bombard the mysterious barriers. It can be seen that there is a wider area on this planet, and the location of the ninja world only occupies a very small area of the entire planet's surface. At this time, his clones also came to him one after another and saw this situation. He couldn't help but carefully observe the invisible barriers in front of him again. Holy shit, I'm actually hurt. And just now, these clones of Uchiha Dali suffered exactly this loss. This is exactly why they get hurt. Seeing his clone vomiting blood, Uchiha's vigorous expression changed slightly. Looking at this huge planet from outer space, it is indeed similar to what I judged. After Uchiha muttered vigorously to himself, he flew high into the sky in a flash, and in the blink of an eye he was already in outer space. He subconsciously flew towards the unfamiliar area he saw. It hurts so much, the force of this countershock is so strong. It seems that if we want to explore this unknown area, we may need to work harder. Dozens of replicas were continuously analyzed, and Uchiha Dali made the same judgment at this time. Uchiha Dali did not stop them but watched silently. Uchiha's dozens of clones never expected such a result. But there aren't many Otsutsuki who can set up such powerful barriers, right? Could it be that guy? When the combined attack they released together landed on the barriers, not only did it not cause any damage, but the power was also bounced back. Caught off guard, they were all blown away by the rebounding force. What was even more shocking was that they were actually injured. Dozens of clones possess thoughts and memories comparable to those of Uchiha's powerful original body. The most typical representative is Otsutsuki Taoshi. At this time, they thought of the possibility at the same time. The more powerful their attacks are, the greater the rebound damage they receive. Boom. More than 30 clones were talking, and each one took a stance. This confirmed my suspicion that there must be another world behind barriers. It seems that this is another barrier set up by Otsutsuki here. No matter what his purpose is, there may be another world behind this barrier that we don't know about. Otsutsuki used his ability to escape from the ninja world. At this time, he appeared on a planet far away from the ninja world. This planet was once the same as the planet where the ninja world was located, with rich species and brilliant civilizations. However, in a certain period of time in the past, this place was attacked by other Otsutsuki tribesmen. All life was absorbed by the sacred tree and became its nourishment, and was eventually transformed into materials that helped the Otsutsuki tribesmen evolve. Now this place is a complete Death Star, abandoned for many years. After Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kaguya arrived here, they appropriately transformed the place and turned it into one of their temporary places to stay. The seal barriers blessed on the planet are still there, which can at least protect the safety of Otsutsuki Ishiki, help him hide his whereabouts, and prevent opponents from tracking his aura and locking his position. After landing, Otsutsuki immediately came to the throne and sat down, breathing heavily. I didn't expect that Uchiha's strength would grow so quickly. Is it because he is gifted, or because he got an opportunity that I don't know about? Or maybe he was deliberately hiding his strength from the beginning and misleading us. At this moment, Otsutsuki Ishiki felt 10,000 unwillingnesses and 100,000 puzzles in his heart. Because he really couldn't imagine why Uchiha Dali, who was not a real Otsutsuki, could have such terrifying strength. The most important thing is his clones. Those are not like Shadow Clone but are completely identical to the original body. Even the chakra and abilities are 100% the same, and they have not been weakened. This is almost impossible to do unless he evolves into a Otsutsuki and awakens his own magical power. The more Otsutsuki thought about it, the more unwilling he became, and the more unwilling he became, the more he wanted to find out what happened. Thinking about it, the frowning Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly said to himself, "However, now it seems that I have to give up the chakra fruit in the ninja world. That guy is totally incompetent. As long as he's still there, I can't possibly succeed." The good news is, Otsutsuki was talking to himself and subconsciously looked up outside the palace. There are many planets in this star field. The number is so large that most people cannot even imagine it, and many of them have planets with a large number of life forms. Since the chakra fruit in the ninja world cannot be recovered, he can go to other planets first to carry out this plan. Anyway, the end result is the same. As long as you get the chakra fruit, you can continue to evolve. Until one day, Uchiha will be nothing in front of your eyes. According to his current strength level, he only needs to swallow one more complete chakra fruit, and then he can obtain a new evolution. Even I dare not think about how far my strength will grow by then. Defeating Uchiha Dali is nothing but a piece of cake. He can even swallow more chakra fruits before that. In short, there are many choices and many ways to grow quickly. Thinking in his heart, Otsutsuki Ishiki couldn't wait to start taking action. At that time, he agreed to cooperate with Uchiha Madara, and everyone joined forces to fight against Uchiha Dali. To be honest, fearing Uchiha Dali's strength was only one reason. One of the true intentions is exactly this. And if you want to achieve this, you must find a teammate who is willing to sacrifice yourself. There are numerous seemingly puzzling patterns on the walls. Everything could have gone smoothly. This is no easy task. What is actually recorded on those patterns is a mark about the members of the Otsutsuki clan who form a team and work together to perform missions. I have proven this through actual experience. He has already chosen a target planet. Only in this way can 10 tails in its infancy grow quickly and evolve into a divine tree, thereby helping itself to bear chakra fruit. Otsutsuki Ishiki does not want to wait for thousands or even 10,000 years just to harvest a chakra fruit. Looking at the Otsutsuki tribesmen who had partnered with each other on the wall, Otsutsuki's eyes narrowed. The size of that planet is about the same size as the planet where the ninja world is located, and it contains abundant energy. Therefore, it is impossible for Otsutsuki Ishiki to cooperate with Otsutsuki Kaguya again. Fortunately, that woman has been sealed. If not, the first thing he has to solve now is Otsutsuki Kaguya. His former regular partner had betrayed him. In order not to become a sacrifice of 10 tails, Otsutsuki Kaguya chose to sneak attack him and almost got eaten by 10 tails. Because once Uchiha discovers these secrets vigorously, he will definitely continue to obstruct himself. But when he reached the entrance of the palace, Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly turned his head and glanced at the tens of meters high wall behind him. The longer you wait, the greater the possibility of an accident. If he wants to continue, the first thing he needs to do now is to find a new guy who is a real Otsutsuki to partner with him. One of the most critical steps is that there must be a Otsutsuki as a sacrifice to sacrifice oneself to 10 tails. Seeing this mark, Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly remembered something. 1,000 years is just the beginning. It is a pity now that Uchiha Madara has been defeated and his plan can no longer be carried out. This step is crucial. Without this step, although 10 tails can be turned into a sacred tree and bear fruit, the time required will be very, very long. Otsutsuki Ishiki has no good intentions from beginning to end. He wants to use Uchiha Madara as a sacrifice at the most critical moment and feed it to the little 10 tails. Because he has not been able to find the perfect weapon for thousands of years, he has been unable to reincarnate. Therefore, in order to avoid long nights and many dreams, Otsutsuki must make 10 tails grow into a sacred tree in the shortest possible time. What he needs is immediate benefit. Finally, until now, I met Uchiha Dali and other guys. If you want to travel to other planets, plant sacred trees, and quickly harvest chakra fruits, then you still need to solve the most critical step. There is no way to find them now, I can only wait slowly, damn. If the amount of chakra that needs to be absorbed on the target planet is too large, it may even take thousands or tens of thousands of years to wait. Anyway, it's not too late to investigate the specific situation on the next planet first. As for other guys, it's not that easy to cooperate. If the resurrection of the sacred tree had started 500 years earlier, the outcome would definitely not have been like this. Talking to himself, Otsutsuki stretched out his hand and lightly drew the void in front of him. In an instant, a space-time channel appeared, and he stepped into it without thinking. The benefits of recovering my body became obvious. In the past, I had to be cautious in every move I made and was always constrained by my fragile body. But now, he can go wherever he wants. This can be regarded as one of his current advantages. When the body gradually disappeared into the space-time channel, Otsutsuki's indifferent voice also came out. Just wait and see, Uchiha Dali. Let's settle this account slowly. There is no way I will let you go. When I come back again, it will be the day you die. In order to avoid Uchiha's great strength, Otsutsuki Ishiki went far and near to explore other planets in outer space, trying to plunder chakra from other planets to help him quickly increase his strength and evolve to a more advanced form. And here, at the border of the ninja world, Uchiha is still studying the mysterious barriers. He is now 100% sure that there is another world behind barriers. The area is also part of this planet, and the area is much larger than the area where the ninja world is located. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break this mysterious barriers. But that's not all. His knowledge and domineering power is also unable to penetrate the barrier of barriers to explore what secrets are hidden behind barriers. After some hard work, Uchiha Dali and his 35 clones basically came to a conclusion. They all agreed that the person who arranged these barriers might be the one who truly evolved the Otsutsuki clan to be closest to the gods. That man's name is Otsutsuki Yame. Over the past countless years, Otsutsuki Yame has swallowed countless chakra fruits. His strength had already reached a level that ordinary people could not imagine. Later, his strength was too strong and he no longer needed to be bound by the physical body. Therefore, Otsutsuki Yame voluntarily gave up his physical body and transcended to another dimension. If he really set up these barriers, it would make sense. I'm afraid only that guy can deploy such powerful barriers, leaving Uchiha Dali and more than 30 clones completely helpless. But what is behind barriers? What exactly does Otsutsuki Yame want to hide? All this deeply attracted Uchiha and his clones, and everyone wanted to figure out this problem. I'm afraid now is not the time. We need more powerful force to explore this area. After all the efforts, Uchiha had no choice but to make a decision to return to the ninja world to deal with other matters. By the way, prevent Otsutsuki from coming back in one move. As for the issue of barriers, it's not too late to come over and study it slowly when you have time. Anyway, it won't run. At this time, a clone suggested. Each of us has heaven-defying understanding. In this case, why not let us conduct research here and you go back and deal with the things you should deal with? Maybe in a day and a half we will find a clue. The other clones also nodded in agreement with this idea. It can be seen that they are very concerned about the situation of this mysterious barriers and can't wait to find out what is behind it. Uchiha thought about it vigorously and thought it was a good choice, so he nodded. In that case, you can stay here, I will go back first. He didn't hesitate as he said that and directly activated the flying thunder god to disappear. Anyway, there is an upper limit on how long a clone can exist. After the time comes, they will return to their own bodies. Senju Hashirama laughed and stretched out his hand to Uchiha. You want me to help and revive them? The next moment, Uchiha Dali had returned to the Konoha ninja village in the land of fire from thousands of miles away. Nagato immediately nodded in agreement. Little Naruto was brought back by Konan, but we couldn't rescue brother Minato's wife. The Konoha ninja village of the past has long since ceased to exist. Uchiha Dali immediately looked over at him and noticed that the other people's expressions were also a little strange. Don't you think highly of me? I see. Uchiha Albedo raised his hand but hesitated to speak. Uchiha can see through Albedo's inner thoughts at a glance. Uchiha glanced at the crowd vigorously and nodded, destroy one and run away. The others were silent for a while, and Uchiha is a stronger being than these gods. In this case, of course, he may have a way. After the latter shook hands with him in a symbolic gesture, he said to the others, the tailed beast is with me and no one can take it away from me in the future. You can rest assured. He asked, if the resurrected dead are too powerful, or if there are too many resurrected targets, I will definitely die. It is an existence beyond their reach. Everyone had previously sensed that the fighting in the distance had disappeared, and they thought something had happened. They were all speculating when they suddenly saw Uchiha vigorously appearing in front of them, and everyone was startled. What's wrong? It's true that a hero emerges from a young age. You have surpassed me so much, ha 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 ha. By the way, it's our first time meeting you. Please give me some advice. Senju Hashirama immediately said, the one who was solved was Madara, right? I can no longer sense the presence of his chakra aura. There is nothing anyone can do about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to come to his senses and asked in surprise, it seems that the enemy has been eliminated by you. The latter actually nodded when he heard this, which made Uchiha Dali feel dumbfounded. Uchiha made another powerful flash and appeared in front of everyone. I'm not saying I'm afraid of death, I just want to say that if 4th generation master can use the power of these eyes, he may be able to revive everyone without sacrificing himself. After all, you are a man who can defeat even gods. Mr. 4th generation. We can rebuild our home now, and the ninja world will be peaceful from now on. Uchiha Albedo looked at Senju Hashirama and then said, although the tailed beasts are safe with you, but because of Uchiha Madara's actions, all the former Jinchuriki have died, including Mistress. At this time, Nagato said, my reincarnation eye has the power to control life and death. It can resurrect the dead, but the cost is the loss of my own life. Others also showed expectant expressions after hearing this. Fortunately, people evacuated in time under the leadership of Senju Hashirama and others, and there were basically no casualties. This place has long been changed beyond recognition, and a large area has been razed to the ground. Yes, he chose to stand on the opposite side of us. I will send him back to the underworld. In their eyes, whether they are Uchiha Madara who has evolved into the 6 paths level or the invincible Otsutsuki Ishiki, these beings are real gods.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.